Tang Xian did not die after swearing on the lightning penalty oath, proving the veracity of his words. Everyone, including Duanling Tian and his companions, felt a jolt of fear. The mysterious person was capable of tearing a crack in the void that was over 1,000 meters long with just a wave of his hand? Someone like that was, indeed, godlike. Duanling Tian stared at Tang Xian and asked in a low voice, "Who's he?" "I'm not sure who he is." Tang Xian smiled bitterly as he shook his head. "However, I'm sure that he's not from the mundane realm. He must be from the Devata realm. Moreover, the movement divine ability that I mastered came from him as well." A commotion broke out when people heard Tang Xian's words. Lord Sect Leader's movement divine ability is from the powerhouse from the Devata realm who could tear a crack in the void that's over 1,000 meters long? And no wonder powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage couldn't catch up to Lord Sect Leader even when his cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As it turns out, his divine ability is from the Devata realm. It makes sense now why Lord Sect Leader's movement divine ability is a cut above all the movement divine abilities in the Dao Martial Saint land. It seems like I was wrong. I thought the movement divine ability is from our fire worship sect. The people from the fire worship sect discussed this among themselves. They had, naturally, heard many things about their sect leader's movement divine ability that was widely acknowledged as the #1 movement divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint land. They were stunned when they found out that the movement divine ability was from the Devata realm. "Is that man related to my wife?" Duanling Tian asked in a low voice. He did not think Tang Xian would mention that man for no reason at all. "That's right." Tang Xian nodded as he said, "That godlike powerhouse told me that he was the Saint girl's cousin in her past life." "Cousin?" Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow and instinctively turned to look at Kuer. Kuer had an expression of shock and disbelief on her face at this moment. It was obvious that she knew nothing about this. When Duanling Tian found out that the powerhouse was Kue's cousin in her past life, some of the tension eased on his face. Most people would not believe in reincarnation, but he was different since he had personally experienced it. Moreover, he even knew someone who had reincarnated 3 times. That person was the Rebirth Martial Emperor whom he had met when he first came to this world. The 3 lives rebirth technique that the Rebirth Martial Emperor cultivated allowed him to live 3 lives. With this technique, he could continue to cultivate and grow extremely strong. Unfortunately, the Rebirth Martial Emperor chose to be born in Duanling Tian's current body during his 3rd rebirth. At that time, Duanling Tian's soul that came from Earth had already occupied the body. Since Duanling Tian's soul did not come from this realm, the Rebirth Martial Emperor was annihilated when he tried to harm Duanling Tian's soul. For this reason, Duanling Tian believed in reincarnation. Although that man said he's the Saint girl's cousin in her past life, I saw the strong desire to possess in his eyes when he spoke about the Saint girl. Just as Duanling Tian had sighed in relief, Tang Xian dropped another bomb. "I'm afraid that his relationship with the Saint girl in her past life is not as simple as just being cousins. I think he likes her and most likely courted her in the past." A hint of glee could be seen on his face when he spoke. It was clear he was enjoying Duanling Tian's discomfort. Duanling Tian's expression darkened. He likes her. Although Duanling Tian knew the current Kuer had nothing to do with the Kuer from the past, he could not help but feel displeased when he heard that the mysterious powerhouse liked Kuer. Then he turned to look at Tang Xian as he asked, "So he came to the mundane realm just to tell you these things?" Since he knew Kuer is the reincarnation of his cousin, why didn't he take her away? Why did he let her stay in the mundane realm? He was confused. Since Kuer was that man's cousin and he had affection for her, why did he not bring her away? "I've asked him this question before," Tang Xian said. "However, he didn't answer me. He only requested that I take care of the Saint girl. In exchange for that, he rewarded me. Before he left, he said that he would return for the Saint girl. I don't know who he is or if he's really from the Devata realm. However, based on what I could see, he seems to be not from this realm." Although almost 100 years had passed, Tang Xian's face still held a hint of fear when he spoke about that godlike powerhouse. "Did he say when he'll return?" Duanling Tian asked in a low voice as his eyes flashed fiercely. "He didn't say exactly when. He only said he'll return within 100 years. It's almost 100 years now since he left, Tang Xian replied. Is that all? Duanling Tian asked. His tone was calm now. Tang Xian was taken aback by Duanling Tian's quick change of emotion. I said, is that all you know about that man? Duanling Tian asked again. Yes, that's all I know. Tang Xian nodded. If that's the case, since you've given me valuable information, I'll make it quick for you. Tang Xian did not have time to react at all when Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy, that was mixed with saint origin, surged out of his body like a ferocious and majestic dragon. You? Tang Xian was taken aback when he felt Duanling Tian's killing intent. He did not expect Duanling Tian to attack him. However, he was still the sect leader of fire worship sect after all. His reaction time was, naturally, better than most people. As soon as he regained his senses, he quickly mobilized his saint origin and cast his movement divine ability to escape. A scoff rang in the air. Before Tang Xian had a chance to move, a vast and extremely terrifying force landed on him and shrouded him like a wave crashing down on him before dragging him into the sea. His saint origin was instantly suppressed. No matter how hard he tried to mobilize it, it was all in vain. At this moment, he remembered the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial by Duanling Tian's side. A wave of despair overwhelmed him. How could I forget about him? Boom! A loud explosion sounded in the air as the force that Duanling Tian released from his hand landed on Tang Xian, who was held captive. With that, Duanling Tian effortlessly killed Tang Xian, leaving no traces behind. Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who was ranked 4th on the Supreme Saint ranking, had died just like that. The entire place was deadly silent. The people from the fire worship sect could only helplessly watch as their sect leader was killed. There was nothing they could do at all. Not to mention they did not have time to react. Even if they did, they still could not have done anything. After all, their opponents were an eminent celestial and a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. After killing Tang Xian, Duanling Tian lifted his head and looked at the sky. His voice was thunderously loud, seemingly capable of shaking heaven, as he bellowed, Elder Hua, do you see this? I've killed Tang Xian. I've avenged you. Based on Duanling Tian's words, the people from the fire worship sect finally discovered Duanling Tian had killed their sect leader for revenge. Duanling Tian's voice that echoed through the fire worship sect's estate naturally caused another uproar. That's Guardian Ling Tian's voice. Did he say he killed Tang Xian? Tang Xian is Lord Sect Leader, right? I can't believe it. He killed Lord Sect Leader? Is he really the successor of the Fog Rain progeny of the 7 Absolute Sect? If he's truly the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, this means he's also the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect. Based on the enmity between our sect and the 7 Absolute Sect, I'm afraid he won't let us go. Does this mean he's going to eradicate our sect and kill all of us now that he has killed Lord Sect Leader? Meanwhile, the people who witnessed Duanling Tian killing Tang Xian finally regained their senses. Their eyes were filled with panic and fear as they looked at Duanling Tian. After witnessing the death of Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect, everyone from the sect, including the guardians, looked at Duanling Tian apprehensively. All of them were praying fervently that he was not the successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect. Based on the enmity between the sect and the 7 Absolute Sect, there was no way he would let them go if he was truly the successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect. The entire place was deathly silent for a very long time. No one dared to speak up since Duanling Tian did not speak. After a while, he suddenly said under everyone's watchful gaze, "From today onward, Gan Ruyen is the new sect leader of Fire Worship Sect." He bluntly appointed his wife's sister, Gan Ruyen, as the sect leader of the Fire Worship Sect. Me? Gan Ruyen was stunned. Everyone's attention instantly shifted to Gan Ruyen at this moment. Duanling Tian continued to say, "If any of you are unwilling or have any objection, you may speak up." Unwilling? Objections? The people from the Fire Worship Sect felt bitter in their hearts when they heard Duanling Tian's words. Would they dare to object to his decision when they had personally witnessed his strength and the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial strength? Seeing that everyone had remained silent, Duanling Tian said indifferently, "It seems like none of you have any objections. Since that's the case, Ganru Yen is now officially the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect." Ganru Yen, who had finally regained her senses, quickly refused this. I can't do this." She had lost her composure at this moment and was as frightened as a bird by Duanling Tian's sudden decision. The sect leader of Fire Worship Sect? How could she bear such a responsibility? "There's no need to worry. You have the 4 guardians to assist you. You'll definitely be able to do this," Duanling Tian reassured Ganru Yen. Before Ganru Yen could respond, he turned to the 4 guardians of Fire Worship Sect and said, "All of you will help her, right?" "Yes. Yes." Zifeng, Hong Yun, and Lung Yin said in unison. A complicated emotion could be seen in their eyes. Lung Yin, who had the shortest temper, was as meek as a cat after he witnessed Duanling Tian's strength. Xinghua naturally had no objections. After all, Ganru Yen was his direct disciple. If she became the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, he would definitely do his best to assist her even without Duanling Tian's prompt. He knew Duanling Tian had appointed Ganru Yen as the sect leader due to her relationship with his wife. He felt happy for Ganru Yen. It seems like Ru Yan's sister treats her well. Although Duanling Tian had announced his departure from the Fire Worship Sect, nobody dared to oppose his decision. Even if he no longer had anything to do with the sect, based on his and Chen Yiru's strength, they could only accept the candidate he had appointed as sect leader. After all, this was a world where the strongest ruled. When Duanling Tian saw Ganru Yen was about to speak up again, he cut her off and said, "For now, take up the role of sect leader. If you really decide you don't want this position later, you can find a suitable candidate to replace you. You have the 4 guardians to assist you. I'll also ask Sandao to leave his 2 followers with you." Then, he turned to Chan Yiru and said indifferently, "Sandao, I want your followers to assist my wife's sister. You have no objection, right?" "Master, you must be kidding. Why would I have any objections?" Chan Yiru hurriedly shook his head. He turned to the 2 middle-aged men standing behind him and said in a low voice, "Both of you swear on the lightning penalty oath to serve Miss Gan as your master." He corrected the way he addressed Ganru Yen when he heard Duanling Tian referring to her as his wife's sister. "Yes, Lord." The skinny and burly middle-aged men did not hesitate when they heard Chen Yiru's command. They instantly swore on the lightning penalty oath to serve Ganru Yen as their master. After that, Chen Yiru turned to Ganru Yen and said, "Miss Ru Yen, you've seen one of my followers' strength earlier. His cultivation base is currently at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage and is only a few steps away from breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It would only take him a few years before he makes a breakthrough. The other follower's cultivation base is at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage." He paused a moment before he continued, "With their strength, I'm sure they'll be able to assist you a little." 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Chen Yiru's words were like a thunderbolt that struck the people from the Fire Worship Sect. They were dumbfounded. Were there usually so many powerhouses at the 8th and 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage around? Were they not precious and rare? Even among the Guardians, the strongest among them was Zifeng, whose cultivation base was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they no longer had one in the sect after Duanling Tian killed Tang Xian, the former sect leader of Fire Worship Sect. Who knew a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, whose strength was not any weaker than Zifeng, would appear in their sect? Many people from the Fire Worship Sect whispered among themselves as they looked at the men standing behind Chen Yiru. "I don't think I've heard or seen these 2 people before. They must live a reclusive life." Most powerhouses at the 8th or 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would usually be ranked on the Supreme Saint ranking. There was only one reason if they were not ranked on the ranking. They must have lived a reclusive life. Before today, the top 4 people on the Supreme ranking were at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After today, I feel the Supreme Saint ranking isn't very accurate nor credible. It's fine if they exclude bodiless celestials in the ranking. However, it seems like there are many reclusive powerhouses at the 8th or 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who are being excluded. Many people began to doubt the accuracy of the Supreme Saint ranking at this moment. However, they seem to have forgotten the reclusive powerhouses were reclusive for a reason. People were not privy to their existence since they lived a reclusive life. It was only natural that they were not ranked in the Supreme Saint ranking. Guardian Ling Tian, Qinghua called out. Through voice transmission, the Guardians had unanimously voted for Qinghua to speak to Duan Ling Tian. He asked without beating around the bush. Were you joking when you said you're the successor of the Fog Rain progeny of 7 Absolute sect? This question was burning in everyone's minds. Nobody dared to ask this question. Since Qinghua was Gan Ruyan's master, they decided it was the safest for him to ask this question. Everyone turned to look at Duan Ling Tian as soon as Qinghua finished speaking. I think Guardian Ling Tian was just joking. After all, if he's the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, it means he's also the sect leader of 7 Absolute sect. With the enmity between our sect and 7 Absolute sect, he would definitely kill all of us to eradicate the sect. He's more than strong enough to do such a thing if he so pleases. You're right. Instead, he appointed Miss Ru Yan, whose guardian Qing was direct disciple, as our sect leader. This shows that he has no intention of eradicating our sect. I don't think he would do such a thing if he's from the 7 Absolute sect. Most people did not think Duan Ling Tian was from the 7 Absolute sect. Joking? Duan Ling Tian shook his head as he said solemnly, I, Duan Ling Tian, am the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of 7 Absolute sect. Naturally, I have my own reason for not eradicating the fire worship sect. However, my words still stand. I'm no longer a member of the fire worship sect, and this sect has nothing to do with me henceforth. Everyone broke out in an uproar at this moment. Guardian Ling Tian is really a member of the 7 Absolute sect? He's not just a member. He's the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect. I'm afraid if news of this spreads out, the entire upper province would be in an uproar. Everyone knew if news of this spread out, it would undoubtedly cause a commotion of unprecedented proportions in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. While the people from Fire Worship Sect were still stunned by the turn of events, Chan Yi-Ru had a grave expression on his face as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Master, what's it? Duan Ling Tian frowned when he saw the troubled expression on Chan Yi-Ru's face. It was his first time seeing Chan Yi-Ru like that since Chan Yi-Ru had decided to follow him. He was confused about what could have troubled Chan Yi-Ru. Master, it would be bad if the matter about me and other bodiless celestials spread from the Fire Worship Sect. Chan Yi-Ru voiced out his concern. The Dragon and Phoenix clans have forbidden us from simply revealing our identities and speaking about anything that has to do with bodiless celestials. If news about me and bodiless celestials spread from the Fire Worship Sect, I'm afraid those from the Dragon and Phoenix clans would be able to easily track the news back to me. He paused for a moment as his expression darkened. Once they find me, this matter will inevitably affect you as well, Master. You're right. Duan Ling Tian nodded in agreement when he heard Chan Yi-Ru's words. Even if he unleashed all his strength and cast all his techniques, his strength would only be comparable to a 6 Tribulation bodiless celestials. The Dragon and Phoenix clans had 8th Tribulation bodiless celestials. Even if they did not, they certainly had 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials. Currently, he was definitely not a match for 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials, let alone 8 Tribulation bodiless celestials. He knew he had to lay low and avoid attracting the attention of the Dragon and Phoenix clans before he got stronger. After a while, Duan Ling Tian said it's indeed unsuitable for this matter to spread from the Fire Worship Sect. However, I wish that more people know about bodiless celestials. Currently, the bodiless celestials from the Devil clans have already begun to appear. There's no reason for the human bodiless celestials to stay underground and mind their own affairs when the humankind is in danger. Naturally, we'll have to discuss this matter further and come up with a plan before we do anything. After talking about it, Duan Ling Tian and Chan Yi-Ru decided that those who were privy to the matter regarding bodiless celestials had to swear on the lightning penalty oath to not talk about Chan Yi-Ru, the 4 Tribulation bodiless celestials. However, they were free to talk about Duan Ling Tian. If today's matter spreads out, Tianwu, Xuanai, and the others will be able to find out that I'm the current successor of Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of 7 Absolutes sect. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He could not wait to meet his friends again, especially Feng Tianwu. A hint of tenderness could be seen on Duan Ling Tian's face at this moment. Tianwu will be able to meet soon. Apart from Kuer and Li Fei, Feng Tianwu was the only one who was able to make Duan Ling Tian reveal such a tender expression. Throughout his journey, he had met many women. However, only these 3 women managed to touch his heart. He might have been impressed and somewhat tempted by some of the women, but he had always tried to close himself off from getting closer to them. This was due to the sense of responsibility he felt toward the 3 women. After Duan Ling Tian finished dealing with the matters in Fire Worship Sect, he turned to Chen Yiru and gave an order. Sandao, go to the central region and spread the news about bodiless celestials. I want everyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land to know about the existence of those reclusive people who are stronger than eminent celestials. Let everyone know about those who survived after failing the celestial ascension tribulation. Tell them about bodiless celestials. Yes, Master. Chen Yiru left the Fire Worship Sect immediately after he had received his order. After Chen Yiru left, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, Duan Ling Tian brought along his wife, Kuer, and his daughter, Duan Siling, into the floating island where Tang Xian, the former sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, used to live. Currently, it had become the cultivation place of the new sect leader, Gan Ruyen. Before Duan Ling Tian left with his wife and daughter, he reminded Gan Ruyen, I'll leave the rest to you. Remember, you're the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect henceforth. If anyone dares to act defiantly, let your 2 followers kill them. Whoosh! Whoosh! As though they heard Duan Ling Tian's words, the skinny and burly middle-aged men flew to Gan Ruyen, flanking her as soon as Duan Ling Tian left. These 2 middle-aged men were at the 8th and 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage respectively. Their auras naturally made the people present feel a sense of oppression. Gan Ruyen, who was flanked by these 2 powerhouses, seemed like a queen who ruled the world. When she finally regained her senses, she thought to herself helplessly as a bitter smile appeared on her face. Did he just dump all this problem on me? Although that might have a kernel of truth, she knew Duan Ling Tian also did this out of kindness. Otherwise, based on her strength, it would take her at least 100 years before she would be fit to become the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian brought Kuer and Duan Siling with him as he landed on the floating islands. Kuer looked at Duan Ling Tian appreciatively and said, Brother Tian, thank you. Silly girl, since she's your sister, naturally, I'll treat her as my sister as well. It's only natural that I help her. You don't have to thank me for this. Duan Ling Tian knew what Kuer was thanking him for without a need for her to elaborate. It was a great honor and opportunity for Gan Ruyen, who was a disciple of the Fire Worship Sect, to become a sect leader. She could not possibly be indifferent to becoming the sect leader of the sect. As the saying went, a soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier. Moreover, it'll be beneficial for me as well if she becomes the sect leader. Duan Ling Tian added. However, Kuer shook her head when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Brother Tian, you don't have to comfort me with these words. I'm aware that with your current strength, it doesn't matter who's the new sect leader of Fire Worship Sect. They would still have to obey you regardless. She was not stupid. She knew it made no difference to her husband who the new sect leader of Fire Worship Sect was. After all, with his strength, he could easily make them swear on the lightning penalty oath to serve him as master. Duan Ling Tian smiled sheepishly when he realized Kuer had seen through his thoughts. After a while, he turned to look at Duan Siling and asked, Siling, why are you so quiet? Duan Siling looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of reluctance as she asked, Daddy, is it true that you're leaving Mummy and me soon? My silly daughter, what nonsense are you talking about? Duan Ling Tian shook his head and felt rather baffled at his daughter's words. I'm not talking nonsense. Duan Siling pouted as she said glumly, earlier, I heard someone say that you won't be able to stay in the Dao Martial Saint Land for long since you've become an eminent celestial. It won't take long before you ascend to the Devata realm. When Kuer heard Duan Siling's words, she could not help but tremble slightly. She had already mentally prepared herself for the day when Duanling Tian had to ascend to the Devata realm. However, after she listened to her daughter's words, the feeling of reluctance to part that she had forcefully suppressed previously began to surge in her heart again. She was instantly downcast. Duanling Tian did not expect these words from Duan Xiling, so he was rendered speechless for a moment. He could coax her and reassure her, but time would prove it was a lie. It was inevitable that he would ascend to the Devata realm soon. He did not want his daughter to see him as a liar. He wanted to maintain his flawless image after all. When Kur saw Duanling Tian seem to be at a loss over what to do and what to say, she quickly suppressed her own feelings and reassured her daughter. Don't worry, Xiling. Although your daddy is an eminent celestial now, it would still take some time before he has to ascend to the Devata realm. Duanling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when Kur came to his rescue. There was no way the fire worship sect would not descend into chaos after the death of Tang Xian, the former sect leader of fire worship sect. Moreover, he was killed by Duanling Tian, a former guardian of fire worship sect. Guardian Ling Tian didn't decide to leave because Lord Sect Leader prohibited him from being with the Saint Girl. He decided to leave because he's the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect. Word about this began to spread through the entire fire worship sect, causing a commotion in its wake. It had only been a few years since the 7 Absolute Sect appeared again. Apart from the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the other successors of the 6 Absolutes had already made themselves known and made a name for themselves in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Everyone was, naturally, curious about the successor of the Fog Rain progeny who had not shown up prior to this. Who knew the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny would turn out to be Guardian Ling Tian from the Fire Worship Sect. After Duanling Tian revealed his identity, he instantly killed Lord Sect Leader? How's that possible? Lord Sect Leader was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and he had the number 1 movement divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Even an eminent celestial might not be able to kill him. Anyway, there's no doubt that Duanling Tian had killed Lord Sect Leader. Since Duanling Tian is the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, does this mean he's going to kill us and eradicate the sect now that he has killed Lord Sect Leader? Everyone from the Fire Worship Sect could not help but feel terrified and worried when they thought about this. Most people in the Fire Worship Sect were terrified and worried when someone suddenly spoke up to reassure them. After Duanling Tian killed Lord Sect Leader, the 4 guardians wisely decided to appoint Gan Ruyen, Guardian Qing was direct disciple, as our new sect leader. As many of you know, Gan Ruyen is also the Saint Girl's twin sister. Since she's appointed as the new sect leader, Duanling Tian doesn't plan to eradicate the sect due to her relationship with the Saint Girl. Our new sect leader has also passed down the order that all members of the Fire Worship Sect aren't allowed to antagonize the people from 7 Absolute Sect. This order has also been made into a rule. Many elders and disciples sighed in relief when they heard these words. Hail to the 4 guardians! Hail to Lord Sect Leader! Many people began to say in unison. Many of them praised the guardians for their quick wits in appointing Gan Ruyen as the new sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, helping the sect avoid a catastrophe and inadvertently saving their lives. There was no doubt they would die if Duanling Tian decided to eradicate the sect. They also praised Gan Ruyen, their new sect leader. As long as their new sect leader was around, they had no need to be afraid of the 7 Absolute Sect. Lord Sect Leader, I swear my loyalty to Lord Sect Leader. Many sincere voices could be heard supporting Gan Ruyen, the new sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, at this moment. Duanling Tian had meticulously planned all of this. He had intentionally hidden the fact that he had appointed Gan Ruyen as the new sect leader due to the Fire Worship Sect's connection to the Dragon and Phoenix clans. With his plan, many people in the Fire Worship Sect not only quickly accepted her as their sect leader, but they also seemed to sincerely support her. Even the former sect leader, Tang Xian, did not receive such a treatment. Guardian Ling Tian is not only a genius in martial Dao, but he's also very wise. With his plan, not only did our status rise in the sect, but even the new sect leader's position in the sect is stable. Zifeng said when the 4 guardians got together. You're right. Even when sect leader Tang Xian was in power, the support was not as unanimous as it is now. Hong Yun nodded. Initially, I was worried people would complain about our new sect leader's young age and inexperience. I didn't expect Guardian Ling Tian's plan would put all these issues to rest, Lang Yin exclaimed. Then he looked at Qinghua meaningfully and said, Guardian Qinghua, you've really accepted a good disciple. Henceforth, you're not only a guardian of the fire worship sect, but you're also the sect leader's master. Even I didn't expect that girl would have a fate like this, Qinghua shook his head humbly. However, there was no denying he felt a hint of delight in the depth of his heart. He had no regrets in life for having such a disciple. The Guardians of Fire Worship sect still referred to Duan Ling Tian as Guardian Ling Tian when they spoke. They seemed to have forgotten that Duan Ling Tian had announced his departure from the sect and was no longer a member of the sect. Hong Yun frowned as she said, however, there's no doubt Lord Sect Leader's new order and rule will offend the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect. After all, since ancient times, 3 great sects have always been united in opposing the 7 Absolutes sect. Now that we've declared we'll no longer provoke the 7 Absolutes sect, the other 2 sects will definitely see us as a traitor. Indeed, this matter is a little troublesome. Zifeng furrowed his brows and nodded in agreement. Lang Yin scoffed. So what if the other 2 sects are unhappy? Don't tell me they have a say in the fire worship sect's decisions? Even if they decide to embark on a punitive expedition against us, would we be afraid of them? He was fearless when he thought about the powerhouses at the 8th and 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage by their new sect leader's side, Duan Ling Tian, who was an eminent celestial, and the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial by his side. In his opinion, it was better to have a good relationship with the 7 Absolute sect, even if it was at the cost of offending the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect. After all, the current 7 Absolute sect was too formidable. Although there was enmity between the Fire Worship sect and 7 Absolute sect, he thought the enmity would fade with the passage of time. In fact, he himself did not hold any enmity for the 7 Absolute sect. There's no need for our sect to fear the 2 sects. Even if Guardian Ling Tian and the bodiless celestials by his side decide not to interfere with our sect's affairs, the 2 sects still might not be able to do anything to us. Qinghua said, currently the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect don't have any eminent celestials at all. Moreover, there are certainly no bodiless celestials. It was no secret to the high-ranking officials in the 3 great sects that their sects had no bodiless celestials. After a while, Hong Yun asked in confusion, don't you think it's a little strange that there are no bodiless celestials in the 3 great sects? Bodiless celestials may be rare, but there has to be at least 1 or 2 in either one of the 3 great sects at the very least, right? I agree that it's strange. After all, there are many strong powerhouses in the 3 great sects who had attracted the Celestial Ascension tribulation. However, not a single one who failed the tribulation managed to survive. Shouldn't there be at least 1 or 2? Qinghua said. Don't tell me the 3 great sects are cursed to not have bodiless celestials? I guess we'll never know. This will remain a mystery for now. Based on the 4 guardians' words, it was obvious that they were unaware that the bodiless celestials from the Black Kshetra sect, the Heaven Divination sect, and the Fire Worship sect had been taken away by both the Dragon and Phoenix clans. They had brought these bodiless celestials to their clans since they were afraid that leaving the bodiless celestials in the sects would lead to the growth in the sect's power. This would cause them to lose control of the 3 great sects. Naturally, they would do everything possible to stop that from happening. Both the Dragon and Phoenix clans had stood high above the others since ancient times. How could they be willing to see another force rise to equal footing with them? In the sky above the Saint Island in the Fire Worship sect, on the highest floating island. Congratulations! I suppose your position as sect leader is stable now, Duan Ling Tian said to Gan Ruyen, who had just arrived. Thank you, Gan Ruyen said solemnly. She knew very well that she could become the sect leader of Fire Worship sect and gain the support of everyone in the sect was all due to Duan Ling Tian alone. Since you're Kuer's elder sister, you're like a sister to me as well. There's no need for you to thank me. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. An elder sister? Do you really only see me as your sister? Gan Ruyen felt a pang of disappointment when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Her eyes had also dimmed immediately. Although she was unwilling to admit it, There was no denying that she had somehow fallen in love with Duanling Tian during the time they were in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He was handsome, strong, tender, and considerate. Although most of his virtues were only shown to her younger sister, it had inadvertently caused her to fall in love with him. It was too late for her to restrain her feelings. However, she knew her feelings were destined to be buried in the depth of her heart. Gan Ruyen took a deep breath and shifted her attention away from Duanling Tian to the two beautiful figures standing in the garden. Her twin sister, Kuer, was teaching her niece, Duan Xiling, how to wield a sword. Her eyes were trained on them as she asked Duanling Tian regarding the matter of Kuer's past life, "What do you plan to do? If that cousin of hers is as strong as Tang Xian said, I'm afraid he's much stronger than you. Let alone the mundane realms. I'm certain his strength is considered formidable even in the Devata realms. He can tear a crack in the void that's over 1,000 meters long." She felt a lingering fear when she recalled Tang Xian's words. Duanling Tian turned to look at the gentle and graceful figure in the distance when he heard Gan Ruyan's words. A resolute expression appeared on his face as he said, "I don't care about Kuer's past life. She's my wife. No one can take her away from me unless I'm dead. I don't care about Kuer's past life. She's my wife. No one can take her away from me unless I'm dead." Duanling Tian's determined words echoed in Gan Ruyan's ears, causing her to fall into a daze as the look in her eyes changed when she looked at him. "If he treats me this way as well, I'd have no regrets even if I die now." After a while, she rose to her feet and said, "I've other things to attend to, so I'll take my leave now." Duanling Tian nodded, but his gaze never left his wife, Kuer, who was teaching her daughter, Duan Xiling, swordplay in the distance. It was as though Kuer was the only thing he could see at this moment. For this reason, he did not notice the subtle hint of disappointment that flashed in Gan Ruyan's eyes. After Gan Ruyan left the compound, she left the floating island as well. Killing intent flashed in her eyes as she thought to herself, "There are only a few things I can do for you." She decided to kill all those who had directly or indirectly offended Duanling Tian in the past. This was how bloodshed started in the fire worship sect. However, Duanling Tian was unaware of all this. Those who had offended him in the past were like ants in his eyes. He did not even care enough about them to seek revenge. However, since Gan Ruyen knew about them, she had taken it upon herself to avenge Duanling Tian. Meanwhile, the news about the former guardian of fire worship sect, Duanling Tian, being the successor of Fog Rain progeny swept through the western region like a hurricane, causing an uproar in its wake. The former guardian of fire worship sect, Duanling Tian, who's the next strongest after the sect leader in the Saint sect, is the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute in the Seven Absolutes sect. Is this true? Many people in the western region found the news hard to believe. The Seven Absolutes sect and the Fire Worship sect had deep enmity between them after all, and everyone knew about it. It was only natural they found it difficult to accept when they found out Guardian Ling Tian of the Fire Worship sect was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of Seven Absolutes sect. Since the news came from the Saint sect, it has to be true. Many people confirmed the veracity of this news. Those who were skeptical were convinced when they heard this. You're right. If the news came directly from the Saint sect, it has to be true. However, I still feel it's too shocking. Who knew the Guardian of Fire Worship sect would turn out to be the current sect leader of Seven Absolute sect? Although the people in the western region no longer doubted the veracity of the news, they were still shocked. However, they were even more shocked by what they heard next. When Duanling Tian revealed his identity as the sect leader of Seven Absolute sect, he killed sect leader Tang Xin. After just a few years, Duanling Tian has become an eminent celestial. When news of this spread out, it caused a second uproar in the western region. The sect leader of the Saint sect has been killed? Guardian Ling Tian killed Lord Sect leader of the Saint sect? How's this possible? A few years ago, former Guardian Duanling Tian was only the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He hadn't even broken through the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage at that time. In just a few short years, he actually became an eminent celestial and managed to kill Lord Sect leader. What a joke! Someone who hadn't even broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage actually became an eminent celestial after 4 years. It's unbelievable. Everyone found it hard to wrap their heads around the fact that Duan Lingtian had become an eminent celestial and killed Tang Xian, the sect leader of fire worship sect. However, as much as they were unwilling to believe this, they could not change anything. Perhaps Duan Lingtian hid his real cultivation base from the very beginning. Maybe he hid his identity as the successor of the Fog Rain progeny to infiltrate the fire worship sect. That's the only thing that makes sense. After all, it's impossible for someone who's at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage to become an eminent celestial in just a few short years. Who would have thought that the 3 sect leaders from the 3 great sects would die in the hands of the people in the 7 Absolutes sect one after another? It seems like the 7 Absolutes sect truly has heaven-defying strength. Tang Xian's death naturally reminded everyone about the sect leaders from the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect who were killed by the people from the 7 Absolutes sect. The sect leader of Black Kshetra sect was killed by the current successor of the Red Dust progeny, the 7th Absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect, while the leader of the Heaven Divination sect was killed by the current successor of the Prophet progeny, the 2nd Absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect. And now, the sect leader of the Fire Worship sect was killed by the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the 1st Absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect. It seems like the power balance in the Dao Martial Saint Land is about to undergo a change. News of this continued to spread from the western region to the rest of the upper province. Most people's reaction was the same. The former guardian of Fire Worship sect, Duan Lingtian, is the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the 1st Absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect. After a few years, Duan Lingtian revealed his identity and cultivation base and killed the sect leader of the Fire Worship sect. Along with the sect leaders from the Black Kshetra sect and Heaven Divination sect, they're all killed by members of the 7 Absolutes sect. After Duan Lingtian killed sect leader Tang Xian, the sect was facing the threat of destruction. However, due to the 4 guardians' quick wits, they managed to avert disaster by appointing Gan Ruyen, Duan Lingtian's wife's elder sister, as the new sect leader of Fire Worship sect. She's also the direct disciple of Guardian Qinghua. The Fire Worship sect also declares that they'll no longer oppose the 7 Absolutes sect from now on. As this news continued to spread through the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land like a hurricane, it left everyone stunned. In the Black Kshetra sect's estate, Supreme Elder Lang Qianjin's expression darkened when he heard this news. Damn it! That Fire Worship sect has no moral integrity at all. In the Heaven Divination sect's estate, Fire Worship sect. How outrageous! The great Oracle Mo Xian's expression was gloomy as well when he heard this news. His voice was so cold when he spoke that it sent chills up the spines of those who listened to him speak. Somewhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, a pair of identical twin brothers looked at each other in shock when they heard the news that had been spreading in the upper province. Duan Lingtian? He's the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the 1st Absolute of our 7 Absolute sect. These twin brothers were Nangong Chun and Nangong Yi, the successors of the Didymus progeny, the 6th Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect. Nangong Yi, who regained his senses, said, "It's unexpected. Truly unexpected." Although Nangong Chun did not say anything, he was equally as shocked as Nangong Yi. Junior brother Ling Tian is the successor of Fog Rain progeny? He's also the sect leader of our 7 Absolute sect. Gu Li, the current successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, was dumbfounded. He only regained his senses after a long time. He felt the world was truly small. What a coincidence! When Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th Absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, found out about this, he murmured. He finally discovered his true identity. Similarly, Han Xuanai was in shock as well when she heard this news. Brother Ling Tian is the successor of the Fog Rain progeny? This was completely unexpected. She laughed wryly as she muttered under her breath. To think I actually compared Brother Ling Tian to the mysterious successor of the Fog Rain progeny. Who knew they would turn out to be the same person? Han Xuanai was naturally delighted after the shock had subsided. Since Brother Ling Tian is also from the 7 Absolute sect, this means I'll be able to fight along his side in the future. A hint of disappointment could be heard in her voice as she continued to speak to herself. I must cultivate diligently. Brother Ling Tian is already an eminent celestial, but my cultivation base is still at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. On the peak of a steep and lonely mountain, an elegant figure dressed in bright red robes could be seen. This figure belonged to a woman who looked like a fairy. This woman was none other than Feng Tianwu, the current successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the 5th absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect. Brother Duan. Unlike most of the members of the 7 Absolutes sect, Feng Tianwu had known since before that Duan Ling Tian was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny. However, she was prohibited by the old prophet to speak about this to the other members. In recent years, she had gone to the western region multiple times. She had even disguised herself as a disciple of the fire worship sect to infiltrate the sect. But she did not find Duan Ling Tian, nor did she hear any news about him at all. It seemed like he had vanished without a trace, and it caused her to worry endlessly until today. Big Brother Duan should still be in the fire worship sect, right? Feng Tianwu missed Duan Ling Tian even more when she thought about him. Her heart was thumping wildly in her chest as she immediately made her way to the fire worship sect, looking like a blaze of fire. Since she was already in the western region, it would not take long for her to arrive at the sect. I didn't expect that Big Brother Duan is already an eminent celestial. Feng Tianwu was still shocked when she recalled the news that she had heard. After all, he did not have the help of the 6 Absolutes heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation. This meant that he had worked hard to achieve everything he had today. She had thought she had done pretty well when she had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Who knew the gap between her and Duan Ling Tian would still be so wide? Regardless, a smile appeared on her face since she was sincerely happy for him. Fire Worship Sect. It did not take long before Feng Tianwu arrived outside of the Fire Worship Sect's estate. She looked at the Fire Worship Sect emotionally. During all these years, she had felt so lost without Duan Ling Tian, and she would dream about him most nights. Previously, when Feng Tianwu came to the Fire Worship Sect, her cultivation base was still at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, she had been very guarded due to her fear of Tang Xian, who was already at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, since she had broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and Tang Xian had died, there was no need for her to be afraid. There was no one stronger than her apart from Duan Ling Tian. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who had shrouded the Fire Worship Sect's estate with his divine consciousness, suddenly detected an uninvited guest. Naturally, he was unaware that the uninvited guest was Feng Tianwu. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? It's not Lang Qian from the Black Kshetra sect? Could it be Mo Xian, the great oracle of heaven divination sect? Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness could only detect the uninvited guest was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. And that person was not Lang Qian from the Black Kshetra sect whom he had met before. He continued thinking to himself as he shook his head. It can't be Mo Xian from the heaven divination sect. Even if he's unhappy with Gan Ruyan's decision to stop opposing the 7 Absolute sect, he wouldn't dare to recklessly charge into the sect. I'm sure he's aware that I'm still in the Fire Worship sect. Unless he's seeking death, there's no way he'll come here. If it's not Lang Qian or Mo Xian, who could it be? Duan Ling Tian had a puzzled expression on his face as he sat in front of a stone table. In just a flash, he disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Feng Tianwu had just left the 4 symbol sanctums and entered the saint land of Fire Worship sect. All of a sudden, a voice rang in the air. Who is it? Feng Tianwu's body trembled slightly when she heard this familiar voice. She instantly turned to look at the source of the voice. She saw a familiar figure in the distance that seemed to have appeared out of thin air, causing her to fall into a daze. He didn't change at all. Feng Tianwu felt her heart fluttering when she saw the purple-clad young man in the distance. An expression of excitement was evident on her beautiful face. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who had just appeared, was shocked as well. The woman who stood before him was beautiful and graceful, and she was dressed in bright red robes. Her skin was as fair as the first snow, and her hair was as black as the ink of Jiangnan. She looked like a beautiful fire fairy. As she stood there, everything in her surroundings seemed to dim in comparison. She didn't change at all. Duanling Tian thought to himself. His thoughts were similar to Feng Tianwu's thoughts. Both man and woman stood in the sky, staring at each other without saying a word. None of them dared to break the silence, afraid that their voice would cause the scene before them to shatter and fade away like a dream. After a long while, Duanling Tian finally cried out, "Tianwu!" Then he quickly made his way to her. "Big brother Duan." Feng Tianwu called out in a trembling voice, finally certain that the man before her eyes was not a figment of her dream. In just a blink of an eye, both of them were hugging each other. Feng Tianwu hugged Duanling Tian tightly as she laid her head on his chest, listening to his heart that was pounding loudly. She held him tightly as though she was afraid he would leave her again. At this moment, there was only Feng Tianwu in Duanling Tian's eyes as he held her in his embrace. This was the woman who had almost died when she willingly sacrificed herself for him. At that time, he had told himself that he would not let her down. Both of them were in their own world, hugging. Therefore, they did not notice that other people had appeared near them as well. Naturally, these people did not come with ill intent. Otherwise, both of them would have noticed their presence. Who's she? When Duanling Tian had come over to look at the uninvited guest, his voice had drawn the attention of Gan Ruyen, the new sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, and the 4 guardians of Fire Worship Sect. When Gan Ruyen saw Duanling Tian hugging an unfamiliar woman, her eyes widened in shock. She was not angry, nor was she feeling angry on behalf of her sister. She was just shocked. She had spent a few years with Duanling Tian after all. Although she did not dare to say she knew him very well, she knew that he was not someone so frivolous. Apart from her sister, this was the first time she saw him treating another woman so gently. After a while, a thought appeared in her mind. Could this woman be Li Fei? It did not take long before the 2 vice sect leader and a few patrolling elders from the Fire Worship Sect appeared as well. However, as soon as they arrived, they were driven away by the 4 guardians of the Fire Worship Sect. The 4 guardians of Fire Worship Sect were afraid these people would interrupt Duanling Tian's tender moment with this woman, and thus, causing him to feel displeased. After all, they were extremely frightened of him. After the high-ranking officials from the Fire Worship Sect retreated, a graceful figure appeared next to Gan Ruyen. This woman was very beautiful. In fact, she looked identical to Gan Ruyen. The only difference was their temperament and bearing. This person was none other than Kuer, Gan Ruyen's twin sister. As soon as Kuer appeared, Gan Ruyen could not help but ask in a soft voice, "Kuer, is she Li Fei?" She was unaware that when she spoke, a hint of bitterness could be heard in her voice. No, Kuer shook her head gently. Since she was focused on the woman who was hugging Duanling Tian, she did not detect the bitter undertone in Gan Ruyen's voice. However, there was one person who was present who heard the bitter undertone in Gan Ruyen's voice. This person was none other than Qinghua, Gan Ruyen's master and one of the 4 guardians of Fire Worship Sect. He thought to himself, how tragic. It'll definitely be an unrequited love. Qinghua, naturally, knew Gan Ruyen very well since he was her master. Therefore, he knew Gan Ruyen liked Duanling Tian when he heard her question. It's not Li Fei? Then, who's she? Gan Ruyen asked again. She should be younger sister Tian Wu, Kuer said with a smile. Younger sister Tian Wu? You mean Feng Tian Wu? Is she the one who almost died when she sacrificed herself to save Duanling Tian? Gan Ruyen's eyes widened slightly when she heard Kuer's reply. She had heard about Feng Tianwu when she and Kuer were living together previously. Kuer had mentioned Feng Tianwu a couple of times, therefore she knew Feng Tianwu was the woman who had sacrificed her life for Duanling Tian. Initially, when Gan Ruyen heard about Feng Tianwu's deeds, she thought that Feng Tianwu was stupid to sacrifice her life for someone who had so many women by his side. However, at this moment, she only felt envious of Feng Tianwu. Similar to her sister, Feng Tianwu managed to catch the heart of Duanling Tian. This was something she yearned for but was unlikely to obtain. She would willingly give up her position as the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect if she could stay by his side and be his woman. However, She knew this was just a pipe dream. Duanling Tian loosened his hold on Feng Tianwu and asked in a gentle voice, Tianwu, how have you been? Feng Tianwu lifted her head as she looked at Duanling Tian's chiseled face. She felt her heart ached as she asked, I've been good. What about you, brother Duan? You must have suffered all these years, haven't you? Kuer, aren't you even a little angry looking at them? Ganru Yen felt uneasy and could not help asking her sister after seeing Duanling Tian and Feng Tianwu flirting as though no one was around. Her sister had a smile on her face as she watched those two who were reunited after so long. There were no hints of dissatisfaction on her sister's face even when those two were behaving intimately. Why should I be angry? Kuer shook her head and said with a smile. Sister, as long as I can stay with brother Tian and accompany him every day, it's enough for me. That would be God's greatest gift to me. I don't really care about the women around him. As long as there's a place for me in his heart, I'm satisfied no matter how small that place is. Her gaze turned even more tender as she spoke. Kua's love for him has reached this point? Ganru Yen was stunned when she heard Kuer's words. Although she had also fallen for Duanling Tian, her feelings seemed so insignificant compared to Kua's feelings. Meanwhile, the people in the central region in the upper province who were in an uproar over the news of Duanling Tian received another shocking news. The most powerful beings in Dao Martial Saint Land aren't eminent celestials? Bodiless celestials are much stronger than eminent celestials? Those powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, who failed the Celestial Ascension tribulation but survived by detaching their souls from their physical bodies, became bodiless celestials? There are 9 types of bodiless celestials. 2 tribulation bodiless celestial strength is comparable to an eminent celestial. There are 3, 4, 5. All the way until 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, and their strength would increase with each tribulation they passed. I feel like a frog in a shallow well. Now that we know about bodiless celestials, the Supreme Saint ranking seems like a joke. Shocking news, one after another, spread from the central region and swept through the entire upper province like a hurricane. It seemed like the news had opened a door to a new world for everyone. This news that revealed the existence of bodiless celestials undoubtedly caused a massive earthquake in the upper province. It seemed as though a new era was dawning. Under the order of Duanling Tian, Chaniru had spread this information in the central region. Naturally, he had taken care to conceal his identity when he was spreading this information for fear of attracting the wrath of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. The Dragon and Phoenix clans were the 2 strongest forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land, and they had held these positions since the beginning time. The estates of the Dragon and Phoenix clans were located very far apart. The Phoenix clan lived under the radar in the western region of the upper province, and the Dragon clan lived in the eastern region of the upper province. There was a stretch of barren mountains that were obscured by clouds all year round in the eastern region. It was known as a forbidden land by locals because many people from the upper province would go and explore the land, but none of them had returned. This was how the place had gained notoriety. Naturally, those who were in the know knew what was hidden in the mountain range. This was the Dragon clan's estate, 100,000 towering mountains. 100,000 towering mountains were the range of barren mountains that were obscured by clouds all year around. It was called 100,000 towering mountains due to its innumerable peaks and the vast land they occupied. The Dragon clan's estate was separated into 3 sections. One of them was the residence of ordinary Dragon clansmen. This included the clan leader and the elders. The second section was a meeting place for bodiless celestials from the Dragon clan, and the final section was a meeting place for bodiless celestials who were not from the Dragon clan. Many of these bodiless celestials in the Dragon clan were humans and saint beasts. All of them shared a common trait. All of them were from the 3 great sections. They could be considered as ancestors of the 3 great sects. At this moment, an old man hovered in the air above a valley as he looked at a middle-aged man and mocked him. Li Bing, didn't you make fun of my Black Kshetra sect previously by saying that a girl from 7 Absolutes sect managed to kill the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect? I heard that sect leader Tang Xian from your fire worship sect was killed by a lad from the 7 Absolutes sect. Isn't that right? When the old man saw the middle-aged man's face had changed color from anger, he continued to say smugly with one eyebrow raised. Well, it's only to be expected that the sect leader of my Black Kshetra sect was killed. After all, his cultivation base was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, I heard that sect leader Tang Xian from your fire worship sect was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, there was also a rumor that said he had mastered the best movement divine ability in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Even with all that, he was still killed by the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny. This old man was formerly a Karmapa from the Black Kshetra sect. He had been brought here by a bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan after he failed his celestial tribulation and became a bodiless celestial. Usually, these bodiless celestials that had been brought back from outside were not allowed to leave unless the bodiless celestials in the Dragon Clan had a task for them. Those who tried to escape were all killed by the bodiless celestials in the Dragon Clan. The middle-aged man whose name was Li Bing was from the Fire Worship sect. He scoffed as his expression darkened, his eyes flashing coldly. However, he could not refute the old man's words. A few years ago, he had mocked the old man when they received news about the death of the sect leader of Black Kshetra sect. Who would have thought his words would come back and bite him in such a short time? The sect leader of fire worship was also killed by a member of the Seven Absolutes sect. The sound of laughter suddenly rang in the air as a tall and muscular old man appeared. He looked at Li Bing after he stopped laughing and said with hints of ridicule, "Li Bing, I heard that after Tang Xian was killed by a lad from the Seven Absolutes sect, the sect appointed a girl, Gan Ruyen, as the new sect leader. She has imposed a new rule on the sect that prohibits all members from antagonizing the Seven Absolutes sect. Back in the day, the three great sects had a pact to join forces and deal with the Seven Absolutes sect. Who knew the fire worship sect would be so useless and turn traitor?" The muscular old man was none other than a bodiless celestial from the Heaven Divination sect. A few years ago, after the sect leader of the Black Kshetra sect was killed, news of the death of the sect leader of Heaven Divination sect quickly followed suit. He was furious when he heard the news, but there was nothing he could do since he could not leave the Dragon Clan. The two old men, the bodiless celestials from the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect, continued conversing as they mocked Li Bing. "Li Bing, it seems like among the three sects, the fire worship sect is the most cowardly. They instantly surrendered when faced with the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. I heard the sect leader of Seven Absolutes sect didn't destroy the fire worship sect because the new sect leader of fire worship sect is his sister-in-law. His wife seems to be the saint girl of the fire worship sect. I thought the saint girl was supposed to be pure? How did she end up becoming the wife of the sect leader of Seven Absolutes sect? It seems like the members of the fire worship sect have been currying favor with the Seven Absolutes sect since the beginning." An angry voice suddenly rang in the air. "All of you really like to beat a person when he's down." Soon after, a figure appeared next to Li Bing. As soon as he appeared, he glared at the two old men and said, "What's this nonsense about the Seven Absolutes sect not destroying the fire worship sect because of a woman? As if the Seven Absolutes sect could even destroy the fire worship sect or any of the three great sects for that matter. Why are both of you acting as though the Dragon and Phoenix clans would just sit and watch if the Seven Absolutes sect try to destroy any of the three great sects?" This person who appeared next to Li Bing was also a bodiless celestial from the fire worship sect. Clearly, he was much more eloquent compared to Li Bing. He had easily silenced the bodiless celestials from the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect. After he finished speaking to the two old men, he turned to Li Bing and said in a deliberately loud voice, "Li Bing, Master Di-Chun has summoned us. It seems that he has a task for us outside of the Dragon Clan." Outside of the Dragon Clan? When the old men from the Black Kshetra sect and Heaven Divination sect heard the newcomer's words, their faces were filled with jealousy and hate. All the bodiless celestials that were brought to the Dragon Clan by the clan's powerhouses were prohibited from leaving. Anyone who tried to leave will be killed without any exception. They would be allowed to temporarily leave, but these chances were rare and far apart. In order to leave, these bodiless celestials from the three great sects had to have a patron. Even then, they would be only allowed to leave when their patrons had tasks for them to complete outside of the Dragon Clan. This was the only way for them to temporarily leave the Dragon Clan. However, they would be hunted down and killed if they did not return within the allocated time. Naturally, Everyone was jealous when they heard Li Bing and the powerhouse, who was also from Fire Worship Sect, were allowed to leave the Dragon Clan. Damn it! Li Bing is so lucky. The bodiless celestial from Black Kshetra Sect, who was the first to mock Li Bing earlier, turned sullen. After all, even if they found a patron, it did not necessarily mean that they could leave the Dragon Clan. Although they would not be able to go out for long, it was still better than being trapped in the same place for such a long time with no freedom at all. Lord Di-chun has a mission for us? Li Bing's eyes lit up immediately when he heard the man's words. It seemed like his bad mood from earlier had disappeared. He was clearly overjoyed at this moment. The bodiless celestial from Black Kshetra Sect looked at Li Bing and sneered. I hope you'll make use of this opportunity and speak to the new sect leader of fire worship to make her rescind her order. The three great sects had promised to join forces to deal with 7 absolute sects since ancient times. The fire worship sect shouldn't forget its roots. His voice turned menacing as he spoke. That's right. That's how it should be. A few other bodiless celestials from the Black Kshetra Sect and the Heaven Divination Sect who had appeared agreed with his words. Li Bing's expression darkened. He scoffed. I, Li Bing, don't need all of you to tell me what to do. After he finished speaking, he turned and left with the other bodiless celestial from the Fire Worship Sect. After they left, the bodiless celestials from the Black Kshetra Sect and the Heaven Divination Sect began to discuss among themselves. I hope Li Bing won't encounter the successor of the Fog Rain progeny when he goes out. Otherwise, he'll definitely kill that lad and brag about it when he returns. Although the upper province of Dao Marshal Saint Land isn't large by any means, it isn't that small either. He has a limited time to complete his mission, so he might not even have the time to find the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny from the 7 Absolute Sect, even if he wants to. Well, unless the successor of the Fog Rain progeny is dumb enough to reveal his location or is staying in the Fire Worship Sect, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack if Li Bing tries to find him. In theory, the bodiless celestials from the 3 great sects were not supposed to interfere in worldly affairs or carry out their own agendas when they leave the Dragon Clan. However, as long as they did not cause too big of a disturbance and return within the stipulated time, the Dragon Clan would usually turn a blind eye to it. For this reason, they were sure Li Bing would definitely kill Duanling Tian if he ran into him. It never crossed their minds that there was a chance Li Bing might lose. After all, Duanling Tian was just an eminent celestial. The weakest among them were 3 tribulation bodiless celestials. It would be easy for them to kill an eminent celestial with just a flick of their fingers. Moreover, with Dragon and Phoenix clans around, they were not worried that Duanling Tian would be able to destroy the 3 great sects. Naturally, all of them hoped that Li Bing would not encounter Duanling Tian. They did not care if Duanling Tian lived or died. They just did not want Li Bing to brag about it when he returned and said that he managed to avenge his sect while they could not even avenge their sects. As the saying went, Buddha wants incense and humans want face. In this hellhole where the birds did not even come, they were bored out of their minds. They had nothing left to live for except for their pride. The bodiless celestial from the Black Kshetra Sect had come as soon as he heard that Tang Xian, the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, had been killed to mock Li Bing. This was revenge for when Li Bing mocked him about the sect leader of Black Kshetra Sect being killed by a girl from 7 Absolute Sect. When will my lord send me on a mission? The bodiless celestials from Black Kshetra Sect and Heaven Divination Sect could not help thinking to themselves. Meanwhile, Li Bing, who was making his way to his patron, looked at the bodiless celestial next to him and asked, Wang Chong, do you know anything about the mission Lord Di-chan has for us? I don't know the specifics, but from Lord Di-chen's tone in the voice transmission jade token, it sounded urgent, Wang Chong said solemnly. Li Bing nodded. Li Bing, Wang Chong said, seeming as though he had recalled something. I know you're overjoyed about being able to leave the Dragon Clan. You might even think of finding the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny from the 7 Absolute Sect to avenge that boy Tang Xian, so that you can brag about it to the others. However, I hope that you'll prioritize the task that Lord Di-chen gives us. If we fail our task, we'll lose Lord Di-chen's trust. At that time, we'll lose all our chances of leaving the Dragon Clan in the future. His voice was stern when he spoke. After all, he knew how rare it was to be allowed to leave the Dragon Clan. If they failed the mission, they might not be allowed to leave the Dragon Clan again. There were many examples of bodiless celestials who had failed their missions and lost all chances to leave the Dragon Clan. Don't worry, I know what to do. Li Bing nodded solemnly. He understood what Wang Chong was trying to say. When Li Bing and Wang Chong were about to leave the area assigned to the bodiless celestials from the three great sects, a thunderous voice boomed. Stay there. Both of them trembled in fear when they heard this voice. Whoosh! An old man descended from the sky. In just 2 or 3 steps, he stood in front of Li Bing and Wang Chong. This old man who was dressed in a green robe was tall and muscular. The aura he exuded was domineering and terrifyingly strong, as though he was the king of the world. Li Bing and Wang Chong were no strangers to such an aura. This is the dragon force from a divine dragon after their cultivation bases had reached a certain stage. As soon as the green-clad old man appeared, Li Bing and Wang Chong greeted him in unison in an extremely humble tone. Lord Qingyu. This green-clad old man was one of the Dragon Clan's bodiless celestials who was tasked with guarding the bodiless celestials from the 3 great sections. Since he was a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial, he was, naturally, stronger than Li Bing and Wang Chong. Qingyu, the green-clad old man, asked coldly, Where are you going? Lord Qingyu, Lord Dichen has summoned us. He has business with us, Wang Chong, who was standing next to Li Bing, said respectfully as he stepped forward. Young Master Dichen? A hint of respect flashed in the depths of Qingyu's eyes when he heard this. Then, his expression softened a little as he said, Since young Master Dichen has summoned you, go ahead. He left as soon as he finished speaking. Although Qingyu was stronger than Dichen, he was very respectful to Dichen and addressed him as young master since his father was one of the strongest powerhouses in the Dragon Clan. After Qingyu left, Li Bing and Wang Chong made their way to the residences of the bodiless celestials in the Dragon Clan to see their patron, Dichen. A patron was a nice way for them to refer to Dichen. However, the truth was he was their master and they were his servants. When Li Bing and Wang Chong finally arrived in a mountain valley with picturesque hills and rivers, they saw Dichen. It seemed as though they had a tacit understanding with Dichen, since they only looked at him respectfully without saying a word as soon as they arrived. Dichen was the handsome young man who was sitting in a pavilion, playing the guzheng. The melodious sound of music echoed through the valley and only stopped after 15 minutes. Dichen looked up at Li Bing and Wang Chong and said indifferently, You're both here. Lord Dichen. Both of them hurriedly bowed respectfully at Dichen. My father has a task for both of you, Dichen said without beating around the bush. As Supreme Elder? Li Bing and Wang Chong's eyes widened in surprise when they heard Dichen's words. As one of Dichen's followers, Li Bing and Wang Chong knew that Dichen's father was a Supreme Elder and one of the strongest powerhouses in the Dragon Clan. They were not certain if he was a 7 or 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. In any case, he was much stronger than both of them. Both of them were naturally shocked and pressured when they found out that the task that would be given to them came from Dichen's father. If they failed a task that Dichen had given them, at most, they would not be given missions in the future. However, if they failed a task given by Dichen's father, they would definitely suffer if they were not killed. My father said that recently someone has been revealing the existence of bodiless celestials in the central region. Dichen said calmly. What? Who's so daring? Does he have a death wish? Didn't he know that the Dragon Clan and Phoenix clans have prohibited those in the know from revealing the existence of bodiless celestials? When Li Bing and Wang Chong heard this, they were shocked and horrified. This is the reason I've asked both of you to come here. You're to investigate and find out who disregarded the Dragon and Phoenix clans' rule and exposed the existence of bodiless celestials. Dichen's eyes flashed coldly. If the culprit is weaker than both of you, capture him and bring him back. However, if the culprit is stronger than both of you, return immediately. I'll personally set out and kill him at that time. His aura turned icy cold when he finished speaking, causing Li Bing and Wang Chong to feel as though they were trapped in an ice cave. Yes. Li Bing and Wang Chong answered obediently as they shivered. These 2 minor and major mirror image talismans are for you. Notify me immediately if you're not a match for that person. Dichen took out 2 talismans and threw them at Li Bing and Wang Chong, who hurriedly caught it in their arms and put them away safely. I'll give both of you a year to complete this task. You know what to do next, right? Di-chun cocked an eyebrow and asked coldly after both of them had put the minor-major mirror image talismans away. Li Bing and Wang Chong felt their hearts skipped a beat when they heard Di-chun's words. They hurriedly swore on the lightning penalty oath that they would return to the Dragon Clan within a year or else they would be killed by the lightning penalty. This was, naturally, the best way for the Dragon Clan to control them. Di-chun gave them an order token each after they had sworn on the lightning penalty oath. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Go on then." Li Bing and Wang Chong did not waste any time and left Di-chun's cultivation place immediately. When they were about to leave the Dragon Clan's estate, they were stopped by another powerhouse. However, they were allowed to leave once they showed their order tokens. With these order tokens, they could come and go freely in the Dragon Clan. However, they would have to return them to Di-chun when they completed their task. After that, Li Bing and Wang Chong flew out of the Dragon Clan's estate, leaving the 100,000 towering mountains. "We're out. Wang Chong have successfully left the Dragon Clan." Both of them shouted in joy to vent their emotions that they had to suppress in the Dragon Clan as soon as they left the 100,000 towering mountains. Ever since they had become bodiless celestials, they were brought to the Dragon Clan. This was their first time leaving the Dragon Clan. Both of them decided to head to the central region first. "Since the news came from the central region, let's start our investigation there," Wang Chong said. "Okay." Li Bing nodded in agreement. This was what he had in mind as well. With their speed, they quickly arrived in the central region. As soon as they arrived, they made their way to the busiest city in the central region, Sin City. This was a place where many sectless cultivators were gathered. They quickly found a busy restaurant to start their investigation. Unfortunately, even after a few days, their investigation bore no fruits. Currently, Li Bing and Wang Chong were in a room inside an inn. "Well, we can be certain that the person who revealed the existence of bodiless celestials is extremely cautious," Wang Chong said with a solemn expression on his face. "Yes," Li Bing said with a grim expression on his face, "it seems like the culprit really left no trace behind. Based on this, it's fairly obvious that he had intentionally revealed the existence of bodiless celestials to provoke the Dragon and Phoenix clans. It's highly likely that the culprit is a bodiless celestial as well," Wang Chong said confidently. "Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to leave no traces behind. Moreover, apart from those high-ranking officials in the three great sects, those who know about bodiless celestials are bodiless celestials themselves. Although the high-ranking officials are unaware of the rule that's imposed by the Dragon and Phoenix clans, it's unlikely that they had spread this news. After all, they had no bodiless celestials in their sects. Revealing the existence of bodiless celestials would only lower their statuses and prestige." Wang Chong deduced in one breath. "You're right. There would definitely be evidence if it's one of three great sects that leaked this news. The only possibility left is another bodiless celestial is the culprit." Li Bing agreed with Wang Chong. "We must continue investigating. Even if the other party is a bodiless celestial, there must be a clue somewhere. We just need to find it and eventually we'll find the culprit," Wang Chong said. Li Bing nodded. After that, they thoroughly searched and investigated Sin City and repeated the process as they moved outward from the city. Time flew by quickly. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed since Li Bing and Wang Chong had left the Dragon Clan. "Somewhere west of Sin City," Li Bing said in a slightly annoyed tone. "A whole month has passed, and we still don't have any leads. We can only continue to investigate. I'm sure we'll find something eventually. I still have a few leads to check out, maybe one of them would lead to a breakthrough," Wang Chong said patiently. "Wang Chong." Suddenly, Li Bing looked at Wang Chong with a glint in his eyes. "I've already verified all the leads I have. I'm going to make a trip to the fire worship sect in the next few days." You intend to return to the sect and ask that lass to revoke her order." Wang Chong was also bodiless celestial from the fire worship sect. It was not difficult for him to guess Li Bing's intention. Naturally, the lass he was referring to was Gan Ruyen, the new sect leader of fire worship sect. "Yes," Li Bing nodded. "Since the beginning of time, our fire worship sect has fought alongside the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect against the Seven Absolutes sect. That lass has crossed a line. Even if the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny is her brother-in-law, how can she come up with such a ridiculous rule?" Not only will I ask her to revoke her order, but I'll also remove her from the position of sect leader. Based on Li Bing's words, it was obvious that he was dissatisfied with Gan Ruyen. Fine, go ahead then, Wang Chong nodded. However, you'll have to return as soon as you've dealt with the matter in the sect. Don't forget our mission. This mission is from Lord Di Chen's father, a supreme elder of the Dragon Clan. If we fail, not only would we lose the chance to come out again in the future, there's a high possibility that we'll have to suffer from punishment as well. We're no different from ants in the Dragon Clan. Lord Di Chen can kill us if he wants to. His voice turned grimmer as he spoke. Don't worry, Li Bing nodded solemnly. I'll take a few days at most. A few days? I'll give you 2 days. You must return within 2 days. Wang Chong said in a deep voice. 2 days is enough for you to settle the affairs in our sect. Don't tell me you're still harboring the intention of killing the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, so you can brag about it when you return to the Dragon Clan. Don't worry. I know what to do. I won't waste my time looking for that lad, Li Bing said. Naturally, he wished he could find the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect, and kill him to avenge Tang Xian. That way he would be able to brag when he returned to the Dragon Clan. However, he did not dare to forget the mission that had been given to him. In the Fire Worship sect, and the cultivation place of Gan Ruyen, the new sect leader of Fire Worship sect. In the courtyard of a spacious mansion on a large floating island, 2 extremely beautiful women were seated in front of a stone table. Both of them were talking and laughing, looking as close as sisters. On the other side, a purple-clad young man was teaching swordplay to a young girl. The purple-clad young man and the young girl were none other than Duan Ling Tian and his daughter Duan Si Ling. Meanwhile, the 2 beautiful girls who were talking and laughing were Kur and Feng Tianwu, who had been at the Fire Worship sect for a month now. Although Kur and Feng Tianwu had known about each other for a long time, they had only met for the first time when Feng Tianwu came to the Fire Worship sect. Since both of them were kind and considerate people, they got along very well. For those who did not know any better, they might even think the 2 women were sisters or very good friends who had known each other for years. While Duan Siling was practicing her swordplay, she blinked her eyes and deliberately asked Duan Ling Tian, "Daddy, do you like Mum or Auntie Tianwu better?" Duan Ling Tian was taken aback by Duan Siling's question. He did not expect his daughter to ask such a question. When he recovered, he feigned anger and said, "What have you been learning? Why are you asking such a question? Continue practicing your swordplay." "Daddy, are you angry because you're embarrassed?" Duan Siling said cheekily, disregarding Duan Ling Tian's anger. "If you're not going to focus, I won't teach you anymore in the future. You'll have to ask your mum to teach you," Duan Ling Tian said as he tried not to laugh at his daughter's cheekiness. This was the only way his daughter would listen to him. True enough, Duan Siling instantly surrendered and said with a deflated expression on her face, "Daddy, I'm wrong. I won't do this anymore." "What won't you do?" Duan Ling Tian asked teasingly. "I won't make fun of you anymore, Daddy," Duan Siling said with an exaggerated pout. It was not that Duan Siling thought her mother was inferior. However, her father was just too eye-catching with his sword techniques that she felt she would never reach such a level if she did not learn from her father. Duan Ling Tian could not hold back his smile when he saw his daughter being so obedient, albeit reluctantly. He continued watching over Duan Siling as she practiced swordplay before his thoughts drifted to the other members of the 7 Absolutes sect. Apart from Tianwu, Xuanai and the others didn't come to the Fire Worship sect. It's very likely that they don't know that I'm still in the Fire Worship sect. Up until now, he had only met Feng Tianwu, who was the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the 5th Absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect. He had not met the other successors of the other Absolutes. Should I release information that I'm in the Fire Worship sect? He thought to himself. After a while, he shook his head. No, that's not wise. After all, the Dragon and Phoenix clans might think I killed Tang Xian and appointed Gan Ruyen as a puppet sect leader to gain control of the Fire Worship sect. Although it's said that the Dragon and Phoenix clans wouldn't interfere as long as I don't destroy the 3 great sects, I don't think they'll be very happy if they think that the sect leader of 7 Absolutes wants to gain control over the Fire Worship sect. In the end, he decided it would not be wise to announce that he was in the Fire Worship sect. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian came up with a solution to reunite with the other members of Seven Absolutes sect. It seems like I'll have to find another place for all of us to reunite. I remember Tian Wu saying the Seven Absolutes sect has a temporary base in the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If Tian Wu and I ask for their return, I'm sure it won't take long before all of us will be able to meet. Duan Ling Tian was about to speak to Feng Tian Wu regarding this when a thunderous voice rang in his ears, taking him by surprise. It was Chen Yiru, Duan Ling Tian's follower, who was a bodiless celestial. Master, a bodiless celestial is approaching. A bodiless celestial? Duan Ling Tian widened his eyes in shock. Shortly after, whoosh, 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 a majestic and oppressive force swept down from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, it covered much of the sky above the Saint Land of the Fire Worship sect, alarming everyone. What a powerful aura! Who is it? Who is it? How dare they act so brazenly in the Fire Worship sect? This aura seems stronger than an eminent celestial's aura. Is it a bodiless celestial? Could this person be Guardian Ling Tian's follower as well? The 4 guardians of Fire Worship sect also detected this aura. Apart from them, even the vice sect leaders and some golden and silver flame elders were alerted to it. All of them did not waste any time and flew out of their floating islands. Meanwhile, Ganru Yen, the new sect leader of Fire Worship sect, who was in closed-door cultivation, was also alerted by the aura. Unlike the high-ranking officials who went to have a look at the source of the powerful aura, she instantly went to look for Duan Ling Tian. What's happening? It's a bodiless celestial, Duan Ling Tian said. Bodiless celestial? Ganru Yen was stunned before her expression changed drastically. What's a bodiless celestial doing in the Fire Worship sect? At this moment, Chen Yiru seemed to appear out of thin air behind Duan Ling Tian. As soon as he appeared, he quickly said, "Master, I know him." "Oh." Duan Ling Tian's eyes gleamed. "Does this mean he's from your time as well?" "Yes," Chen Yiru nodded and said, "Back then, I was ranked 2nd on the Supreme Saint ranking and he was ranked 3rd. 4,000 years ago, he was one of the guardians of Fire Worship sect. His name is Li Bing." Li Bing. Duan Ling Tian seemed unaffected by Chen Yiru's revelation, but Ganru Yen looked thunderstruck. Li Bing? He was a guardian of the sect who failed the Celestial Ascension tribulation 4,000 years ago. He's still alive. At this moment, she realized Li Bing was most likely a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial similar to Chen Yiru. A hint of disbelief and confusion could be seen on her face as she murmured, "I thought all the bodiless celestials from our sect are being held by the Dragon and Phoenix clans?" She was aware of this since Chen Yiru had revealed to them the reason why the 3 great sects had no bodiless celestials. She was not surprised that there was a bodiless celestial from the Fire Worship sect, but she was surprised at the fact that a bodiless celestial from the Fire Worship sect was allowed to return to the sect. The Dragon or Phoenix clan might have sent him out on a mission, and he decided to drop by the sect. Chen Yiru had been a bodiless celestial for so long after all. He could naturally guess why Li Bing had suddenly appeared. He failed the heavenly tribulation 4,000 years ago? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as he said coldly, "This means Li Bing is also a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial like you?" Although Duan Ling Tian was not looking at Chen Yiru knew the question was directed at him. He hurriedly replied, "Yes. Let's go and meet him." Duan Ling Tian flew up into the sky and left the floating island in just a blink of an eye. Needless to say, Chen Yiru, Ganru Yen, Kuer, Duan Si Ling, and Feng Tian Wu followed Duan Ling Tian as well. Duan Ling Tian looked at a middle-aged man who was surrounded by the 4 guardians of the Fire Worship sect. He cocked an eyebrow and asked, "That's Li Bing." Chen Yiru did not dare to make Duan Ling Tian wait, so he replied immediately, "Yes, that's him. Ancestor." Ancestor. At this moment, the 4 guardians and the high-ranking officials of the Fire Worship sect were bowing respectfully at Li Bing. It seemed like they knew Li Bing was a guardian of Fire Worship sect 4,000 years ago. It was only appropriate for them to address him as Ancestor. "Our Fire Worship sect has bodiless celestials?" "I thought our sect has no bodiless celestials." Li Bing scanned the crowd as he asked in a deep voice, "Who's Ganru Yen?" As soon as Li Bing spoke, The crowd instinctively turned to look at Gan Ruyen, who had just arrived with Duan Ling Tian. Li Bing followed the crowd's sight, and it did not take long for him to spot Gan Ruyen. He narrowed his eyes that were flashing coldly. "So you're Gan Ruyen?" "I'm Gan Ruyen, the new sect leader of Fire Worship Sect. It's an honor to meet you." Gan Ruyen reacted instantly. She bowed and greeted Li Bing as soon as he finished speaking. "New sect leader?" Li Bing only sneered at Gan Ruyen despite how respectful she was. Then, he glanced at her before he said loudly, "I declare that Gan Ruyen is no longer the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect from today onward." "I declare that Gan Ruyen is no longer the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect from today onward." Li Bing's words and intention to remove Gan Ruyen from her position as the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect shocked everyone. Ancestor. The expression of Qinghua, Gan Ruyen's master, changed drastically. He was the first one to speak up. "I wonder what my disciple did to warrant her being removed from her position as sect leader?" "What did she do?" "That's a fantastic question." Li Bing narrowed his eyes when he heard Qinghua's words. He sneered before he said, "Gan Ruyen, as the sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, you dare to go against our ancestors' legacy and reconcile with the Seven Absolutes Sect. This act is disrespectful toward all the ancestors of the Fire Worship Sect. The ancestors from the sect who were killed by the members of the Seven Absolutes Sect would turn in their graves if they know about this." He spoke in a self-righteous manner, but it seemed as though he had forgotten that the Fire Worship Sect had killed many people from the Seven Absolutes Sect. The number was much higher compared to the Seven Absolutes Sect. The only time where many people from the Fire Worship Sect were killed was during Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's time. Moreover, it was three great sects that had started this war by provoking the Seven Absolute Sect. It was clear that his words were unreasonable. Nevertheless, no one dared to speak up even if they felt Li Bing's words were unreasonable. After all, how could they oppose Li Bing, who was their ancestor? After Li Bing finished speaking, he looked at Qinghua pointedly as he asked, "So do you still think your disciple is innocent?" Qinghua was rendered speechless by Li Bing's words. When Li Bing saw Qinghua's lack of response, he said coldly, "It seems like you agree with me as well since you can't refute my words. You're not entirely blameless since you failed to properly educate your disciple." Qinghua's expression changed dramatically when he heard Li Bing's words. "You should die today to atone for your mistake," Li Bing said icily as a wave of terrifying energy rolled off his body. This energy was none other than the celestial origin energy. As soon as the energy surged out of his body, it shot toward Qinghua quickly, looking like a WRM dragon. There was no doubt Qinghua would die if the attack landed on him. "Master!" Gan Ruyen cried out with a horrified expression on her face. Li Bing was a four-tribulation bodiless celestial after all. Even a casual strike from him was not something Qinghua, a cultivator at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage, could withstand. In just a blink of an eye, before Qinghua and the onlookers could react, the energy that was shooting toward Qinghua was less than 20 meters away from him. "Am I going to die?" Qinghua felt the terrifying force that was targeted at him and thought he would meet his death today. He did not even have time to mobilize the Saint origin in his body before the destructive energy had shrouded him. Boom! An explosion that seemed capable of causing an earthquake rang in the air. A more powerful force shot out from where Gan Ruyen was standing and collided with Li Bing's energy before nullifying it. "Who's that?" Li Bing's expression darkened. He did not expect that someone would be bold enough to stop him, let alone expecting someone with the ability to do so. He quickly lifted his head to look at the person who had stopped him. Qinghua, who just had a near-death experience, looked at the old man standing next to his disciple and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life, Senior Chun." "Chun Yi-Ru." Li Bing's expression turned even worse when he saw Chun Yi-Ru. "Why are you here?" He was no stranger to Chun Yi-Ru. 4,000 years ago, when he was still a guardian in the Fire Worship Sect, he was ranked third on the Supreme Saint ranking. However, Chun Yi-Ru was ranked second on the Supreme Saint ranking even though he was a mere sectless cultivator. Chun Yi-Ru did not deign to answer Li Bing's question. Instead, he mocked him. "Li Bing, the Dragon Clan sent you out on a mission, but you actually returned to the Fire Worship Sect. If the Dragon Clan finds out about how you returned to the sect to flaunt your status as an ancestor and put on air, it would probably not bode well for you, right? Li Bing's expression turned gloomier when he heard this. The Dragon Clan? The four guardians and high-ranking officials of the fire worship sect were confused by Chen Yiru's words. They learned about the existence of bodiless celestials when Duanling Tian returned to the sect and found it strange that there was no bodiless celestial in the fire worship sect. They wondered where all the bodiless celestials had gone. They became even more confused when they heard Chen Yiru's words. The Dragon Clan sent their ancestor on a mission? Was the Dragon Clan's strength not inferior to the fire worship sect? Before they could ponder on the matter any further, Li Bing began to say scornfully, Chen Yiru, I don't know why you're in the fire worship sect, but it would do you good to stay out of my sect's businesses. I'll stay out of the fire worship sect's business, Chen Yiru said indifferently. Li Bing's expression eased slightly when he heard this. However, he was furious when he heard the latter part of Chen Yiru's words. If you apologize to Miss Ru Yen and Guardian Qinghua and ask for their forgiveness. Chen Yiru's angered Li Bing so much that energy began to roll off his body again, causing tiny cracks to appear in the void. Many cracks in the void that looked like tiny snakes continued to appear one after another. The people from the fire worship sect who were present were, naturally, gasping in shock when they saw the many void tears that looked like tiny black snakes appeared in the void one after another. He managed to tear open the void. This means he's definitely a 4 or 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. 4,000 years ago, he failed his heavenly tribulation and became a bodiless celestial. Based on the time, he must be a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial now. However, Senior Chun is also a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? The onlooker's eyes darted back and forth between Chen Yiru and Li Bing. Chen Yiru, you're seeking death. Li Bing cried out as he charged toward Chen Yiru like a cannonball. What perfect timing. Chen Yiru did not fear Li Bing, who was charging toward him. Back then, Li Bing had never once won they fought. Therefore, he did not think Li Bing was a threat to him. Both Li Bing and Chen Yiru charged toward each other at breakneck speed. No one could see their movements apart from Duanling Tian, since their cultivation bases were too low. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Kur and Duanling Tian, was in shock. For tribulation bodiless celestial? That old man is actually a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. She had met Chen Yiru half a month ago and thought he was Duanling Tian's follower since he addressed Duanling Tian as master. However, it was really beyond her expectation that he was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. As the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the 5th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, Feng Tianwu was made aware of the existence of bodiless celestials. Naturally, she knew about the strength of a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial as well. Brother Duan is only an eminent celestial. Why would a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial acknowledge him as master? A 3 tribulation bodiless celestial is already stronger than eminent celestial, let alone a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. She was extremely baffled by this. Boom! 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 A series of loud explosions that seemed capable of shaking heaven and earth rang in the air. Feng Tianwu regained her senses when she heard the explosions. When she heard the noise, she knew that Chen Yiru and Li Bing had begun to fight. Whoosh! 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 A shockwave spread out, forcing everyone from the fire worship sect, including the 4 guardians, to retreat. The only one who was not affected by the explosions was Duanling Tian. At some point, his celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin had shrouded him in the form of a black turtle. It was obvious he had cast the number 1 defensive divine ability in the fire worship sect, the black turtle barrier. Bang! 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 Shockwaves that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth continued to roll out and crashed against the black turtle's barrier, causing it to tremble slightly. However, in the end, it still failed to break the defense of the black turtle's barrier. What a formidable force! So this is the strength of a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial? How strong! Although we can't see their movements, based on their attacks that rip holes in the void, it's evident that they're extremely strong. The group of people from the fire worship sect who had retreated to the distance was astounded when they saw the cracks that appeared in the void kept appearing around Qin Yiru and Li Bing's bodies. Boom, 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 boom. The shockwave from the battle between Qin Yiru and Li Bing swept out and hit the nearby islands in the sky, laying waste to many mansions. Dust and debris swirled from the battle and clouded the sky. What's happening? It seems like there's a battle going on. These auras seem like they're from Lord Sect Leader and the Guardians, right? The thunderous sound from Li Bing and Qin Yiru's battle alerted many elders and disciples on the Saint Land. All of them instantly rose into the sky to see what was going on. However, when they rose to a certain level, they found that they were repelled by the airwaves. In the end, they could not see what was going on at all. They merely heard thunderous sounds. What's happening? Many of them asked. The elders who were present since earlier recounted what had happened to them, causing an uproar. We have a bodiless celestial in our fire worship sect? Li Bing is a guardian in the fire worship sect 4,000 years ago, and he's currently a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial? The newly arrived elders and disciples of fire worship sect were in shock. Naturally, none of them expected the fire worship sect to have a bodiless celestial, let alone a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. 4,000 years ago, Senior Qin Yiru was slightly stronger than our old ancestor. Currently, they're both 4-tribulation bodiless celestials. I wonder who's going to emerge victorious in this battle. Many people were naturally curious about this. Based on the current situation, it seems like they're evenly matched. Just wait. There'll definitely be a winner and a loser. That's right. We just have to wait. Although these people could not see the battle between Li Bing and Qin Yiru, it did not dampen their curiosity toward the result of the battle. Among those present, only Duanling Tian could catch Li Bing and Qin Yiru's movements. He thought to himself. He watched them. This Li Bing is not weak. They've exchanged more than 100 blows, but nobody has gained the upper hand yet. After a while, Qin Yiru cast 2 out of his 3 strongest saber techniques, the Peerless Saber and the World Annihilation Saber. He did not cast the World Cleansing technique since the technique was more effective when used to deal with huge groups of people. Although the World Cleansing Saber was powerful, he risked injuring the people in the fire worship sect. Since his master sister-in-law was the sect leader of fire worship sect, he did not dare to indiscriminately kill the people of fire worship sect. He managed to withstand it. Duanling Tian was surprised when he saw Li Bing was able to hold his ground against Qin Yiru's 2 saber techniques. After all, he knew Qin Yiru was stronger than the average 4-tribulation bodiless celestials. Li Bing seems to be quite powerful as well. Qin Yiru, we've already cast all our techniques and fought with all our strength, but we're still evenly matched. I think it's meaningless for us to continue this. Li Bing said menacingly, although I don't know why you're helping Gan Ruyan and Qinghua, I'm warning you that it's best if you leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, if I use my communication jade token to call Wang Chong over, you'll definitely die if both of us join forces. Wang Chong. The people from fire worship broke out in an uproar again when they heard Li Bing's words. Based on their words, it was obvious they heard of Wang Chong as well. Wang Chong. Wasn't he also a guardian of fire worship sect 4,000 years ago? Ancestor Wang Chong is still alive even though he failed his celestial ascension tribulation? If he's still alive, it means he's also a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Meanwhile, Qin Yiru was astounded when he heard Li Bing's words. He gasped. Wang Chong? He's a bodiless celestial as well. He did not expect Wang Chong had become a bodiless celestial as well. Although Wang Chong was weaker than him and Li Bing, the gap in strength was not wide. When Li Bing saw Qin Yiru's expression, he thought Qin Yiru was frightened. He sneered as he said, "Are you finally afraid? If you're afraid, leave my fire worship sect now." However, Qin Yiru only remained silent. At this time, elementary devouring tactic. Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin surged out of his body quickly through his 99 saint veins as whirlpools began to appear around his body. A terrifying suction force that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth began to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the saint land. It did not take long before he completely absorbed all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the fire worship sect. After he was done, he continued absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy from the Saint Stone reserve in the sect. In just a blink of an eye, his strength was raised to the limit. He only took a few breaths from when he cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his strength to the limit. The Saint Stone reserve in the fire worship sect is truly amazing. Although I've absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy there unreservedly, it's not affected at all. Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the condition of the Saint Stone reserve with his divine consciousness. Before anyone discovered the lack of heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, he called out indifferently, "San Dao, retreat." "Yes, Master," Chen Yiru replied immediately. Bang! Chen Yiru attacked Li Bing one final time before he retreated to stand behind Duan Ling Tian deferentially. "Master?" Li Bing looked at Chen Yiru incredulously. Chen Yiru called this person Master? He instantly raised his guard before he extended his divine consciousness toward Duan Ling Tian. He naturally thought that someone whom Chen Yiru acknowledged as Master was much stronger. When he detected Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base, he no longer paid any attention to Duan Ling Tian. Instead, he mocked Chen Yiru. "Chen Yiru, it seems like you're going backward. You're a 4 tribulation bodiless celestials, but you actually acknowledged an eminent celestial as your master. Not only are you an embarrassment to yourself, but you're an embarrassment to bodiless celestials everywhere." Actually, I've been very curious about this as well. Why would a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial acknowledge an eminent celestial as his master? Many elders and disciples in the fire worship sect had been curious about this matter as well. Well, maybe it's because Guardian Ling Tian's the successor of Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of 7 Absolute sect? That seems to be the only explanation. Although the voices of the elders and disciples of fire worship were not loud, Li Bing, naturally, heard every single word. His eyes brightened immediately like the dazzling stars at night. The successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolute of 7 Absolute sect, and the sect leader of 7 Absolute sect? He shifted his gaze away from Chen Yiru to Duan Ling Tian immediately. He asked in a hurried and excited tone, Are you Duan Ling Tian? You've heard of me?" Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. When Li Bing heard this, he laughed uproariously. "How unexpected. It's pointless to search high and low when one would usually find it when one least expected it." He laughed for a long time before he stopped. He was extremely excited. Li Bing had planned to return to the fire worship sect to remove Gan Ruyen from the position of sect leader of the fire worship sect when he was given leave from the Dragon Clan. Although he wished to kill Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of 7 Absolute sect, the mission Dichun had given him was much more important. He could only forget about it since searching for Duan Ling Tian would take too much time. However, who knew he would find Duan Ling Tian in the fire worship sect? He could kill Duan Ling Tian now and avenge Tang Xian. Moreover, he would be able to brag about this when he returned to the Dragon Clan. He could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Now that Duan Ling Tian had presented himself to him, how could he not be delighted or excited? While Li Bing was laughing loudly, Duan Ling Tian spat out a word indifferently, "Idiot!" Although his voice was not loud, it was not drowned out by the sound of Li Bing's laughter. Everyone clearly heard his word. "Idiot!" Li Bing stopped laughing immediately as though someone had strangled him in an attempt to stop him from laughing. At this moment, everyone's eyes were trained on Duan Ling Tian. Did Duan Ling Tian just call the old ancestor an idiot? Did I hear wrongly? A disciple of fire worship sect asked in surprise. You didn't hear wrongly. He really did call the old ancestor an idiot. Another disciple gulped as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. He wondered why Duan Ling Tian was so bold as to call the old ancestor of fire worship sect an idiot. The old ancestor was evenly matched with his follower and was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial after all. Moreover, the old ancestor even said the fire worship sect had another 4 tribulation bodiless celestial that could come at any time. If the 2 old ancestors from fire worship sect joined forces, Duan Ling Tian's follower definitely would not stand a chance against them. At this moment, almost all the elders and disciples of fire worship sect shared the same thought. They shook their heads as they looked at Duanling Tian. They thought he had gone insane. Crazy. Duanling Tian must be crazy. We shouldn't offend the eminent celestials in the Dao Martial Saint Land, but we definitely can't offend the bodiless celestials who are even stronger than eminent celestials. Duanling Tian is seeking death by acting in this manner. To call the old ancestor an idiot, I wonder where his confidence came from. If the old ancestor calls his companion over, even his follower, who's also a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, won't be a match for them at all. Meanwhile, Li Bing stared at Duanling Tian coldly. How dare you call me an idiot? An energy surged out of his body immediately and turned into a streak of flame that shot up into the skies, causing the void to ripple and distort. Many small void cracks appeared around him like tiny snakes, shocking everyone who saw it. Duanling Tian did not respond to Li Bing's words. He only said nonchalantly, "I'll give you a chance. Swear on the lightning penalty oath that you won't return to the fire worship sect and that you'd no longer interfere in the sect's matters. After that, get out of my sight and leave the sect at your fastest speed." Duanling Tian's words caused everyone to fall silent. Everyone thought they were having auditory hallucinations. When Li Bing heard Duanling Tian's words, he was so shocked that he thought he had misheard Duanling Tian. The sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect, who was merely an eminent celestial, actually demanded that he swear on the lightning penalty oath? When the elders and disciples of the fire worship sect recovered from their shock, they began to discuss among themselves. Did I hear wrongly again? Did Duanling Tian really ask the old ancestor to swear on the lightning penalty oath and leave the sect? I thought I heard wrongly as well, but both of us didn't hear wrongly. He really said that. Heavens! Can someone please tell me where Duanling Tian got his confidence from to actually say something like this? The guardians of the fire worship sect were naturally curious. Similar to the elders and disciples of the sect, they also wondered where Duanling Tian's confidence came from. Didn't Guardian Ling Tian hear that the old ancestor's companion is also a four-tribulation bodiless celestial and might come to the sect? He's only an eminent celestial. Although his follower is also a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, I don't think he'll be able to deal with two four-tribulation bodiless celestials if they join forces. Where did his confidence come from? The Guardians of Fire Worship sect knew Duanling Tian for a long time now, and they remembered all his feats. Whenever he acted, he would not suffer any losses. No one would think he had a chance, but he would end up shocking everyone at the end. Therefore, they did not think Duanling Tian was acting impudently just because of his ego and pride. They were certain he had something up his sleeve, although they did not know what it was. All of them were extremely curious and could not help speculating among themselves. Is it possible that Guardian Ling Tian has another follower who's also a four-tribulation bodiless celestial servant? Or maybe he has some tricks up his sleeve due to his position as the sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect? Zifeng, who had turned to look at Duanling Tian, suddenly discovered something odd. Ha! He quickly transmitted his voice to Qinghua. Guardian Qinghua, Ru Yan doesn't seem surprised by Duanling Tian's words to the old ancestor. Based on how relaxed she looks, it seems like she's fully confident Guardian Ling Tian is able to deal with the old ancestor. You should ask her why Duanling Tian is so confident. Qinghua instinctively turned to look at Gan Ruyen, his direct disciple and the new sect leader of Fire Worship Sect. Indeed, she looked very calm, as though she was not worried at all. He instantly transmitted his voice to her. Ruyen, why is Guardian Ling Tian so confident? He even dares to speak to the old ancestor in such a careless manner. Gan Ruyen was slightly startled when she heard her master's words. When she regained her senses, she quickly replied to him through voice transmission, "Master, let alone this old ancestor, even if there are two four-tribulation bodiless celestials, they still won't be a match for him. He's confident because of his strength. Why do you think Shen Yi-Ru, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, would willingly acknowledge him as his master? Chun Yi-Ru's far weaker compared to him. She did not hide anything from her master and told him the truth." Qinghua gasped in astonishment when he heard Gan Ruyan's words. What? Even if the two old ancestors from Fire Worship Sect joined forces, they still would not be a match for Duanling Tian. Also, Chun Yi-Ru acknowledged Duanling Tian as his master because he was much weaker than Duanling Tian? Isn't he just an eminent celestial? Xinghua quickly transmitted his voice to Gan Ruyen again. He's just an eminent celestial. I'm very certain he's not a bodiless celestial. Let alone 1/4 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he be even stronger than 2/4 tribulation bodiless celestials? Master, it's true that he's an eminent celestial, but he's different from ordinary eminent celestials in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Gan Ruyen replied through voice transmission. In short, there's no need for us to worry. He can easily deal with 2/4 tribulation bodiless celestials. Xinghua would not believe these absurd words if it was spoken by other people, even if he was beaten to death. However, he believed his direct disciple would not lie to him. After a while, he relayed Gan Ruyen's words to Zifeng through voice transmission. What? Ruyen said that even if 2/4 tribulation bodiless celestials join forces, they still wouldn't be a match for Guardian Ling Tian? How's that possible? Zifeng was naturally in shock when he heard this. Soon after, he relayed this information to Hong Yun and Lang Yin as well, causing both of them to be equally as shocked. Meanwhile, Li Bing, who had regained his senses, was trembling in anger. He said incredulously, "You're giving me a chance to swear on the lightning penalty oath that I won't return to the fire worship sect and won't interfere with the sect's matter from now on? Moreover, you want me to get out of your sight." He seemed as though he was about to attack as he bellowed, "Duan Ling Tian, you're seeking death." Just as Li Bing was about to attack, Zifeng suddenly cried out with a grave expression on his face, "Old ancestor!" Li Bing came to a halt when he heard Zifeng calling out to him. He dispelled his force and turned to glare at Zifeng. A hint of doubt could be seen in the rage that was swimming in his eyes. When Li Bing had just arrived, he learned that Zifeng was the leader of the Guardians of Fire Worship Sect. Since he was also the head of the Guardians of Fire Worship Sect 4,000 years ago, he was somewhat partial toward Zifeng. If someone else had called out to him at this moment, he would not have paid them any attention. When Zifeng saw Li Bing looking at him, he quickly sent Li Bing a voice transmission. "Old ancestor, Guardian Xinghua's direct disciple, Gan Ruyen, said that even if you join forces with another 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, you still won't be a match for Duan Ling Tian." Initially, Li Bing thought Zifeng had something important to tell him, but he ended up laughing when he heard Zifeng's words. After a while, he looked at Zifeng and said loudly without using voice transmission, "You're saying even if I join forces with another 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, we still won't be a match for Duan Ling Tian?" Li Bing's words caused the onlookers to break out in a commotion again. It seems like Guardian Zifeng sent a voice transmission to warn the old ancestor that he wouldn't be a match for Guardian Ling Tian, even if another 4 tribulation bodiless celestial came to help him. You're right. Did Guardian Zifeng go crazy as well? The elders and disciples of Fire Worship Sect were bewildered when they looked at Zifeng. They could not figure out why he would say something so absurd to their old ancestor who was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Ling Tian is merely an eminent celestial. Even if his follower is a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, they still can't stand up to the 2 old ancestors who are 4 tribulation bodiless celestials. You're right. Do you think Guardian Zifeng is trying to protect Duan Ling Tian by sending that voice transmission to the old ancestor? Zifeng spluttered. He did not expect Li Bing would reveal his voice transmission to everyone. Apart from that, he did not expect that most people would think he was trying to protect Duan Ling Tian. Shut up! Li Bing barked, interrupting Zifeng. You won't be able to protect Duan Ling Tian. He'll have to die today. I'll deal with you after I kill him. Not only did he not believe Zifeng's words, but he even threatened Zifeng. The other 3 Guardians of Fire Worship Sect could not help but smile bitterly when they saw this. Although they had expected Li Bing's reaction, they still felt helpless. They knew if they were in Li Bing's shoes, they would not believe these words as well. The reason they had so readily believed this was due to their trust in each other, and they knew Gan Ruyen was not the kind of person to make things up. Duan Ling Tian found it quite funny when Li Bing rejected Zifeng's good intention. Then, he turned to look at Li Bing coldly and said, Li Bing, it seems like you have no intention of swearing on the lightning penalty oath. Li Bing's energy surged from his body. A wave of terrifying energy rolled out his body as he sneered. Who are you to demand me to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Well, Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Duan Tian narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, since you don't appreciate this chance, you can stay in the sect forever. Based on his words, it was clear that he was going to make Li Bing stay in the sect forever by killing him. Stop bragging. Li Bing was enraged by Duan Tian and lunged toward him like a beast. Duan Tian stomped his feet. He looked fearless as he said, you'll know soon enough if I'm merely bragging or not. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Li Bing made a move, Duan Tian vanished into thin air, leaving only Chen Yiru behind. How fast? Duan Tian's speed, naturally, surprised the four guardians of the fire worship sect. Zifeng, who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in particular, was confused. I should be able to catch the movement of an eminent celestial. At this moment, he was 101% certain that Ganru Yen was not lying. However, even then, what could he do? The old ancestor did not believe him at all. How's this possible? The moment when Li Bing lunged forward, he discovered Duan Tian moving to him fearlessly. Initially, he had sneered when he saw this. However, only a shocked expression remained on his face when he saw Duan Tian's speed that was comparable to his. This? How's this the speed of an eminent celestial? This is clearly the speak of a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Li Bing began to panic. He's obviously an eminent celestial. I don't feel the aura of a bodiless celestial from him. How can an eminent celestial be so fast? Bang! A loud sound resonated in the air as Li Bing slammed both his palms down on the void. It did not take long before tiny void cracks began to appear. He took this chance to fly higher up in the sky, avoiding Duan Tian who was charging at him. Duan Tian's expression remained calm, as he lifted his hand and his celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin formed a sword ray that eventually turned into a 3-foot-long sword in his hand. All these had happened in just a blink of an eye. Duan Tian and Li Bing were moving in different directions when Duan Tian said, in a low voice, sword-wielding art. In just an instant, the 3-foot-long sword flew out as fast as lightning, looking like a shooting star that shot across the sky. Swoosh! The sounds of a sword's cry rang in the air as the sword ray flashed in Li Bing's eyes. How fast? This thought appeared in Li Bing's mind when he felt an intense pain in his right shoulder. He instinctively turned to look and found his right arm had been cleanly severed. He did not even see how the sword had severed his arm. When Duan Tian finally stopped moving and reappeared before everyone's eyes, many long void cracks could be seen around him. It was clear that these long void cracks were caused by Duan Tian's sword. They also saw Li Bing's arm had been cleanly severed when he appeared. How's this possible? Did Guardian Ling Tian just sever the old ancestor's arm? However, it did not take long before some sort of energy surged out of Li Bing's wound. Everyone watched as Li Bing regenerated an arm that looked no different from the arm that had been severed by Duan Tian. Bodiless celestials were different from humans after all. Their bodies were made from energy. As long as they were not killed, most of the time they would be able to regenerate their bodies. Li Bing's expression turned to one of shock and disbelief when he looked at Duan Tian. F5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? Your attack is comparable to the strength of 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials. He was bewildered. How was it possible for an eminent celestial to possess the strength of a 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial? Before Duan Tian could reply, Chen Yiru, who was standing in the distance, scoffed loudly. Li Bing, I'm afraid you're unaware that my master is Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's successor. He has already obtained Senior Feng Qingyang's legacy. Feng Qingyang. Li Bing's expression darkened immediately. How could I have forgotten that? During his time, Feng Qingyang could kill 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials even though he was only an eminent celestial. Fear began to flood Li Bing's heart when he thought about this. At this moment, all the contempt and arrogance could no longer be seen in Li Bing's eyes as he looked at Duan Tian. Duan Tian was the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute and the sect leader of 7 Absolutes sect. This meant he had inherited the techniques from Feng Qingyang. Perhaps he might not be able to compare to Feng Qingyang, who had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, but his earlier attack that left narrow and long void cracks was still comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Although these void cracks were closing up at a speed that was visible to naked eyes, it would still take 15 minutes for it to completely close. An eminent celestial whose attack is comparable to that of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Li Bing's eyes widened in fear as his heart pounded loudly in his chest. Duanling Tian looked at Li Bing indifferently and said, "You're quite lucky. I'm surprised that the attack didn't kill you. However, I'm afraid you won't be as lucky next." He was calm and his gaze was dismissive as though nothing in the world was worth his notice. When Duanling Tian had attacked earlier, he had casually attacked in the general direction of Li Bing, who had flown higher up into the sky. He did not use his divine consciousness to lock on to his target. If he did, Li Bing would not have been able to dodge that attack or survive. Swoosh! As though it was sentient, after Duanling Tian finished speaking, the 3-foot-long sword that had flown out and severed Li Bing's arm turned around and returned to Duanling Tian's hand. The 3-foot-long sword was formed by Duanling Tian's celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin. When it attacked earlier, it had consumed some of the energy, causing it to lose some of its shine. Now that it had returned to the Duanling Tian's hand and absorbed the energy that was surging out of his body, it regained its shine again. Duanling Tian, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. Li Bing's face was ashen as he stared at Duanling Tian, who held the sword and was staring at him coldly. Li Bing's voice that was laden with fear snapped the onlookers back to their senses. They gulped when they recalled Duanling Tian severing Li Bing's arm with just a move. Moreover, based on Li Bing's words, Duanling Tian's attack was comparable to that of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Is this a joke? Although Duanling Tian's an eminent celestial, his attack is comparable to that of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. That's impossible, right? Eminent celestials are as strong as 2nd-tribulation bodiless celestials, right? And 3 tribulation bodiless celestials are stronger than eminent celestials. To think his attack is comparable to 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. How unbelievable! Many of the elders and disciples from the fire worship sect were dumbfounded. They could not comprehend how Duanling Tian's attack was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was only an eminent celestial. Even the 4 guardians of fire worship sect were stunned, even though Gan Ruyen had already told them that Duanling Tian was stronger than Li Bing. After all, seeing was different from just hearing about it. Although he's an eminent celestial, his attack is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Kuer in the distance, looked at Duanling Tian with amazement in her eyes. Big brother Duan. He hasn't even entered the Sword Saint's secret zone that ancestor Feng Qingyang left behind. But his attacks are so formidable even though he's only an eminent celestial. As the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, the 5th absolute of the 7 absolutes sect, Feng Tianwu naturally knew that Feng Qingyang had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was just an eminent celestial. She would not be surprised that Duanling Tian was as strong as Feng Qingyang if she didn't know that Duanling Tian had yet to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. Feng Tianwu continued to mull over this matter. Is it possible that Brother Duan has already entered the Sword Saint's secret zone? No, that's impossible. One of the keys to enter the Saint Sword's secret zone is still with Senior Uncle Prophet. Senior Uncle Prophet said that the successors of the 6 absolutes can also enter the Sword Saint's secret zone to look for opportunities to improve ourselves. Senior Uncle Prophet would definitely notify us if Big Brother Duan decided to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. After a while, she concluded that Duanling Tian had yet to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. Senior Uncle Prophet used to say that even without entering the Sword Saint's secret zone, when Big Brother Duan becomes an eminent celestial and comprehends the basic inheritance, the sovereign sword heart that was left by ancestor Feng Qingyang, his strength would be comparable to a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, Big Brother Duan is so much stronger than that. Could he have had some fortuitous encounter? Senior Uncle Prophet really underestimated Big Brother Duan. Duanling Tian would have been extremely shocked if he could read Feng Tianwu's mind. As it turned out, The sovereign heart sword of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method that he obtained was only a basic inheritance that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind. The second part of the inheritance that Feng Qingyang left behind was in a place called the Sword Saint Secret Zone. Most importantly, after he entered and came out from the Sword Saint Secret Zone, his strength would improve to the point where he could also kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials even though he was only an eminent celestial. When Duanling Tian heard Li Bing's words, he laughed before he sneered at Li Bing. "I can't kill you? Why can't I kill you? Because you're one of the old ancestors of fire worship sect? Have you forgotten that I'm not a member of the sect? It means nothing to me that you're an old ancestor of the sect. I'm a member of the Dragon Clan. I have the support of the powerhouses from the Dragon Clan. You can't afford to offend any of them." Li Bing seemed as though he had been given a life buoy when he spoke about the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan? Duanling Tian laughed again when he heard Li Bing's words. How unexpected for an ancestor of the fire worship sect to identify as a member of the Dragon Clan at the moment between life and death. So what you're saying is that you betrayed the fire worship sect and joined the Dragon Clan? As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, everyone from the fire worship sect shifted their attention to Li Bing. Hints of confusion and incredulity could be seen in their eyes at this moment. None of them expected the old ancestor would say he was a member of the Dragon Clan. Was he not the old ancestor of fire worship sect? When and how did he become a member of the Dragon Clan? Duanling Tian. Li Bing's expression darkened when he saw the members of fire worship sect staring at him intently. You're the current sect leader of 7 Absolute sect, so you should know what I mean. Why are you feigning innocence? Feigning innocence? Duanling Tian laughed. Sorry, I don't understand what you mean. Why don't you explain to us why you said you're a member of the Dragon Clan and why you think the Dragon Clan would protect you? You! Li Bing was so infuriated that he almost threw up a mouthful of blood. How could he explain anything? If he explained himself, he would have to reveal the secret of the Dragon and Phoenix clans being the puppet masters behind the 3 great sections. If he revealed that, the Dragon Clan would definitely punish him with the soul refinement penalty to torture him for 81 days before killing him. This was the punishment meted out to those who revealed this secret. Duanling Tian's eyes turned cold when he saw Li Bing keeping quiet. Since you have nothing to say, I'll send you off now. He extended his divine consciousness to lock on to Li Bing. No! When Li Bing discovered Duanling Tian had used his divine consciousness to lock onto him, he was furious and scared. He knew what this meant. Swoosh! The sound of a sword cry rang in the air as the sword ray flashed past Li Bing's eyes. In just a blink of an eye, Li Bing seemed to have lost consciousness. He did not even have time to react. The members of the fire worship sect, including the Guardians, were shocked. Is the old ancestor dead? It's... When Feng Tianwu saw this, she was stunned as well. To be able to kill so swiftly and cleanly, I'm afraid Big Brother Duan is much stronger than ordinary 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duanling Tian, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of 7 Absolute sect, had killed a powerhouse who was the guardian of the fire worship sect 4,000 years ago. The powerhouse was Li Bing, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Not only did it cause a commotion in the western region when word of it spread out, but it caused a commotion in the entire Dao Martial Saint land. The fire worship sect's bodiless celestial has been revealed to the world. The bodiless celestial from the fire worship sect was a guardian in the sect 4,000 years ago. His name was Li Bing and he was ranked 3rd on the Supreme Saint ranking at that time. About 4,000 years ago, he failed the celestial ascension tribulation and became a bodiless celestial. Since he has successfully passed the bodiless celestial tribulations in the last 4,000 years, this means he's a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. 3 tribulation bodiless celestials are much stronger than eminent celestials. To think 4 tribulation bodiless celestials are much stronger than 3 tribulation bodiless celestials. The people from the fire worship sect, the western region, and the Dao Martial Saint land were shocked by the appearance of a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial in the fire worship sect. However, this was not the most shocking thing that they had heard. Duanling Tian, the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of Seven Absolutes sect, killed Li Bing, the Four Tribulation bodiless celestial in the Fire Worship sect's estate. This caused a great uproar in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Isn't Duanling Tian an eminent celestial? How's it possible for an eminent celestial who's weaker than a 3 Tribulation bodiless celestial to kill a 4 Tribulation bodiless celestial? According to the information about bodiless celestials that was spread in the upper province, eminent celestials are weaker than 3 Tribulation bodiless celestials. How did he manage to kill a 4 Tribulation bodiless celestial? This must be a joke. It did not take long before another piece of information was spread in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, causing a sensation. However, no one knew who had spread word of this. During his time, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had killed an 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he was only an eminent celestial. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang killed an 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial when he was only an eminent celestial? He was actually so powerful. If it's true, then it's not surprising that Duanling Tian managed to kill a 4 Tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, Duanling Tian and Sword Saint Feng Qingyang are the successors of the Fog Rain progeny. Moreover, it's said that Duanling Tian is also the successor of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. People no longer doubted Duanling Tian's strength when they learned that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had killed an 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial even though he was just an eminent celestial. However, this did not mean that they were no longer shocked. Duanling Tian, the current sect leader of 7 Absolute sect, is strong enough to kill a 4 Tribulation bodiless celestial. Is there anyone who's a match for him in the 3 great sects? Yes. Since no one's stronger than him in the 3 great sects, this means he can eradicate all 3 sects if he so wishes, right? The new sect leader of Fire Worship sect is his sister-in-law. I don't think he'll destroy the Fire Worship sect. However, what about the Black Cetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect? Does Duanling Tian have any enemies in the 2 sects? While everyone was in an uproar over this matter in the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect were in shock as well. In the Black Kshetra sect, Duanling Tian is strong enough to kill a 4 Tribulation bodiless celestial? The expression of Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, darkened and his eyes were filled with incredulity and amazement. He has grown so strong in just a few years. He still remembered when he brought people from the Black Kshetra sect to seek revenge from Duanling Tian. At that time, Duanling Tian still had to rely on Tang Xian, the former sect leader of Fire Worship sect. Although he was strong at that time, he was only slightly stronger than Hao Shuang, who was the strongest person under the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After only a few years, Duanling Tian did not only grow strong enough to kill Tang Xian, the former sect leader of Fire Worship sect, but he even killed Li Bing, a 4 Tribulation bodiless celestial from Fire Worship sect. Lang Qianjin's expression turned grimmer as he continued thinking to himself. He managed to kill a 4 Tribulation bodiless celestial of the Fire Worship sect. We don't even have any bodiless celestials in our Black Kshetra sect. After a while, his thoughts changed and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. I've never heard of the Fire Worship sect having bodiless celestials. I wonder, where did Li Bing come from? Lang Qianjin was not the only one who was worried in the Black Kshetra sect. When the others heard the news, they began to panic and wonder if they should pack up and seek refuge elsewhere. After all, if Duanling Tian decided to destroy the Black Kshetra sect, there was no way they could stop him at all. Nobody would be able to escape unscathed. In the Heaven Divination sect, pass my order down. Recall all the members who are searching for the members of 7 Absolute sect. From today onward, don't provoke the 7 Absolute sect if possible. Mo Xian, the great oracle of Heaven Divination sect, ordered. When he heard the news from the western region about Duanling Tian killing a 4 Tribulation bodiless celestial, he quickly prohibited the members of Heaven Divination sect from provoking the people from 7 Absolute sect. When the low-ranking members of the Heaven Divination sect heard Mo Xian's order, they were not surprised and only sighed in relief. However, the sect was shrouded in a subdued air. Rumor has it that every time the 7 Absolute sect appears in the world, it signifies the coming of a new era. Previously, the Seven Absolutes sect rose to unprecedented prominence due to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. I wonder if Duan Ling Tian will walk in his footsteps as well. Duan Ling Tian is too strong. He's only an eminent celestial, but he managed to kill a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. I wonder what his true strength is like. Is it comparable to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang during that year? Swoosh! After Mo Xian, the great oracle of the Heaven Divination sect, passed down his order, he flew out of the Heaven Divination sect's estate immediately and made his way to the Black Kshetra sect. He could not help but worry. Although he had prohibited his people from provoking the Seven Absolutes sect, no one knew if Duan Ling Tian would lead the people of Seven Absolutes sect to destroy the Heaven Divination sect. For this reason, he decided to head to Black Kshetra sect to discuss countermeasures against the Seven Absolutes sect with Lang Qianjin. Somewhere in a remote mountain in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. After just a few years, Duan Ling Tian has grown so strong? Before being defeated by Duan Ling Tian, Hao Shuang was widely acknowledged as the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Just a few days ago, Hao Shuang had just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had intended to seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian, but after he heard that Duan Ling Tian had killed Tang Xian and Li Bing, the former sect leader and guardian from the fire worship sect respectively, he instantly changed his mind. What a joke! Not to mention breaking through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if he had passed the Celestial Ascension tribulation and became an eminent celestial, it would still be impossible for him to defeat Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was not just an eminent celestial, he was an eminent celestial who was capable of killing a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. From today onward, I'll kill all thoughts of opposing Duan Ling Tian. Hao Shuang was resolute in his promise not to provoke Duan Ling Tian. In fact, Hao Shuang was not the only one who had given up on revenge. Many people from various parts of the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land, who had enmity with Duan Ling Tian, also gave up on the idea of seeking revenge from him. These people knew they were destined not to be a match for Duan Ling Tian in this life. If they insisted on seeking revenge from him, they would only die. Monster! What a monster! Gu Li exclaimed to himself. Isn't junior brother Ling Tian's strength too outrageous? He hasn't even entered the Sword Saint secret zone. Before this, I thought that after he enters the Sword Saint secret zone, even if he can't kill an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial like Ancestor Feng Qingyang, he would still be able to kill a 6 or 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, based on what happened, if he were to enter the Sword Saint secret zone now, his strength would probably be comparable to Ancestor Feng Qingyang when he comes out. Gu Li, the successor of the Kratos progeny, the 3rd absolute of the 7 absolute sect, was amazed when he heard about Duan Ling Tian's latest feat. Although he was previously unaware that Duan Ling Tian was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, he had known that the strength of the successor of the Fog Rain progeny would increase exponentially after he had entered the Sword Saint secret zone. Since Duan Ling Tian was capable of killing a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial before he even entered the Sword Saint secret zone, it was not difficult for him to imagine that Duan Ling Tian's strength would be on par with Sword Saint Feng Qingyang after he entered and came out from the Sword Saint secret zone. Meanwhile, all the other successors of the 7 absolutes who were located in different places were similarly shocked when they heard the news from the western region. Their thoughts were quite similar to Gu Li's thoughts as well. All of them felt that Duan Ling Tian's strength would be able to compare to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang during the year. When the news about Duan Ling Tian killing Li Bing finally spread to all nooks and crannies in the upper province, a month had passed since he had killed Li Bing. Based on this, one could see how fast the news had spread. Many powerhouses at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage or above had helped the news as well. That was how the news had spread so quickly in just 1 month. In the Dragon Clan, Lord Di Chun, the matter has been clearly investigated. In a beautiful valley with singing birds and fragrant flowers, there was an arbor at the hillside. A man was seen respectfully reporting to a handsome young man in the arbor. Speak. In the pavilion, a handsome young man looked at the man standing outside the pavilion indifferently as he put away the guzheng that was floating in front of him. Yes, the man replied deferentially. Li Bing had returned to the fire worship sect even though it has nothing to do with the mission Lord Di Chun has sent him on. He had gone back to the sect to remove the new sect leader. He was very unhappy that the new sect leader has made a rule to prohibit members from the sect from antagonizing the Seven Absolutes sect. Everything he did subsequently also had nothing to do with Lord Dichen's mission. He fought with the successor of the Fog Rain progeny because he wanted to seek revenge for the former sect leader and show off to the bodiless celestials from the Black Kshetra sect and Heaven Divination sect. He paused for a moment before he finally concluded his report. To sum it up, Li Bing deserved an end worse than death. The handsome young man was Dichen who had sent Li Bing out on a mission. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Indeed, he deserved an end worse than death." His voice was so cold that it made the man standing outside the pavilion feel as though winter had arrived. Dichen's eyes flashed coldly as he said, "However, even if he deserved an end worse than death, he was my man. We need to find out more about the person who killed Li Bing to avoid trouble in the future. Moreover, since he killed my man, I naturally have to obtain an explanation from him." As soon as Dichen finished speaking, he disappeared from the pavilion and appeared above the valley. He said to the man outside of the pavilion, "Follow me to the fire worship sect." The man who was outside the pavilion was not a bodiless celestial from the fire worship sect, the Black Kshetra sect, or the Heaven Divination sect. Similar to Dichen, he was from the Dragon Clan. Currently, he had taken on the form of a middle-aged man. "Yes, Lord Dichen." The middle-aged man instantly rose up into the sky and followed Dichen. As he stared at Dichen's back, a frown appeared on his face. After a while, a hint of hesitance could be heard in his voice as he said in an attempt to dissuade Dichen, "Our Dragon Clan has an agreement with Sword Saint Feng Qingyang in the past. As long as the Seven Absolutes sect doesn't destroy the three great sects, we won't intervene with any of their disputes. Duan Tian, the sect leader of Seven Absolutes sect, killing Li Bing can be considered as just a dispute between Seven Absolutes sect and the Fire Worship sect. I'm afraid it's inappropriate for you to act, Lord Dichen. If the Supreme Elder or Lord Patriarch find out about this, I'm afraid they won't allow you to act as well." However, Dichen scoffed coldly. He said arrogantly, "If you don't tell them about it, how will they know? Moreover, I'm only going to look for the sect leader of Seven Absolutes sect for an explanation. If he sincerely kneels on the ground and apologizes, I'll punish him lightly at the most." When the middle-aged man heard Dichen's words, he laughed helplessly. Kneel and apologize? That person was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of Seven Absolutes sect. Moreover, he was also Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's direct successor. Such a person might not even kneel if the patriarch of the Dragon Clan was there. "Lord Dichen," the middle-aged man said. He still intended to try and dissuade Dichen. However, Dichen did not give the middle-aged man a chance to finish his words. He barked, "Shut up. Come with me to the Fire Worship sect. If I find out that you tell anyone about this matter, I won't spare you." After he finished speaking, he waved his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous sounds rang in the air as Dichen waved his hand. A majestic and terrifying force shot out of his hand and brought the middle-aged man along with him as he flew at an incredibly fast speed. In just a blink of an eye, they had left the valley, the Dragon Clan, and the 100,000 towering mountains. From afar, they looked like a shooting star falling across the sky from the eastern region to the western region. Meanwhile, Duan Tian was unaware of what was happening. After he killed Li Bing, the Four Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, a month ago, he had bid Gan Ruyen, the sect leader of Fire Worship sect, goodbye and left the sect with Kur, Duan Xiling, and Feng Tianwu. They all decided to go to the northern region where the Seven Absolutes sect's temporary estate was located. Naturally, Chen Yiru, the Four Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, tagged along as well. Since Chen Yiru's two servants had already acknowledged Gan Ruyen as their master, both of them, naturally, stayed at the Fire Worship sect to assist her. The western region snowed throughout the year. A palace was built in a valley on one of the snow mountains. Duan Tian had arrived at the Seven Absolute sect for a month now. When they arrived, Feng Tianwu had introduced him to the former successor of the prophet progeny, the old prophet. However, he had yet to meet the former successor of the Red Dust progeny, who was also Han Xuanai's master since she was not around. However, when Duanling Tian had arrived at the Seven Absolutes sect's temporary estate, the old prophet had contacted the former successor of the Red Dust progeny, Han Xuanai's master, and asked for her return. This was so she could use her power to call for the return of the other successors of the Seven Absolutes. The day where all the successors of the Seven Absolutes would gather was nigh. During this month, Duanling Tian had learned many things from the old prophet. Among them was the matter where the old prophet sent Yu Wuing, the current successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, to the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to help his father. Moreover, he also learned that Nangong twins, the current successors of the Didymus progeny, the Sixth Absolutes, were personally chosen by the old prophet because of their connection to Duanling Tian. In Gu Li and Feng Tianwu's case, it was a coincidence. The old prophet also revealed that he had nothing to do with Han Xuanai being the successor of the Red Dust progeny, since she was handpicked by her master, the former successor of the Red Dust progeny. At this moment, two men were sitting in front of a square table in a pavilion near the palace. One of the men was Duanling Tian, and the other man was the former successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, the old prophet. Junior Uncle Prophet, is there something on your mind? Duanling Tian asked with a hint of curiosity. He truly respected the old prophet, a senior in the Seven Absolutes sect. He did not look down on the old prophet even though he was much stronger than him or because he was the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. You've been here for a month now. Did you get enough rest? The old prophet asked gently. Duanling Tian nodded. The old prophet did not beat around the bush and stated his intention directly. I plan to talk to you about the Sword Saint's secret zone that Senior Feng Qingyang left behind. He saw Duanling Tian's eyes widened as he continued to say, I'm sure that girl, Tianwu, has already told you about the Sword Saint's secret zone. However, she doesn't know much about it. Today, I'll tell you about the Sword Saint's secret zone. Duanling Tian nodded. He looked at the old prophet intently as though he was afraid he would miss even a single word from the old prophet. Indeed, Feng Tianwu had told him about the Sword Saint's secret zone when they left the fire worship sect. She only told him that the Sovereign Heart Sword was not the only thing that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang left behind. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had also left the second part of his inheritance in the Saint Sword secret zone. However, whether he would be able to successfully obtain the second part of his inheritance would depend on his luck. Feng Tianwu also revealed what the old prophet had told her. She had said that if Duanling Tian entered the Sword Saint's secret zone and successfully obtained the inheritance, he would become a lot stronger. Even if his strength was not at Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's level, the gap would not be too wide. Duanling Tian was, naturally, filled with anticipation and curiosity when he heard this. However, when he arrived at the Seven Absolutes sect's temporary estate in the northern region, the old prophet did not bring up the topic of the Sword Saint's secret zone. As a matter of fact, he had already planned to ask about the Sword Saint's secret zone in these few days. Who knew the old prophet would take the initiative to speak about it today? The old prophet did not waste time and began to reveal what he knew about the Sword Saint's secret zone to Duanling Tian. The Sword Saint's secret zone. When he spoke about the Sword Saint's secret zone, his tone was reverent. Meanwhile, in the western region, the fire worship sect's estate. The fire worship sect was in chaos at this moment. A handsome young man who had traveled a long way stared at Gan Ruyen, the sect leader of fire worship sect, and the high-ranking officials flanking her as he said coldly, I'll wait for Duanling Tian for 10 days. After 10 days, if he doesn't show up, I'll certainly kill you. It seemed as though he did not care that the person before him was a beautiful woman at all, causing him to look even more merciless. As soon as he finished speaking, he arrogantly brought the middle-aged man who followed him here into Gan Ruyan's cultivation place. He made the place his resting place as though it was normal. Gan Ruyan and the others did not even dare to make a sound of protest. After all, one of Gan Ruyan's followers, the skinny middle-aged man who was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, had been killed by the young man's servant with just a palm strike. Who's that young man? Even his servant is so powerful. Lang Yin had a grave expression on his face. You're right. He managed to kill the powerhouse by sect leader's side, who's at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with just a casual wave of his hand. Hong Yun nodded in agreement. A wave of helplessness rose in her heart when she recalled the scene from earlier. At this moment, the burly middle-aged man standing behind Gan Ruyen, who was also the skinny middle-aged man's companion, said, "He's probably a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial at least." Since the burly middle-aged man was the strongest person in the fire worship sect, even Zifeng was weaker than him, nobody doubted his words. Heavens! A T3-tribulation bodiless celestial. A 3-tribulation bodiless celestial at least. This means he could be stronger. He could be a 4 or 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Who's that young man? Even his servant is a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. The eyes of the high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect were filled with terror as they discussed among themselves. I've always thought eminent celestials are the strongest existence in the Tao Martial Saint land. However, it seems like eminent celestials are nothing compared to bodiless celestials. Eminent celestials are like the glow from a firefly, while bodiless celestials are like the light from the moon. I didn't expect that those who failed the heavenly tribulation are even stronger than eminent celestials. At this moment, all the 4 guardians were looking at Gan Ruyen. Qinghua said, "Ruyen, inform him about this." "Maybe later." Gan Ruyen shook her head. "Since we have 10 days, let me think about it first." "What's there to think about? Your life is at stake," Qinghua exhorted. "What if he isn't as strong as them?" Gan Ruyen looked at Qinghua with a bitter smile on her beautiful face that held a tense expression. If Duanling Tian was no match for them and she asked for his return, would she not bring harm to him then? Put aside the fact that she liked him, even if she did not, she could not ask for his return just to save herself. He was her sister's husband and the father of her niece after all. "Ruyen." Qinghua opened his mouth to speak. Gan Ruyen interrupted him and said, "It's fine, master. I'll think about it." This was the first time Gan Ruyen had interrupted Qinghua when he was about to speak ever since she became his direct disciple. As soon as she finished speaking, she did not wait for his response and flew into his cultivation place. Since her cultivation place was currently occupied by the 2 mysterious powerhouses, she did not want to enter without their permission. Who knew if they would take offense to it? They might not kill her within these 10 days, but she did not want them to kill the other members of the fire worship sect just to vent their anger. She was the sect leader of fire worship sect. She would not sit and watch as the members of the sect died. Qinghua sighed. He was not angry at Gan Ruyen since he knew her very well. This lass is too soft-hearted. Lord Guardian. At this moment, one of the vice sect leaders of the fire worship sect looked at Qinghua and solemnly said, "If Lord Sect Leader refuses to inform Lord Duanling Tian about this, those 2 will surely kill her after 10 days. At that time, they might even vent their anger on our fire worship sect." His words echoed the thoughts of many high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect. For a moment, everyone's eyes were trained on Qinghua as they waited for his response. "What? Are all of you worried Lord Sect Leader will bring harm to the sect?" Qinghua, who was already frustrated to begin with, became angry when he heard the vice sect leader's words. As soon as the burly middle-aged man who followed Gan Ruyen heard the exchange, he instantly turned around and glared at the vice sect leader of the fire worship sect. When Zifeng saw the burly middle-aged man turned around, he instinctively cried out, "Please have mercy." Bang! The sound of an explosion rang in the air as the burly middle-aged man slapped his palm in the air. An energy shot out from his palm and killed the vice sect leader of fire worship sect in just a blink of an eye before anyone could react. This scene was almost identical to the scene earlier where the mysterious young man's servant killed the burly middle-aged man's companion with a palm strike as well. Both of them had killed effortlessly. Under everyone's fearful eyes, the burly middle-aged man said before he entered Qinghua's cultivation place, "Whoever dares to disrespect my master will end up like him." The crowd only regained their senses after the burly middle-aged man's figure disappeared from their sight. Qinghua only smiled helplessly when he saw this. It was obviously satisfying to see the burly middle-aged man kill the vice sect leader for disrespecting his disciple. However, as a guardian of fire worship sect, he felt a small pinch of regret when he thought about how the fire worship sect had lost a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Nevertheless, he knew he had no control over the burly middle-aged man's actions. After all, the burly middle-aged man only followed one person, and that was his direct disciple, Gan Ruyen. As for the three other guardians from the fire worship sect, they only looked at each other before they shook their heads and sighed. Meanwhile, the other high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect were completely silent. None of them dared to speak at all. "Disperse," Zifeng said solemnly. As soon as Zifeng finished speaking, all the high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect sighed in relief and left immediately. Even if they felt dissatisfied, they did not dare to express it after seeing what happened. After everyone left, Zifeng turned to Qinghua and said solemnly, "Guardian Qinghua." His words sounded disrespectful, but you know it has merits. "You." Qinghua knew what Zifeng was going to say, so he quickly interjected, "Guardian Ling Tian gave me a communication jade token before he left. It seems like he knew Ruyen wouldn't ask for help even if she encounters trouble. That's why he left a communication jade token with me. I'm to inform him if anything arises." The eyes of the guardians brightened immediately when Qinghua took out a jade token that Duan Ling Tian had inscribed. "Guardian Ling Tian." Qinghua recounted everything that had happened with the mysterious young man and his servant as he spoke into the jade token. After he crushed the communication jade token to send the message, he sighed. "Ruyen, please don't blame me. I'm doing this for your own good." I told him that the young man's servant is a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial at least, and that he shouldn't return if he's not confident he could take them on. On one of the snow-capped peaks in the northern region, Duan Ling Tian and Kuer stood side by side in a pavilion as they admired the scenery of the snow falling. At the side, 2 ladies were having a snowball fight. "Auntie Tianwu, I got you again. Si Ling is so powerful now. Auntie Tianwu won't go easy on you next time. You better watch out. Bring it on. I'm not scared." When the 2 melodious voices rang in the air, it attracted Duan Ling Tian and Kuer's attention. "Si Ling seems to enjoy Sister Tian Wu's company." Kuer smiled. "Yes." Duan Ling Tian nodded with a faint smile. However, his smile froze when he sensed something. Whoosh! He quickly took out a jade token. As soon as he took it out, a streak of faint light shot from the southeast and merged with the jade token. "It's a message from the fire worship sect." A worried expression appeared on Kuer's face as she asked, "Brother Tian, is it from my sister?" As soon as Kuer finished speaking, he crushed the jade token in his hand and the voice of an old man rang in the air. "It's Guardian Qinghua." Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Qinghua's voice. However, it did not take long before his eyes widened in surprise. A mysterious young man whose servant is at least a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial? He knows about the fire worship sect and my connection with Gan Ruyen? If I'm not mistaken, these people must be from the Dragon Clan. The young man is probably Li Bing's master. His expression continued to darken as he thought to himself. However, Sandao said that killing Li Bing was justified so the Dragon Clan wouldn't interfere. Right? Sister. Kuer's expression turned grim when she learned about her sister's predicament. Duan Ling Tian had just returned to the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land not too long ago. The first time he was in the upper province, he still did not know about the existence of bodiless celestials. When he received the message from Qinghua, a guardian from the fire worship sect, it was not difficult for him to guess that the mysterious young man and his servant, who was probably a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial, were from the Dragon Clan. They had probably come because he had killed Li Bing. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised that the people from the Dragon Clan knew he killed Li Bing, since he noticed a mirror image talisman had been activated when he killed Li Bing. The entire scene was probably transmitted to the other person who held the corresponding mirror image talisman. The other person should be Li Bing's master. According to Sandao, the bodiless celestials from the 3 great sects are forbidden from leaving the Dragon Clan unless they were sent out on a mission by their patron. However, they were only allowed temporary leave. Li Bing was definitely sent on a mission by his patron since he was allowed to leave the clan. He came to the fire worship sect without permission. In this case, according to the agreement between Senior Feng Qinyang and the Dragon and Phoenix clans, Li Bing's death is the result of a direct conflict between the Seven Absolutes sect and the Fire Worship sect. The Dragon Clan has no reason to interfere at all. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled. Why did someone from the Dragon Clan come for him? Did the Dragon Clan forget about their agreement with Feng Qingyang? After a while, Duan Ling Tian looked at the extremely worried Kuer and said reassuringly, Kuer, don't worry. I won't allow anything to happen to your sister. I'll go look for Sandao now. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he turned to leave. However, Kuer quickly called out, Brother Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at Kuer quizzically. Brother Tian, Guardian Qinghua said, There's no need for you to return if you're not confident you can defeat them. Kuer's expression was grim when she spoke. She was naturally worried about her sister, but she was also worried about her husband. She would never trade her husband's life for her sister's life. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Duan Ling Tian smiled at Kuer reassuringly before he left to find Chen Yiru. Kuer remained rooted to the spot, feeling sad. I'm still too weak to help. This was not the first time she felt dejected about her strength. An idea took form in her mind at this moment as her eyes shone with determination. I've only tried it once, but it didn't last long. This time I'll try to make it last longer. If I can do that, my strength will definitely improve tremendously. Kuer had a secret. For fear of worrying the others, she had never spoken about it to Duan Ling Tian or Gan Ruyen. When she was still imprisoned in the Fire Worship Sect's enforcement hall, a casual thought appeared in her mind and caused her to feel as though her soul was being burned. The pain was so excruciating that she could still remember how it felt. The burning pain did not last for long, but she discovered her cultivation base had risen a few stages after that. At that moment, she knew she could rapidly increase her strength and improve her cultivation base by burning her soul. Later on, she experimented a few times and mastered the trick of burning her soul. Since it was painful, she did not attempt to try it again. However, at this moment, she mustered up all her courage and decided to burn her soul to increase her strength in a short time. This was so she would not feel so useless and helpless whenever the people she cared about were faced with danger. Kuer began to think of the times when she tried burning her soul. When I tried to burn my soul at that time, apart from the burning pain, I remembered unfamiliar scenes flashing in my mind as well. I wonder if it has anything to do with why Tang Xian thinks I'm the reincarnation of a goddess. Previously, Tang Xian, the former sect leader of Fire Worship Sect, had sworn on the lightning penalty oath that he was not lying when he said she was the reincarnation of a goddess. Although it was hard to believe, she had no choice but to believe it. Maybe the more I burn my soul, the more memories I'll regain from my past life. After Kuer discovered she was the reincarnation of a goddess, she had been curious about her past life. She wanted to know what kind of person she was and why did she reincarnate in the mundane realm? Moreover, she wanted to know what was the intention of her cousin from her past life. All these questions had plagued her and taken roots in her heart. This time, I must endure the pain for as long as I can to raise my cultivation base and recover my memories from my past life. Kuer thought to herself resolutely as she left the pavilion to return to her room so she could cultivate. No matter who I am in the past, I'm Kuer. I'm Brother Tian's wife and Si Ling's mother. Kuer thought to herself before she began to burn her soul. She kept repeating this phrase in her mind because she was afraid she would lose herself after regaining the memories from her past life. At this moment, Kuer closed her eyes and sat cross-legged on the bed. In the beginning, she looked at peace and her body was still. However, soon after, an agonized expression could be seen on her face as her body began to tremble. It did not take long before she was drenched in her own sweat. Her teeth were chattering even though she tried clenching her jaw tightly. Blood began to dribble out from a corner of her mouth at this point. Inside, Kuer felt as though she was being burned. Her consciousness threatened to leave, but she managed to hold on again and again. During this process, she began to gain more and more fragments of her memories. Through the fragmented memories, she saw a breathtaking and gorgeous woman who was always at the center of attention, no matter where she went. She was as captivating as the brightest star in the night sky. Apart from being beautiful, she was extremely powerful, capable of moving mountains and rousing the sea. With just a wave of her hand, she could change the sky's color, stop the sun from shining, and turn a 10,000-acre forest into a desolate land. Kua was naturally shocked beyond words when she saw this. Is this me in my past life? Even the most powerful existence in the mundane realm, a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial, seems inferior in comparison. The beautiful woman's strength was unlike anything she could imagine. Kua felt her consciousness begin to slip, and a thought kept repeating in her mind. Hang in there. Just a little more. I must endure this. No one will be able to threaten family if I have even a tenth of my former strength. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was unaware that Kuer's consciousness was at risk of being destroyed and she could die. Otherwise, he would have stopped her at all costs. Shin'iru, who had learned about what happened from Duanling Tian, said, Master, as far as I know, people from the Dragon Clan usually honor their words. There's no reason why they would break the agreement between the clan and Senior Feng Qingyang even if they're displeased that you killed Li Bing. However, your guess is most likely correct. The mysterious young man is probably from the Dragon Clan. Then, what do you think we should do? Duanling Tian asked. Return to the fire worship sect and stop him. Chase him back to the Dragon Clan. Shin'iru sneered. If words get out that someone from the Dragon Clan is trying to kill you because of Li Bing, it would tarnish the Dragon Clan's reputation. That person from the Dragon Clan wouldn't dare to seek revenge for Li Bing if he isn't sure word of it wouldn't get out. So this means they won't kill me for no reason even if they're stronger than me? Duanling Tian's eyes were glinting coldly at this moment. He had come to consult with Shin'iru about this matter, since he was not familiar with the Dragon Clan. The person who had gone to the fire worship sect had a servant who was a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial at least. It was possible that the mysterious young man was a 6 or 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. If Duanling Tian unleashed all his strength and techniques, he might be able to take on a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, this would not be the case if that person was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Although Duanling Tian was worried about Ganru Yen, he was not so reckless as to charge in uninformed. Shin'iru seemed confident as he said, if they can't guarantee that word will not spread after they kill you, they won't take the risk and harm you. If that's the case, let's return to the fire worship sect. I'd like to see where this man got his courage from to disregard the agreement between the Dragon Clan and Senior Feng Qingyang. Duanling Tian said in a low voice. Duanling Tian did not waste any time and left the 7 Absolutes sect's temporary estate without informing anyone. After listening to Shin'iru's words, he was certain he was not in any danger. Moreover, he did not think it would take long before he returned. Therefore, he did not think there was a need to make a fuss about this matter. Although the northern region was quite a distance away from the fire worship sect that was located in the western region, with Duanling Tian and Shin'iru's speed, it only took them half a day to arrive in the western region. 2 rapidly moving figures shot across the sky above the fire worship sect's estate. They were moving so fast that even the strongest powerhouse in the fire worship sect, Zifeng, would not have been able to see them clearly. These 2 figures were, naturally, Duanling Tian and his follower Shin'iru, who was following closely behind him. Whoosh! Duanling Tian flew into the fire worship sect's Saint Land and rose up into the sky until he arrived in front of a floating island that was located at the highest point. Whoosh! After a short moment, Shin'iru arrived as well and stood behind Duanling Tian respectfully. People from the Dragon Clan. I, Duanling Tian, am here. Duanling Tian said at this moment. His voice rang out through the fire worship sect's estate. The elders and disciples from the fire worship sect were, naturally, shocked and baffled when they heard Duanling Tian's words. Duanling Tian. It's Duanling Tian. He is back again. Didn't he leave a month ago? Why did he return again so quickly? He just mentioned something about the Dragon Clan. What Dragon Clan? Did someone from the Dragon Clan come to the fire worship sect? On the other hand, the high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect who had witnessed their sect leader's follower, who was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, being killed with just a palm strike, were pleasantly surprised, albeit a little confused. Dragon Clan? Did Duanling Tian say those 2 are from the Dragon Clan? I don't remember them saying anything about where they're from when they arrived. They only said they're here for Duanling Tian. Who knew they would be from the Dragon Clan? The dragon clan has bodiless celestials. Even a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial is only a servant in the clan. That young man must have a high status in the dragon clan. Moreover, it's very likely that he's much stronger than his servant. Most of the high-ranking officials were convinced that the young man was extremely strong. After all, just his servant alone was a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial at least. Duan Ling Tian was a good example of this. Duan Ling Tian was extremely strong. He was the successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect. He was so strong that he could even kill Li Bing, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he was only an eminent celestial. His servant, Chun Yi-Ru, was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. A golden flame elder spoke up at this moment and made a guess. Come to think of it, I remember the old ancestor said something about being from the dragon clan when he saw Guardian Ling Tian's terrifying strength. Did these people from the dragon clan come to avenge him? When the others heard his words, they were split into 2 sides based on their opinions. TSK. The old ancestor was from our fire worship sect. How could he join the dragon clan? If what you say is true, doesn't it mean that the old ancestor deserted the sect to join the dragon clan? How outrageous! It's possible, though. After all, many of us heard the old ancestor saying he was with the dragon clan. With the powerhouses from the dragon clan here to avenge him, it seems like it's not outrageous to think he had deserted the fire worship sect to join the dragon clan. None of them would have been able to imagine that their old ancestor did not technically desert the fire worship sect even though he joined the dragon clan. After all, he was forced to join the dragon clan. Moreover, the fire worship sect would not have risen to become one of the 3 great sects if it was not for the dragon and phoenix clan's help. He's dead anyway. There's no point in arguing about it now. Let's just wait and see if Duan Ling Tian's able to deal with those 2 from the dragon clan. Someone said. When the high-ranking officials heard this, they no longer harped on the matter. Instead, all of them began to make their way to where Duan Ling Tian was. Duan Ling Tian is really here. Even his follower, Chun Yi-Ru, is here. Some of the high-ranking officials' eyes brightened when they saw Duan Ling Tian. However, there were also some who looked at Duan Ling Tian gloomily, since he had killed the old ancestor of their fire worship sect. Based on the way they looked at Duan Ling Tian, it was not difficult to figure out who believed Li Bing had deserted the sect to join the dragon clan and who did not believe it. It did not take long before Gan Ruyen, the sect leader of fire worship sect, appeared as well. She did not inform Duan Ling Tian about this matter, so she was naturally confused by his sudden appearance. Why are you here? Lord Sect Leader. All the high-ranking officials in the fire worship sect bowed and greeted Gan Ruyen when she arrived. However, she did not pay them any attention. Her attention was solely focused on Duan Ling Tian as she looked at him with emotions swirling in her eyes. Before Duan Ling Tian could respond, a voice rang out from behind Gan Ruyen. I'm the one who informed Guardian Ling Tian about this matter. Gan Ruyen whirled around to look at the person who had spoken. Master, it's you? Why would you do that? She could barely hold back her anger when she found out this was her master's doing. If it was someone else, she would have lost her temper. I can't just stay idle and watch you die, Qinghua replied. You can't watch me die? Gan Ruyen smiled bitterly. Master, do you think I'll be able to live with myself if he dies because of me? Qinghua trembled when he heard Gan Ruyen's words. Then he sighed. My girl, I'm wrong this time around. He did not expect his disciple to be so unyielding. Gan Ruyen was about to persuade Duan Ling Tian to leave when a voice rang out in the distance. So you're Duan Ling Tian? The person who had spoken appeared with a middle-aged man in tow. As soon as he appeared, everyone turned their attention to him. It seemed as though he had stolen the limelight from Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at the handsome young man who was flying toward him. He did not respond to the young man's question. Instead, he asked, So you're Li Bing's master? When the high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect heard this, those who did not believe Li Bing had joined the dragon clan were in shock. Li Bing's master? They found this difficult to accept. When Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the middle-aged man standing behind the young man said imperiously, impertinent. Duan Ling Tian, Lord Dichun asked you a question. Not only did you ignore his question, but you even talked back at him. Do you think you're above everyone else just because you're the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect? How dare you disregard Lord Dichun? Dichun? Many high-ranking officials' eyes widened in horror when they heard that middle-aged man's words. Based on their knowledge, in the entire Dao Martial Saint Land, only Imperial Golden Dragons in the Dragon Clan had the surname D. Was this handsome young man one of the Imperial Golden Dragons? You're the one who's being impertinent. Chen Yiru, who was standing behind Duan Ling Tian, sneered and said, "You're just a mere three-tribulation bodiless celestial, and yet you dare to scream and shout at my master?" Chen Yiru, as a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, could naturally tell with just a glance that the middle-aged man standing behind Dichun was a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he sit back and watch as a mere three-tribulation bodiless celestial who was not even a threat to him shouted at his master? Three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Although the high-ranking officials in the Fire Worship sect had already suspected that Dichen's servant was a three-tribulation bodiless celestial at least, they were still stunned when they heard Chen Yiru's words. Chen Yiru, Dichen's servant, the middle-aged man, was furious. His face was red with anger as he said, "As a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, you actually acknowledged someone like that as your master. You're an embarrassment to all bodiless celestials." Chen Yiru scoffed. "Aren't you a servant as well? Regardless, you certainly act like one. You're no better than I am." "You?" The middle-aged man was infuriated, but he had no way of refuting Chen Yiru's words since he really did act like a servant to Dichun. "Master, Dichun is a five-tribulation bodiless celestial." Meanwhile, Chen Yiru sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. "His true form is a seven-clawed golden dragon. Moreover, his father is one of the top powerhouses in the Dragon Clan who's a seven-tribulation bodiless celestial at least. He's also a seven-clawed golden dragon. Five-tribulation bodiless celestial?" All the apprehension and fear Duan Ling Tian felt vanished when he heard Chen Yiru's words. Initially, he was worried that Dichun might be a six-tribulation bodiless celestial or stronger. It would be difficult for him to deal with Dichun if that was the case. He might have to use the agreement between the Dragon Clan and Feng Qingyang as leverage to chase Dichun away. However, there was no need for that since Dichun was a five-tribulation bodiless celestial whom he could easily deal with. "Duan Ling Tian." Dichun glared at Duan Ling Tian as he said scornfully, "Before you hit a dog, you should find out who is its master. Killing my man is akin to slapping my face. In view of the agreement between the Dragon Clan and the Seven Absolute Sect, I'll let this matter go if you kneel and kowtow to me." He spoke arrogantly as though he was a god speaking to a lowly human. Duan Ling Tian's expression darkened when he heard Dichen's words. "How dare you?" Chen Yiru was enraged. Many high-ranking officials from the Fire Worship sect began to speculate among themselves when they heard Dichen's words. Was Dichun talking about their old ancestor, Li Bing? The powerhouse from the Dragon Clan? Dichun said that Duan Ling Tian killed his man? Is he talking about our Fire Worship sect's old ancestor, Li Bing? It's very likely. After all, it makes sense. You're right. Naturally, there were some who were furious that Dichun likened the ancestor of their sect to a dog. However, none of them dared to express their anger. There were also some high-ranking officials who chose not to believe that their old ancestor had joined the Dragon Clan. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian burst out laughing. His laughter was so loud that it felt as though it could shake heaven and earth. The crowd shifted their attention to him, wondering if he would kneel and kowtow to Dichun. Dichun narrowed his eyes as his voice turned deeper. "Why? Are you unwilling to kneel and kowtow to me?" As soon as Dichun finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian stopped laughing. He said indifferently, "Dichun, I'll allow you to leave if you kneel and kowtow to me. Otherwise, you can stay here forever." Duan Ling Tian's words were met with silence. Everyone was stunned by this turn of events. Initially, Dichun had threatened Duan Ling Tian. In the next moment, Duan Ling Tian turned around and threatened Dichun. "Master!" Chen Yiru, who was shocked by Duan Ling Tian's words, quickly sent a voice transmission to Duan Ling Tian. "I know it's not difficult for you to kill Dichun. However, we must consider that he's not a normal member of the Dragon Clan. His father is one of the top powerhouses in the Dragon Clan who's a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial at least. If you kill him, his father definitely will not let this matter go. A hint of fear could be heard in his voice when he reached the end of his sentence. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial could kill them as easily as cutting grass or slaughtering chickens. Even his master was no match for someone like that. I know. Duan Ling Tian responded calmly to Chun Yi-Ru through voice transmission. Duan Ling Tian's calm demeanor puzzled Chun Yi-Ru, but in the end, he chose to stay silent. This time, Di Chun burst out laughing as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. When his laughter finally died down, he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said coldly, Duan Ling Tian, do you think you're above everyone else just because you're as strong as an ordinary 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Today, I'll show you that there are many people who can put you in your place. I know there are many people who are stronger than me. However, that doesn't include you, Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly. Is that so? We'll see. Even if your strength is comparable to an ordinary 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, I, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, can still defeat you, Di Chin said. As soon as he finished speaking, his celestial origin energy surged out of his body, leaving tiny cracks in the void. Looking at the void crack size, it would probably take 15 minutes for it to close. Di Chin had seen Duan Ling Tian when he killed Li Bing through the mirror image talisman. Based on that, he deduced that Duan Ling Tian was weaker than him. After all, although he was a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was much stronger than ordinary 5 tribulation bodiless celestial since he was close to becoming a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. In 6 months, he would have to undergo his 6th bodiless celestial tribulation. After that, he would become a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. He genuinely thought someone like Duan Ling Tian, whose strength was only comparable to ordinary 5 tribulation bodiless celestials, was not a match for him. The high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect were astonished when they heard Di Chen's proclamation. 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? Di Chen is a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. On the other hand, their sect leader, Gan Ruyen, no longer looked worried after learning that Di Chun is merely a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, she was aware that 5 tribulation bodiless celestials were no match for Duan Ling Tian. I'd like to see you try. Duan Ling Tian smirked. Then, a destructive and terrifying energy surged out of his body. The shrill sounds of a sword cry reverberated in the air as white sword rays shot out of his body. It did not take long before his body was enveloped by the blinding sword rays. Following that, his body disappeared from sight as though he had become part of the tens of thousands of sword rays. Master is going to go all out? Shen Yi-Ru's eyes widened in anticipation. He had only seen his master exert strength that was comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, based on his knowledge, if his master unleashed all his strength, he was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Although Chen Yi-Ru was excited to see Duan Ling Tian's true strength, he still could not help but worry that Duan Ling Tian would accidentally kill Di Chen. I hope Master will show mercy and not kill Di Chen. Otherwise, we'll be in big trouble once Di Chen's father finds out about it. Is that? After a while, the tens of thousands of sword rays suddenly transformed into a white 3-foot-long sword. When it first appeared, it was glowing faintly. As time passed, the glow faded and it looked like a simple and unassuming sword. Di Chen, do your best. You might not have the chance to take another shot. A voice suddenly rang from the 3-foot-long sword. Everyone could recognize that the voice belonged to Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian became a sword? Is this the legendary body sword fusion that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang used? Duan Ling Tian's accomplishment in the Sword Dao I is so high? Among the fire worship sect's high-ranking officials, there was no shortage of knowledgeable people. It was not difficult for them to identify the technique that Duan Ling Tian used. Body sword fusion? Even Di Chen was shocked when he saw Duan Ling Tian transforming into a sword. This is Sword Saint Feng Qingyang's Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method. The Sovereign Heart Sword. The body sword fusion comes after the sword-wielding art. The former is much stronger than the later. Duan Ling Tian only used the sword-wielding art to kill Li Bing before this. At this moment, Di Chun felt his confidence collapsing. Roar! Although Di Chen's confidence had waned, he did not lose his fighting spirit. As he roared, his energy surged like exploding fireworks. At the same time, all the high-ranking officials present felt as though a burning sun was blinding their eyes. They had to forcefully shut their eyes. When they finally opened their eyes again, they discovered that Di Chun had disappeared. To be more accurate, Di Chen's human form had disappeared. A divine dragon that was several thousand meters long stood in his place. It was so huge and majestic that it even eclipsed the sun. It was a golden divine dragon. Each of its scales was gleaming so brightly that it was almost blinding. Each of its paws had 7 claws, and each claw looked so sharp that it seemed it could tear through anything. The high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect were stunned when they saw the divine dragon. A 7-clawed golden dragon. It seems like Di Chun isn't planning on holding back. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reverted to his true form. Those from the dragon clan are the strongest when they're in their true forms. This is particularly true for bodiless celestials. At that stage, most weapons in the mundane realm are of no use to them. It's still the best for them to rely on their own strength. Di Chun is a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial and a 7-clawed divine dragon. No matter how you look at it, he's definitely one of the stronger 5-tribulation bodiless celestials. However, Duanling Tian's not weak either. Back when he fought our old ancestor, the old ancestor said he's as strong as a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he has inherited the techniques such as the body sword fusion from the legendary sword Saint Feng Qingyan. I really don't know who will emerge victorious in this battle. The crowd continued to stare unblinkingly at the white 3-foot-long sword and the dragon. They were waiting for them to fight to see who would be the last one standing. Duanling Tian, I didn't expect that you've mastered the body sword fusion. The 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, created by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Regardless, you'll still lose to me today. Although Di Chun had lost much of his confidence and was even feeling slightly worried, he still knew he could not show it outwardly. It was unfortunate that Duanling Tian did not buy his act. Is that so? We'll see. It was a strange sight to see a 7-clawed golden dragon and a white 3-foot-long sword talking. Roar! As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, Di Chun roared angrily. It was so terrifyingly loud that the shockwaves seemed capable of shaking heaven and earth. Those high-ranking officials with a lower cultivation base felt a sharp pain in their ears. Someone even ruptured their eardrums. Even those with a higher cultivation base could not help but shudder. All of them were frightened out of their wits. Is this the strength of a 7-clawed golden dragon who's also a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial? Just a roar is enough to take out those Saint Celestial stage cultivators with a lower cultivation base. Boom! 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 Di Chun, the 7-clawed golden dragon, flew across the sky and seemingly disappeared into thin air. Only a handful of them, mostly the Guardians, were able to catch his movement. However, after a short while, even the Guardians had lost track of him. All they could see at this moment were the cracks in the void that were left in the 7-clawed golden dragon's wake. It seemed like it would take at least 15 minutes for the cracks to mend themselves. It was clear to see that Di Chun did not hold back his strength at all. Swoosh! Meanwhile, the white 3-foot-long sword seemed to have disappeared as well as the sound of a sword cry rang in the air. Among everyone present, only Chan Yiru, the 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, and the 3-tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragon clan were able to catch the dragon and the sword's movements. How is he so fast? They're not in the same league at all. When the 3-tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragon clan saw the sword's movement, a hint of terror and disbelief could be seen on his face. He was still able to catch glimpses of Di Chun who had turned into a dragon, but the sword was just a blur to him. It was clear that the sword's speed was far superior compared to Di Chun. I hope Lord Di Chun will be fine. Otherwise, I'll definitely lose my life. A wave of fear washed over the 3-tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragon clan as he thought about the future. If something happened to Di Chun's father would definitely not let him go. His fear took control of him and he shouted in an attempt to stop Duanling Tian from killing Di Chun. Duanling Tian, if you dare to kill Lord Di Chun, Our Dragon Clan's Supreme Elder will never rest until you die. You'll bring the 7 Absolutes sect down with you. The 3 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Dragon Clan could see that Duanling Tian's strength was comparable to a 6 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial after he had cast the Body Sword Fusion. Di Chun was no match for him even if he was one of the stronger 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials. There was a huge gap in strength between a 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial and the 6 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial after all. Even the strongest 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial still would not be able to defeat a 6 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial unless they had some Celestial Supreme Treasures or divine abilities from the Devata realms. How's this possible? As soon as the white 3-foot-long sword moved, Di Chun widened his eyes in shock and fear. He discovered that the speed of the sword exceeded what a 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial was capable of. In fact, its speed was comparable to that of a 6 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Although he found it hard to believe, the truth was laid bare before his eyes. The sword shot out, leaving cracks that were 2 times bigger than the cracks Di Chun made. Chun Yiru was shocked as well when he saw this. He began to fervently pray in his heart. Please, please don't let Master kill Di Chun. Otherwise, we're really going to be in deep shit. Barely a second had passed since the sword had moved. Xiao! 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 Di Chun was thunderstruck when he saw the white 3-foot-long sword approaching him. As it got closer, the sword split into 3. All of them were aimed at him. Each of the clones is as strong as the original? Di Chun was appalled by the discovery when he managed to dispel one of the swords. However, he did not have the chance to continue his thought. His expression changed drastically when he saw the swords and its clones had already landed on his enormous body. At this moment, he felt a deep and agonizing pain. This Chun Yiru stared at the scene before him with his mouth agape. The swords had severed all of the 7-clawed golden dragon's paws and its tail. The dragon body that was known for its durability seemed like a piece of paper when faced with the swords. Di Chun, who had stopped moving from the pain, appeared before everyone's sight. The entire fell silent immediately. The majestic 7-clawed golden dragon had lost all its paws and tail. It looked just like a huge worm at this moment. Swoosh! Another sound of a sword cry rang in the air again as the sword approached the 7-clawed golden dragon who had lost all its paws and tail again. The 3-feet-long swords emitted a destructive aura that seemed capable of destroying heaven and earth. Are you going to kneel and kowtow to me, or would you prefer to die? Kneel down and kowtow? Do it or die. Duanling Tian said coldly as he pointed his 3-foot-long sword at the 7-clawed golden dragon. The sword rays that were constantly released by the 3-foot-long sword gave Duanling Tian an oppressive and intimidating air when he spoke. Even Di Chun could not help but feel a jolt of fear when he heard Duanling Tian's words. After all, he was the only one who could feel how terrifyingly strong the 3-foot-long sword was. If the sword rays landed on him, there was no doubt that they would pierce him. The attack was comparable to that of a 6 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Faced with the intimidating 3-foot-long sword, Di Chun eventually put his pride and arrogance aside and lowered his head before he said, Duanling Tian, let's forget about this matter. There's no need for you to kneel or kowtow to me. As soon as Di Chun finished speaking, Duanling Tian burst out laughing as he continued to point the 3-foot-long sword at Di Chun. It was as though he had heard an extremely funny joke. Swoosh! As soon as Duanling Tian stopped laughing, he slashed the 3-foot-long sword at Di Chun at a moderate speed. As the sword slashed across the sky, even the high-ranking official with the lowest cultivation base could see the sword due to its moderate speed. Roar! The 7-clawed golden dragon roared in pain when a section of its 1,000-meter-long body was cut off again. Duanling Tian had cut off about a few hundred meters of its body. It did not kill Di Chun, it only caused him to feel excruciating pain. Although bodiless celestials were formed from energy, they could still feel pain. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, light began to surge out from the 7-clawed golden dragon's body. It did not take long before the section that was cut off was completely regenerated. He regained his tail and claws in just a short moment. However, many people could feel Di Chun's aura had weakened after he had healed himself. It was only natural since it took a lot of energy for a bodiless celestial to regenerate their body parts. After Di Chun restored his seven-clawed golden dragon form, golden light suddenly surged from his body again, blinding the onlookers. When the crowd opened their eyes, the golden light had disappeared and they watched as the seven-clawed golden dragon that was a few thousand meters long changed into Di Chun's human form. Swoosh! However, even after Di Chun had transformed into a human, the 3-foot-long sword still followed him around as it continued to release sword rays. At this moment, it was pointed at his glabella as though it was going to take his life at any time. Duanling Tian. Di Chen's expression was dark as he bellowed, "Don't cross the line. I gave you an inch and you want to take a mile." "You gave me an inch and I want to take a mile?" Duanling Tian smirked coldly as he said, "I should be the one to say this to you, right? Anyway, I'm too lazy to waste words with you. I'll give you 10 breaths to decide. If you don't kneel and kowtow to me, I'll kill you." Di Chen's eyes widened when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He quickly spoke about his father to threaten Duanling Tian. "Duanling Tian, my father is the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan. He's a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, even if Duanling Tian's strength was comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial, he was not a match for his father who was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. Logically, Duanling Tian should be afraid of his father." Di Chen thought Duanling Tian would be cowed. To his surprise and fear, Duanling Tian just said nonchalantly, "You have 8 breaths left." Duanling Tian was still planning to continue on even after he had said his father was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial? Was Duanling Tian not afraid of his father seeking revenge from him? Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect gasped when they recovered their senses. Earlier, they had been shocked when Di Chen revealed his father was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, they were even more shocked when they saw Duanling Tian ignoring Di Chen's threat. Duanling Tian doesn't seem to care that Di Chen's father is a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. So he's not afraid of a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial? Does this mean he hasn't revealed his full strength yet? Impossible. While the high-ranking officials discussed among themselves, Duanling Tian's voice rang out again to remind Di Chen that he had 5 breaths left. Di Chen snapped back to his senses when he heard Duanling Tian's words. He looked at Duanling Tian with a hint of fear and confusion in his eyes as he asked, "Duanling Tian, aren't you worried my father will seek revenge from you on my behalf?" Duanling Tian did not deign to respond to Di Chen's question. He only said, "Another 4 breaths left." In a way, his lack of response was his response. He was clearly not cowed by Di Chen's threat. "Why you?" Di Chen naturally realized that Duanling Tian was not worried about his father seeking revenge. Another wave of fear washed over him as he thought to himself, is it possible that Duanling Tian did not reveal his full strength earlier? Is he stronger than what he has shown? Could it be that he's as strong as a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial? Is that why he's not afraid of father? After a while, he calmed down and thought it's also possible that he's only putting on an act. 2 breaths left. Duanling Tian's indifferent voice rang in the air again. Di Chen was in a dilemma. Should he discard his dignity and kneel and kowtow to preserve his life? Or should he hold onto his pride and dignity but lose his life in exchange? He did not want to die, nor did he want to discard his pride and dignity. 1 breath left. Duanling Tian's voice rang coldly. At this moment, the 3-foot-long sword's aura became even more intimidating and oppressive as it hovered in front of Di Chen's glabella. The sword ray that was glinting at the tip of the blade was filled with killing intent. Fear coursed through Di Chen's veins, and eventually he kneeled down regardless of the humiliation he had to bear. His face was flushed with anger, but he had nowhere to vent his frustration. When the high-ranking officials from Fire Worship Sect saw Di Chen falling to his knees, they broke out in an uproar. Even Gan Ruyan's eyes were widened in shock. This handsome young man was a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan. Moreover, he had an extraordinary background. However, he was currently kneeling before Duanling Tian. Gan Ruyan could not help but feel worried on Duanling Tian's behalf. Di Chen's father is a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. It might not be wise for him to act this way, right? Chun Yi-Ru, who was standing in the distance, sighed in relief when he saw this. Fortunately, Master didn't kill Di Chun. Otherwise, Di Chen's father definitely wouldn't let this matter go. After a while, a frown appeared on his face. However, even though Master didn't kill Di Chen, I'm afraid Di Chen's father still might not let this matter go. The sword ray continued to glint at the tip of the 3-foot-long sword that was pointed at Di Chen's glabella. In just a blink of an eye, a purple-clad figure appeared directly in front of Di Chen. Cao Dao. Duan Tian, whose eyes and voice were emotionless, stood in front of Di Chen. Duan Tian, how dare you? The 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragon clan could not help but say reproachfully when he saw this. Just as Chen Yiru's expression darkened and he opened his mouth to retort. Swoosh! The sound of a sword cry rang in the air. Duan Tian had casually slapped his palm in the air before a sword ray shot out and shrouded the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragon clan and severed all his limbs. The 3 tribulation bodiless celestial screamed in pain. His face was ashen after he used his energy to regenerate all his limbs. His eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Duan Tian, and he no longer dared to speak up. Di Chen, who was on his knees, felt extremely humiliated. He asked through clenched teeth, Duan Tian, are you sure you want me to kowtow? Do you want me to repeat myself? Duan Tian smirked. Have you forgotten that kneeling and kowtowing are both your ideas? Di Chen growled. His body trembled as he forced himself to kowtow to Duan Tian. Meanwhile, his teeth and fists were tightly clenched to the point where he was bleeding from the corner of his mouth and his hands were bleeding as well. After Di Chen kowtowed 3 times, he instantly stood up and flew out of the fire worship sect. He did not want to stay a second longer in this place where he lost his pride and dignity. Di Chen roared as he flew out of the fire worship sect. His voice reverberated in the air so loudly that it seemed capable of moving mountains and stirring the waves. Duan Tian, I swear if I don't kill you, I'm no longer a dragon. Duan Tian. If I don't kill you, I Di Chen swear that I'm not a dragon. Although Di Chen had only spoken after he left the fire worship sect's estate, everyone heard him clearly due to his thunderous voice. When the high-ranking officials of the fire worship sect heard Di Chen's words, they had a fearful expression on their faces as they whispered among themselves. All of them feared the imminent danger that would hit their sect. I don't think Di Chen is going to let the matter go after leaving the fire worship sect. I hope our sect won't become the scapegoat. It's not possible for us to bear the brunt of his anger after all. Some of the high-ranking officials from the fire worship sect looked at Duan Tian reproachfully, even though none of them dared to express their displeasure. In their opinion, if Duan Tian did not insist on Di Chen kneeling and kowtowing to him, Di Chen would not be so furious. Was he not putting the fire worship sect in danger by acting this way? It seemed like they had forgotten that Di Chen was the one who requested Duan Tian to kneel and kowtow to him first. Duan Tian was only returning the favor to Di Chen by demanding Di Chen to kneel and kowtow. Meanwhile, Ganru Yen and Chen Yiru had a worried expression on their faces as they looked at Duan Tian. Perhaps most people might think that Duan Tian was far stronger than a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, since he did not seem afraid when Di Chen said his father was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. But Ganru Yen and Chen Yiru knew very well that Duan Tian's current strength was only comparable to 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. He was definitely not a match for 7 tribulation bodiless celestial at this moment. Duan Tian replied calmly, I'll wait for you. Duan Tian's words did not seem loud to the people present. However, he had infused some energy in his voice, and it was transmitted to Di Chen, who had flown east. When Di Chen heard this, he was further enraged. Duan Tian, I want you dead. I want you dead. Di Chen roared inwardly. Unknowingly, killing Duan Tian slowly became Di Chen's obsession. This was not ideal for someone who was about to undergo the bodiless celestial tribulation. Although he was aware of this, he could not help the way he felt. After all, the humiliation he had suffered today was unlike anything he had experienced. This was his first time having to kneel and kowtow to someone. There was no doubt he would become a laughingstock in the upper province if word about him kneeling and kowtowing to Duan Tian were to spread. When Di Chen left, the 3 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragon clan naturally left as well. Before he left, he looked at Duan Tian fearfully. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he realized Duanling Tian did not intend to make him stay. Since Duanling Tian had already let Di Chen go, there was no reason for him to stop this three-tribulation bodiless celestial from leaving. After the high-ranking officials of the fire worship sect left, there were only 3 people left on the scene. It was Duanling Tian, Chen Yiru, and Gan Ruyen. Even the burly middle-aged man who followed Gan Ruyen had retreated in fear of disturbing Duanling Tian. You shouldn't have done that. Di Chen's father won't let you go for humiliating his son, Gan Ruyen said with a sigh. He brought this humiliation upon himself, Duanling Tian said indifferently. I wouldn't have made things difficult if he didn't request for me to kneel and kowtow to him. Since he dared to say such words, he should take responsibility for it. Duanling Tian's eyes glinted coldly as he thought to himself, I won't look for trouble with you if you don't look for trouble with me. However, if you do, I won't let things go so easily. This was one of his principles. But his father is a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial, Gan Ruyen said anxiously. So what? Duanling Tian's eyes turned colder. Are you saying I should be a pushover and accept the humiliation just because his father is a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial? Moreover, a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial isn't qualified to make me bow. Gan Ruyen's eyes widened in shock. Are you saying you're now as strong as a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial? Chen Yiru's gaze was filled with shock and admiration when he looked at Duanling Tian. No, not yet. Duanling Tian shook his head. His eyes flashed as he slowly said, However, it won't be long. Although Gan Ruyen and Chen Yiru were curious about Duanling Tian's words, they did not question him further when they saw he had no intention of explaining himself. You should be worried about yourself instead. Duanling Tian's expression was grave as he looked at Gan Ruyen. Due to the relationship between the fire worship sect and the dragon clan, it's impossible for Di Chen to destroy the sect. However, he can easily deal with the sect leader of the sect. After all, the fire worship sect will still remain standing even if there's a different sect leader. I think it's best if you leave the fire worship sect for now. Gan Ruyen was rather touched by Duanling Tian's concern. However, she laughed bitterly before she said, Where can I go if I leave the fire worship sect? Moreover, if I leave, I'll have to bring my master as well. If Di Chen discovers our relationship as master and disciple, he'll definitely vent his anger on my master when he returns and finds me missing. After a while, Duanling Tian finally said, Why don't both of you follow me to the northern region? Moreover, Kur and Si Ling miss you quite a bit. When Duanling Tian came to fire worship sect, he had 1 companion with him. However, when he left the sect, he had 4 other companions. Apart from Gan Ruyen and her master, Xianxia, the burly middle-aged man who followed Gan Ruyen, tagged along as well. While Duanling Tian journeyed back to the 7 Absolutes sect in the northern region, the western region was in an uproar. Duanling Tian returned to the fire worship sect and defeated Di Chen, a 7-clawed golden dragon who's also a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, Di Chen had to kneel and kowtow to apologize to Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's strength is comparable to a 6-tribulation bodiless celestial at the very least. In fact, there's a possibility that he's even stronger than that. The current successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolute sect, is certainly outstanding. He's not inferior to Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, the predecessor of the Fog Rain progeny. It did not take long before this news swept out of the western region to the other parts of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land like a tornado. It took only half a month before everyone in the upper province had heard about this. The reason this news had spread so fast was due to Di Chen being a member of the Dragon Clan. Many reclusive bodiless celestials had also helped spread this news. Heavens! The successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute, is really heaven-defying. I didn't expect the Dragon Clan to have 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. 3 tribulation bodiless celestials are already much stronger than eminent celestials. How strong are 5 tribulation bodiless celestials then? So what if 5 tribulation bodiless celestials are very strong? Di Chen was still defeated by Duanling Tian in the end. Duanling Tian is really terrifying. Previously, he killed a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial from the fire worship sect. We've just gotten over the shock from that. But now, we find out he defeated a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan. In the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land, similar discussions such as these could be heard everywhere. The person that Duanling Tian defeated is called Di Chun, right? Based on my knowledge, the surname Di is exclusive to the imperial family of the Dragon Clan. I heard that Di Chun reverted to a 7-clawed golden dragon during his fight with Duanling Tian. The bodiless celestials in the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land were in an uproar as well. Duanling Tian, the sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect, managed to make Di Chun kneel and kowtow to him? Monster. He's a monster. Indeed, since he had appeared in the upper province. His strength had risen to where it's comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial in less than a century. After a few more years, is there anyone in the Dao Martial Saint Land who'll be able to suppress him? Who knows if anyone is even able to suppress him now? How can we be sure that his strength is only comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? Who's to say he's not stronger? You're right. Previously, when he killed Li Bing, we thought his strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. Now that he defeated Di Chun, we assumed his strength is comparable to 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. He could be stronger than what we think. Every time there's a battle, Duanling Tian never fails to surprise us. Who knows what his true strength is? Well, he's the direct successor of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang after all. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang managed to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was just an eminent celestial. As his successor, Duanling Tian will, naturally, be outstanding as well. We really can't afford to offend Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware that the group of bodiless celestials in the upper province of Dao Martial Saint Land had already regarded him as a tiger and was afraid of him. In the 100,000 towering mountains in the eastern region, the Dragon Clan's estate, 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? We have bodiless celestials in our Dragon Clan? Di Chun. Isn't he a grand elder of our Dragon Clan about 6,000 years ago? He's still alive? Moreover, he has even become a bodiless celestial. How unexpected. Previously, when I learned about bodiless celestials, the thought of our Dragon Clan having bodiless celestials did cross my mind. Who knew our clan really has bodiless celestials? Moreover, the bodiless celestial from our Dragon Clan is a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, for some reason, I don't feel extremely proud or happy that our Dragon class has a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. That's only natural. Our Dragon Clan's 5 tribulation bodiless celestial was forced to kneel and kowtow by the sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect. We have our pride, so how can we feel happy? Many of those from the Dragon Clan were in an uproar when they learned about the existence of a bodiless celestial in their clan. Most of them were angry that Duanling Tian, the sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect, had forced their clan's bodiless celestial to kneel and kowtow. Many of these members from the Dragon Clan were unaware of the existence of bodiless celestials in their clan because the Dragon Clan was divided into an outer and inner clan. The members from the outer clan were cultivators at or below the eminent stage. Let alone the existence of bodiless celestials, all of the members from the outer clan, barring a few high-ranking officials, were unaware that the bodiless celestials in the clan were segregated into 2 groups. One group was those bodiless celestials from the Dragon Clan, and the second group was those who were forcefully brought back to the clan. The Dragon Clan's estate was divided into 3 parts. The first part housed the outer clan, the second part housed the inner clan, and the third part housed the bodiless celestials who were forcefully brought back. Based on this, one could see that all the bodiless celestials from the Dragon Clan belonged to the inner clan. Most people thought the Dragon Clan only had 1 patriarch. In truth, there were 2 patriarchs in the Dragon Clan. One was the patriarch whom most people knew. He was the outer clan leader and was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The second patriarch was the inner clan leader who governed the bodiless celestials. Needless to say, the inner clan leader was the true patriarch of the Dragon Clan. For generations now, the inner clan leader had always been the strongest in the Dragon Clan. This world was one that placed great importance on strength, and the Dragon Clan was no exception. Only the strongest bodiless celestial in the dragon clans would be able to become the true patriarch and inner clan leader of the dragon. Since the news had spread to the outer clan of the dragon clan, it was only natural that the news had also spread to the inner clan. They were all shaken by the news. Many of them began to mock Di Chun for his cowardice. Di Chun kneeled and kowtowed to Duanling Tian to beg for forgiveness? He's an embarrassment to the dragon clan. He's a coward. Di Chen's reputation would have remained untarnished if he had chosen his dignity over his life. However, since he's a coward and chose his life, he'll have to live with this infamy. As seven-clawed golden dragon from the imperial family of our dragon clan, Di Chun actually acted in such a manner. He has really humiliated our clan. If I were him, I would have committed suicide by banging my head on a wall. How dare he return to the clan? Lower your voice. If the Supreme Elder hears your words, you'll be punished. Although many of the members from the Dragon Clan mocked Di Chun, they would inevitably fall silent when they remembered Di Chen's father was the Supreme Elder of the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Clan had 3 Supreme Elders. These 3 Supreme Elders were the strongest after the inner clan leader of the Dragon Clan. For this reason, they were given a lot of authority in the clan. They could kill a bodiless celestial in the sect, and they do not even have to report it to the inner clan leader. How could they not fall silent when they remembered Di Chen's father was a Supreme Elder? In the inner clan, in a courtyard located in a valley with singing birds and fragrant flowers, this place was the residence of Di Chun, the 7-clawed golden dragon. In a room behind a courtyard, a man sat cross-legged on a bed as another man stood by the bed, gazing at the former with a somber expression on his face as though he was deep in thoughts. The man who was sitting on the bed was Di Chun. The man standing by the bed was a tall and muscular middle-aged man. His brows and features looked similar to Di Chun. It was as though he and Di Chun were carved out of the same mold. If the other members from the Dragon Clan were around, they would recognize this man as Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of the Dragon Clan. Father, no. Di Chun, who was sitting on the bed, was ashen-faced as he said, this enmity. I truly can't let go of it. The only way to resolve this is if Duanling Tian dies. A hint of unwillingness could be heard in his voice, and his eyes were cold. Duanling Tian. Di Huan's eyes flashed with killing intent when he heard Duanling Tian's name. A great force swept out from his body, causing the furniture in the bedroom to move. Father, you have to help me kill him. I want him dead. I want him dead. Di Chun pleaded as he looked at Di Huan hopefully. If Duanling Tian did not die, his heart would not be at ease, and the obsession and demons in his heart would only grow stronger. Di Huan's eyes flashed viciously. After a while, he said hesitantly, Chenner, father knows that you hate Duanling Tian. However, a few years ago, our patriarch has already asked Eldarin to investigate if Duanling Tian is a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I want to kill him to help you vent your anger, but I'm afraid the patriarch. He did not finish his sentence since he knew his son understood what he wanted to say. Father, Di Chun cried out anxiously, 6 months. I have 6 months left before I have to face the bodiless celestial tribulation. I'll certainly die if I don't get rid of this obsession and demons in my heart. Father, are you going to watch me get killed by the bodiless celestial tribulation? He had a stubborn expression on his face as he continued to say, the patriarch hasn't even confirmed if Duanling Tian is a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Even if you kill him now, the patriarch wouldn't do anything to you. There's no reason for the patriarch to punish you at all for this. Di Huan's eyes brightened like stars in the sky when he heard Di Chen's words. His son's words were reasonable. Since the patriarch was not even sure if Duanling Tian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, it did not matter if he killed Duanling Tian. He could kill Duanling Tian and destroy his corpse first. Even if the patriarch found out about it later, there was nothing the patriarch could do. After all, he was only avenging his son. It's true that those who were involved can't see the big picture, Di Huan muttered to himself. He had been hesitating earlier due to his fear of the patriarch. Although he was a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial and one of the strongest powerhouses in the Dragon Clan, the patriarch could kill him easily. For this reason, he did not dare to go against the patriarch's wishes. If he killed Duanling Tian, it could be considered as going against the patriarch's will. However, Di Chen's words had enlightened him. Chener, I'll leave the Dragon Clan to look for Duanling Tian now. I'll kill him to seek revenge for you, Di Huan said as he looked at Di Chen affectionately. Father. Di Chen's eyes lit up immediately. Even in his joy, he did not forget to remind his father solemnly, Father, when I fought with Duanling Tian, the strength he displayed is comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. I'm not sure if he's as strong as a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. I've already thought about this, Di Huan said. I plan to invite your Uncle Zhou and Uncle Qin to come along with me to seek revenge from Duanling Tian. Unless Duanling Tian's as strong as Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, he'll definitely die. It's naturally impossible for him to be as strong as Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Di Huan continued to say, I'm sure you've read the record that's handed down from the ancestor of the Dragon Clan. At that time, not only was Sword Saint Feng Qingyang able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he was also a match for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he was just an eminent celestial. This is because he had a fortuitous encounter when he entered an otherworldly secret zone. Uncle Qin. Di Chen's eyes brightened. The Uncle Qin his father mentioned was even stronger than his father. He was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. He burst out laughing. After a month, on an unknown snow-capped mountain in the northern region. On this day, the 7 Absolutes sect's temporary estate welcomed back the Nangong twins, the successors of the Didymus progeny, and Han Xuanai, the successor of the Red Dust progeny. It was supposed to be a day where Duanling Tian would be able to meet his old friends. However, Han Xuanai brought back tragic news with her. Gu Li and the Yu Wuing, the successors of the Kratos progeny and the Dark Shadow progeny, the 3rd and 4th Absolutes respectively, were dead. How's this possible? When the old prophet heard that the successors of the Kratos progeny and the Dark Shadow progeny had died, his face became pale and his eyes became dull. After he had set up the 6 Absolutes' heaven-defying fate-changing grand formation and the successors went into it, he could no longer clearly divine their fates. However, he did not expect that 2 of the successors would die just when all the current successors of the 7 Absolute sect were about to gather. How was it possible now? Tears streamed down Han Xuanai's face again. Her eyes were swollen and red as she said, Senior Uncle Prophet, and my master is dead well. What? The old prophet trembled when he heard Han Xuanai's words. His eyes flashed fiercely as he asked in a low voice, What happened actually? How did your master die? He had already found the deaths of Gu Li and Yu Wuing unacceptable, and now, he received another blow again when he found out that Han Xuanai's master had died as well. Who did it? Is it the people from the Black Kshetra sect or the Heaven Divination sect? The old prophet asked. His eyes were filled with anger when he spoke. I don't know, Han Xuanai replied in anguish. Before my master died, she sent me a message to inform me about Gu Li and Yu Wuying's deaths. Apart from that, she also asked me to remind Brother Ling Tian to be careful. It seems like the person who killed my master is searching for Brother Ling Tian. She was killed because she refused to disclose Brother Ling Tian's location. Gu Li and Yu Wuing were also killed by this person. My master said she wasn't sure about the person's background, but he's an extremely strong bodiless celestial. At this point, her legs weakened and she slumped to the ground. Xuanai! Xuanai! 2 peerlessly beautiful ladies with graceful figures cried out in unison and flew forward to support Han Xuanai. These 2 ladies were none other than Kuer and Feng Tianwu. Duanling Tian was present as well. He had been silently listening as Han Xuanai recounted what had happened. At this moment, he finally spoke up. Since he's a bodiless celestial, I'm certain this matter has nothing to do with the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect. He knew very well that there were no bodiless celestials in the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect. His eyes were lit with anger as he said through gritted teeth, Since that person's looking for me, it can only be those people. An expression of confusion appeared on the old prophet's face. Those people? Master, are you saying that person is from the Dragon Clan? Shin-Eru, who was standing at the side, could not help but ask after he heard Duanling Tian's words. Apart from them, who else can it be? The flames of anger in Duan Ling Tian's eyes intensified to the point where it seemed it could burn everything into ashes. How could he not be angry? He had a close relationship with his senior brother, Gu Li, and there was no doubt Gu Li had died because of him. As for Yu Wuing and Han Xuanai's master, the former successor of the Red Dust progeny, although he was not close to them, they were still members of the Seven Absolutes sect after all. He found it difficult to suppress the rage in his heart when he thought about how these people had died because of him. Everyone present widened their eyes in shock when they heard this. Dragon Clan. Although not all of them knew that the three great sects had the support of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, all of them knew that the Dragon Clan had bodiless celestials. When word about Di Chen, a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan, was forced to kneel and kowtow to the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, it had inadvertently revealed the existence of bodiless celestials in the Dragon Clan. Moreover, many people had heard Di Chen's threatening words about his father to Duan Ling Tian in the Fire Worship sect. For this reason, many people knew there was also a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Dragon Clan. You're saying the person who killed Xuanai's master, Gu Li, and Yu Wuing is from the Dragon Clan? They did it because of Di Chen, and they were killed because they refused to reveal your location. Although the old prophet's cultivation base was not as high as the others, he had much more experience compared to them. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to figure out what happened. Although I'm not completely certain, I'm more than 90% certain that 3 deaths are related to the Di Chen and the Dragon Clan, Duan Ling Tian said as his eyes flashed coldly. They must have been killed by Di Chen or his father. I think it's more likely that it's his father since Di Chen knows he's no match for me, so he won't dare to act so arrogantly and look for me. Brother Ling Tian. Han Xuanai looked at Duan Ling Tian with eyes that were filled with pain, but a hopeful expression could be seen on her face as well. Please avenge my master on my behalf. Please. As she spoke, tears of grief streamed down her face again. Duan Ling Tian's heart ached when he saw the state Han Xuanai was in. He recalled when he first met Han Xuanai. She was just a carefree young girl. However, now she had experienced pain akin to losing her parents. His heart burned with flames of rage when he thought about all this. He muttered under his breath, Dragon Clan. I won't forget this enmity between us. He had decided to avenge the 3 people not only because he was close to one of them, but also because of his identity as the sect leader of the 7 Absolutes sect. These people were members of the 7 Absolutes sect, and he would not let their deaths go unavenged. Even if the Dragon Clan was dangerous territory, he would still tread on it. As much as he wanted to charge into the Dragon Clan and slaughter everyone now, he knew it was not wise. It was only akin to committing suicide, let alone those powerhouses who were stronger than Di Chen's father, who might be 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. He was currently not even a match for Di Chen's father. Senior Uncle Old Prophet. Duan Ling Tian looked at the old prophet and said in a low voice, I wanted to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone now. Please give me the key to the Sword Saint's secret zone. The Sword Saint's secret zone was his best chance to raise his strength if he wanted to avenge Gu Li and the other 2. Even if he managed to comprehend the 5th stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method's Sovereign Heart Sword, which was also the highest stage, his strength would only be comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Let alone an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, it would still be difficult for him to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Based on the old prophet's words, as long as he entered the Sword Saint's secret zone and obtained the second part of Feng Qingyang's legacy, he would be able to become as strong as Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. During his time, Sword Saint Feng Qingyang could even kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, and his strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he was only an eminent celestial. At that time, Senior Feng Qingyang didn't even have the help of the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Even Senior Uncle Prophet didn't expect me to be as strong as a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial just by comprehending the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. This means I don't have to worry even if I'm not as strong as Sword Saint Feng Qingyang even after I obtain the second legacy. If I use the elementary devouring tactic, I'll still be as strong or stronger than Senior Feng Qingyang. At that time, I might even be able to kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. These thoughts appeared in Duan Ling Tian's mind. making him eager to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. If he was lucky, after he exited the Sword Saint's secret zone, he would be able to destroy the Dragon Clan effortlessly. After the old prophet heard Duanling Tian's words, he hesitated for a moment before he implored, "Please wait for another 3 months. After 3 months, if that little girl hasn't come back, we don't have to wait for her anymore. I'll give you the key at that time, and all of you can enter at that time." Naturally, the little girl he mentioned was his direct disciple, the current successor of the prophet progeny. Guli, the successor of the Kratos progeny, the third absolute of the 7 absolute sect, is dead. Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the 4th absolute of the 7 absolute sect, is dead as well. This news spread in the Dao Martial Saint land, causing a huge commotion like an earthquake that could shake heaven and earth. Heavens! There are only 8 people in the current generation of the 7 absolute sect, but now 2 of them are dead. Who did it? Isn't he afraid of Duanling Tian seeking revenge from him? Could he be someone from the 3 great sects? That's possible. Since there is a bodiless celestial in the fire worship sect, I don't believe the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect have none. Furthermore, even the Dragon Clan that's slightly weaker than the 3 great sects has a 5 and 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Well, if the 3 great sects have 7 tribulation bodiless celestials, they don't have to fear Duanling Tian. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Naturally, none of these people were bodiless celestials. After all, those bodiless celestials were aware that the 3 great sects could not compare to the Dragon Clan, and there were no bodiless celestials in the 3 great sects. They were also aware that Li Bing, the supposed 4 tribulation bodiless celestial from the fire worship sect, was only able to secretly return to the fire worship sect because the Dragon Clan had sent him out on a mission. How unfortunate that he was slain by the Duanling Tian, the sect leader of the 7 absolute sect. The culprit has to be from the Dragon Clan. A month ago, when we heard about Duanling Tian forcing Dichan, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan, to kneel and kowtow, I already knew Duanling Tian and the 7 absolute sect would meet with a disaster. The Dragon Clan placed great importance on dignity after all. Me too. Seems like we're right. The 7 absolute sect has indeed met with a disaster. TSK. The 7 absolute sect is over now that the successors of the 3rd and 4th absolutes are dead. I'm afraid Duanling Tian must be boiling in anger now. So what if he's boiling with anger? There's nothing he can do unless he has the strength to overpower the Dragon Clan. It's not easy to suppress the entire Dragon Clan. It's said that the inner clan leader, the real patriarch of the Dragon Clan, is still alive. I'm afraid there's no one in the upper province who's a match for him. The bodiless celestials could not help but discuss this among themselves. Naturally, they were more knowledgeable compared to most people in the upper province. In the Heaven Divination sect, the successors of the 3rd and 4th absolutes of the 7 absolute sect are dead. Moreover, people are saying we're the culprit. Mo Xian, the great oracle of Heaven Divination sect, was baffled when he heard the rumors. It did not take long before fear and panic rose in his heart. Would Duanling Tian believe that rumor? In the Black Kshetra sect, there are rumors going around that our Black Kshetra sect is stronger than the Dragon Clan and we have a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial? When Lang Qianjing, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, heard the rumors circulating outside, he almost vomited blood from anger. How could I not know if my sect has a bodiless celestial? Moreover, I used to think our sect is stronger than the Dragon Clan, but that's clearly not the case. They have more than 1 bodiless celestials in their clan. If they decide to deal with us, I'm afraid there's nothing we can do but to raise a white flag. After a while, panic rose in Lang Qianjin's heart as well. Would Duanling Tian be stupid enough to believe those rumors? Would he think our Black Kshetra sect killed Guli and Yu Wuing? Mo Xian, the great oracle of the Heaven Divination sect, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of Black Kshetra sect, did not waste any time and quickly made an announcement to the entire Dao Martial Saint land. The Heaven Divination sect announced that they would no longer provoke the members of the 7 absolute sect. Whenever members of the sects met a member of the 7 absolute sect, they had to avoid them. The Black Kshetra sect announced that they had decided to let go of the enmity between their sect and the Seven Absolutes sect. Moreover, if the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect, Duanling Tian, was amenable to it, they would present a large amount of quasi-celestial grade Saint Stone to the Seven Absolutes sect as compensation. When the people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land heard the announcements, they were naturally shocked. Does this mean our previous theory is wrong? The Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect actually have nothing to do with Gu Li and Yu Wu Ying's deaths. Then, could it be someone from the Fire Worship sect? That's impossible, since Gan Ru Yen, the sect leader of the Fire Worship sect, has left. They haven't even appointed a new sect leader. Moreover, they did not revoke the rules Gan Ru Yen made about not antagonizing the Seven Absolute sect. Then, there's only one possibility left. The Dragon Clan has something to do with Gu Li and Yu Wu Ying's deaths. It's very likely that it's due to that incident a month ago where their clan's 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, Di Chan, was humiliated by Duanling Tian. That should be the case. Since the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect had made the announcements, the people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land began to shift their focus to the Dragon Clan. After all, it seemed like the Dragon Clan had reasons for killing members of the Seven Absolute sect. At the same time, many bodiless celestials were also discussing this matter. Those people aren't stupid since they managed to figure out the culprit is the Dragon Clan. Based on how cowardly the Black Kshetra sect and the Heaven Divination sect are acting, they would be real pigheads if they still can't guess the answer. In the eastern region where the 100,000 towering mountains were located, in the inner clan of the Dragon Clan, Di Chan had an anxious expression on his face as he asked, "Father, how did the matter turn so serious? With the way things are, I'm afraid Lord Patriarch must have already found out that the deaths of the 2 successors of the 3rd and 4th Absolutes from the 7 Absolutes sect are related to us. If he's to intervene at this time, how are we going to kill Duanling Tian?" He was not worried the Patriarch would give his father trouble over the deaths of the members from the 7 Absolute sect. After all, his father had a high status in the dragon as a supreme elder. He was only afraid that the Patriarch would find out that they intended to kill Duanling Tian and would stop them before he could verify if Duanling Tian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. If the Patriarch really gave an order to stop them from killing Duanling Tian, they could no longer act recklessly. His father would incur the Patriarch's wrath if he blatantly disobeyed the Patriarch's order. At that time, there was no doubt the Patriarch would kill his father as a show of power. I didn't expect the 2 members of the 7 Absolutes sect would be so stubborn. They'd rather die than disclose Duanling Tian's whereabouts. Even the former successor of the Red Dust progeny was the same. Di Huan furrowed his brows as well when he spoke about this matter. It seemed like things had become trickier now. He somewhat regretted killing the members of the 7 Absolute sect now. At that time, Di Huan had only wanted to discover Duanling Tian's whereabouts. However, the 2 members of the 7 Absolute sect had enraged him with their disobedience. Therefore, he had killed them in a fit of rage. After all, Di Huan was a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. The 2 members of the 7 Absolute sect were like ants compared to him. Who knew the matter would blow up into this proportion where it might even catch the Patriarch's attention? All of a sudden, Di Huan seemed to have discovered something. He quickly took out a jade token. A faint streak of light flew from the distance and fused with the jade token in his hand. The jade token flickered for a few moments before the light gradually disappeared. Di Huan quickly crushed the jade token in his hand. A voice rang out in the air immediately. "Supreme Elder, our outer clan leader has been killed by the successor of the prophet progeny using the heaven-defying art of cursing. The outer clan has fallen into chaos now." When Di Chan and Di Huan heard this, they were stunned. They were furious when they regained their senses. How bold of the 7 Absolute sect! How dare they kill our outer clan leader? Is the 7 Absolute sect not afraid of the retribution from our Patriarch? The outer clan leader, or the Patriarch of the outer clan, was merely the public face of the Dragon Clan. He was not even an eminent celestial, and usually he would not even appear on their radar. When the outer clan leader met them, he even had to respectfully address them as ancestors. Nevertheless, the father and son were still enraged when they learned of his death. After all, he was the public face of the Dragon Clan even if his cultivation base was not very high. Killing the spokesperson of the Dragon Clan was like giving the Dragon Clan a slap in the face. The clan leader of the Dragon Clan is dead. The current successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolute sect killed him with the heaven-defying art of cursing. If this was in the past, the death of the clan leader of the Dragon Clan might not have caused such a huge commotion. However, people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were already made aware of the fact that the Dragon Clan was much more powerful than the three great sects. Not only did the Dragon Clan have bodiless celestials, but all the bodiless celestials in their clan were extremely powerful. They even had 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Regardless, it seemed like the Dragon Clan was not afraid of the Seven Absolute sect. After all, previously, they had killed 2 successors of the Seven Absolute sect. The people from Seven Absolute sect are too bold. She actually dared to kill the clan leader of the Dragon Clan with a curse. That aside, don't you think it's strange? The Dragon Clan has 7 tribulation celestials, and the clan leader should be quite strong as well. How did he get killed by the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the Seven Absolute sect? Yes, I find it strange as well. Is it possible that the clan leader is not a bodiless celestial? Although people from the upper province were shocked to learn that the clan leader of the Dragon Clan had been killed by the current successor of the prophet progeny, they found the matter slightly strange. It did not take long before they were given answers. It seemed like this new information was spread by the Dragon Clan. As it turns out, the clan leader who was killed was only the leader of the outer clan. In a way, he's just the public face of the Dragon Clan. His cultivation base was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. I heard there's another clan leader for the inner clan. That's right. The inner clan leader is apparently the strongest powerhouse in the Dragon Clan. Even Di Chen's father, who's a 7 tribulation powerhouse, is nothing compared to him. This news that was intentionally spread by the Dragon Clan naturally caused a stir in the upper province again. How could people not be surprised that there were 2 clan leaders in the Dragon Clan? Moreover, the cultivation base of the clan leader who was killed was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was just the public face for the Dragon Clan? Everyone was also curious about the other clan leader of the Dragon Clan. Then, does this mean the inner clan leader is an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Heavens! The Dragon Clan actually has an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. After 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, 8 tribulation bodiless celestials are the strongest in the mundane realms. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials are extremely rare. Who knows if we even have any in the Dao Martial Saint Land? If we have none, that means 8 tribulation bodiless celestials are the strongest in the Dao Martial Saint Land. That's right. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials are extremely rare. I think it's unlikely that there's any in the Dao Martial Saint Land. The majority of the people in the Dao Martial Saint Land did not believe that 9 tribulation bodiless celestials existed. People were still in shock when the Dragon Clan made a shocking announcement. From this day onward, the Dragon Clan and the Seven Absolute sect are mortal enemies that will fight to the death. Anyone who can provide information about the locations of the members of the Seven Absolute sect will be handsomely rewarded. This announcement, naturally, caused a great commotion in the upper province again. Everyone could tell the Dragon Clan was truly enraged based on the announcement they made. Well, I can understand why they're angry. Although the outer clan leader of the Dragon Clan was not outstanding compared to the rest of the bodiless celestials in the Dragon Clan, he was still the public face of the Dragon Clan. For the current successor of the prophet progeny from the Seven Absolutes sect to kill him, it's akin to slapping the face of the Dragon Clan. You're right. It's definitely a humiliation to the Dragon Clan. This is the only way they can cleanse themselves of this humiliation. They have to destroy the Seven Absolutes sect to regain their dignity. There were some people who felt the Seven Absolute sect would be in danger now. It seems like the Seven Absolute sect is about to go through difficult times. Naturally, there were also people who disagreed. The Seven Absolute sect is going to have difficult times? I don't think so. Don't forget that Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect, is no ordinary man. That's right. Although Duan Ling Tian has only shown that his strength is comparable to a 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial, who's to say that is his true strength? He may very well be stronger than that. After all, in the past, Sword Saint Feng Qinyang managed to kill an 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial even though he was just an eminent celestial at that time. Duan Ling Tian is Sword Saint Feng Qinyang's successor. Even if he's not as powerful as Sword Saint Feng Qinyang, I believe the gap in strength is not that wide. Perhaps there are only a few people in the Dragon Clan who are capable of killing him. The 100,000 towering mountains in the eastern region. In the Dragon Clan's estate, Di Chun had a worried expression on his face as he said to Di Huan, "Father, the clan leader has yet to complete his closed-door cultivation. When the clan leader comes out of his closed-door cultivation, won't he blame you for publicly announcing the Dragon Clan's war against the 7 Absolutes sect in such a rush?" "Chinner, don't worry." Di Huan shook his head with a smile. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, "It doesn't matter if the clan leader is in closed-door cultivation. If he's here, he won't let the 7 Absolutes sect off as well. Moreover, I have Elder Monk's approval." Before Lord Clan Leader entered closed-door cultivation, he said that as long as I have the approval of 2 out 3 Supreme Elders in the clan, I can act as I see fit. A hint of cunning could be seen in the depths of Di Huan's eyes when he reached the end of his sentence. "That's brilliant, father." Di Chen's eyes brightened when he heard his father's words. The worried expression on his face was instantly replaced by a joyful smile. "In a way, we have the current successor of the prophet progeny to thank for this. If not for her, our clan would not be able to openly oppose the 7 Absolutes sect." His smile grew wider and wider as he spoke. "It's true. We have that little girl to thank for this. However, since she's able to kill the outer clan leader with the heaven-defying art of cursing, we can't underestimate her. You should know the outer clan leader was not an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He had almost completely comprehended heaven and earth and was only a step away from undergoing the Celestial Ascension tribulation," Di Huan said. "So what? She's just a little girl who's not even an eminent celestial," Di Chun said contemptuously. "There's no need for us to worry even if she becomes an eminent celestial, let alone 4 tribulation bodiless celestials. She probably couldn't even deal with a mere 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. We should just focus our attention on the successor of the Fog Rain progeny." Di Chen's eyes narrowed when he recalled how Duan Ling Tian had humiliated him. The humiliation was so bad that he did not even want to leave his cultivation place. If he were to go out now, there was no doubt that even the members of the Dragon Clan would look at him peculiarly. After all, when he kneeled and kowtowed to Duan Ling Tian, not only did he humiliate himself, but he had humiliated the Dragon Clan as well. It was only natural that those in the Dragon Clan thought he was a disgrace. Di Chun was the only son of Di Huan, the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan. Although he was not the most powerful, not many people dared to cross him. All of them were very respectful to him. However, currently, he had been reduced to hiding in his cultivation place. How could he accept this? Di Chen's eyes burned with rage. This is all Duan Ling Tian's fault. If it's not because of him, I won't be reduced to this state. His hatred for Duan Ling Tian continued to grow and grow when he thought about it. "Chunner!" Di Huan called out when he noticed something seemed to be amiss with Di Chun. He knew an obsession had formed in his son's heart due to this incident. He was determined to find Duan Ling Tian in the next 3 months to kill him before his son had to undergo the bodiless celestial tribulation. If his son did not untie this knot in his heart before the tribulation, he might not be able to successfully overcome the tribulation. A sense of urgency overcame him when he thought about this that he instantly left the Dragon Clan after bidding farewell to Di Chun. In the northern region where there were many snow-capped mountains, Duan Ling Tian and the others were welcoming the return of the current successor of the prophet progeny. This was Duan Ling Tian's first time meeting the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the 7 Absolutes sect. The current successor of the prophet progeny was a woman who was dressed in an all-white robe. Her aura was so extraordinary that everything in the surroundings seemed to dim in comparison. Her long hair hung loosely to her waist like a waterfall. Her face was hidden behind a white veil, but it was not difficult to imagine that she was certainly a peerless beauty based on the lower half of her face that was exposed. As she stood there emitting a cold aura, she seemed like a snow goddess who had descended on earth. After a while, this white-clad woman with a veil on her face turned to the old prophet and said, "Master, I'm back. It's good that you've returned." A smile that had not been seen for a long time appeared on the old prophet's face when he saw his disciple had returned safely. He sighed in relief. He was aware of what his direct disciple had done in the Dragon Clan. Although his direct disciple had done it to help him vent his anger, he knew how risky it was. After all, the Dragon Clan was one of the two strongest forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. After a while, the old prophet opened his mouth to introduce Duanling Tian, the current successor of the Fog Rain progeny and the sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect, to his direct disciple. He. Before the old prophet could finish his sentence, Mu his direct disciple and the current successor of the prophet progeny, cried out, "Duanling Tian." It was obvious that she was familiar with him. However, Duanling Tian failed to respond to Mu since he was stunned. Earlier, he had sensed a familiar aura before she had appeared, even though it was really faint. However, as much as he tried, he could not remember who the aura belonged to. "It seems like she has 10 different auras, including one of the aura that I'm familiar with. I wonder where I felt it before." As an eminent celestial, Duanling Tian's soul was inferior to bodiless celestials. However, he was still far superior compared to the current successor of the prophet progeny. For that reason, he was able to easily use his divine consciousness to probe the 10 auras. He could clearly sense 9 different auras that were twined around one aura, which was also the strongest aura. It was like a myriad of stars surrounding the moon. The aura he was familiar with was one of the 9 faint auras, whereas the strongest aura clearly belonged to the current successor of the prophet progeny. He came to the conclusion that her aura's unique condition had something to do with her cultivation method. At this moment, Han Xuanai made her way to Duanling Tian's side and tugged on his sleeve to remind him, "Brother Ling Tian, junior sister Yi just greeted you." A hint of admiration could be seen in Han Xuanai's eyes when she looked at Mu Yi, the current successor of the prophet progeny. It was as though she was looking at her idol. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Duanling Tian regained his senses immediately. He looked at Mu Yi and said, "I'm sorry, junior sister Yi. I was distracted for a moment because your aura feels rather familiar." Before Mu Yi had returned, the old prophet had spoken about her countless times to Duanling Tian. He knew that she was a 1-in-a-million heaven-defying Dao cultivator. She was so powerful that she was only second to him among all the successors of the Absolutes in the Seven Absolutes sect. He had heard about her assassinating the clan leader of the Dragon Clan. He felt as though she had helped him vent some of his anger. Therefore, he had a favorable impression of her even before they had met. Mu Yi did not seem displeased that Duanling Tian was distracted earlier. Instead, she asked a question that stunned him. "Do you remember where you've sensed my aura before?" Where did he sense her aura before? It took a moment before Duanling Tian recalled where he had sensed her aura before. He had sensed this aura when he was in Clarity City that was located at the edge of the western region. He had stayed in Clarity City before he made his way to Sin City in the central region. One of the auras belonged to Qiu Muqing, the eldest lady of the Qiu clan. He had helped her resolve a problem when he was in Clarity City. That was how they had become acquainted. Later on, he discovered that she seemed to have fallen for him. However, she was only a passerby in his eyes. At that time, he did not think they would meet again. Who knew after all these years, he would encounter Qiu Muqing's aura in Mu Yi, the successor of the prophet progeny. Many of his memories from when he was in Clarity City came rushing back to him at this moment. Finally, Duanling Tian answered solemnly, "I remember I came across this aura when I was in Clarity City. It belongs to a girl called Qiu Muqing." When he finished speaking, he saw a hint of joy flitted through Mu Yi's eyes. He was puzzled by this. After a while, Mu Yi sighed softly. Her icy cold aura seemed to have faded as she said, "If she were to find out that you haven't forgotten her, she would definitely be very happy." "What do you mean?" Duanling Tian could feel something was amiss based on Mu Yi's words. He asked solemnly, What happened to her? Although he had considered her as just a passerby in his life, he still considered her as a friend after spending those few days with her. Hence, he felt slightly worried when he heard Mu Yi's words that seemed to indicate something had happened to Chiu Muqing. She and a few people with her were killed by a bastard for perverted reasons when they were making their way to the fire worship sect. She was particularly unlucky since her scattered soul was infected by ruthless qi at the time of her death. When her soul gathered again, it lingered for 3 days and 3 nights. Mu Yi explained slowly. Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes immediately when he heard Mu Yi's words. A hint of ferocity could be seen flashing in his eyes. He asked in a hoarse voice, "Do you know who's the culprit?" "A young man," Mu Yi said with a sigh. Killing intent flashed in Duanling Tian's eyes as his body began to emit an aura that was much colder than Mu Yi's aura. His cold aura faded a little as he asked, "Is that person stronger than you?" Since Mu Yi had recounted everything so vividly, Duanling Tian was under the impression that she was present and had witnessed the tragic event as well. He thought the culprit had to be stronger than Mu Yi. Otherwise, she would have definitely helped Chiu Muqing. She was the old prophet's successor after all. She did not seem like the type of person who would sit back and watch when someone was in need. Mu Yi sighed as she said, "The truth is I learned about what happened to Chiu Muqing after absorbing Chiu Muqing's soul that was about to vanish after lingering for 3 days and 3 nights. I gained this information from some of her remaining memories." "You absorbed her soul?" Duanling Tian frowned. At this moment, the old prophet spoke up. "It's compulsory for the successor of the prophet progeny to do this in order to cultivate to become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. One of the requirements to become the successor of the prophet progeny is to search for and absorb 9 remnant souls that are infected by ruthless qi. This is the only way to become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator and cultivate the heaven-defying art of cursing. Naturally, the successor isn't allowed to kill just to harvest the souls. Even if they did, they would not be able to absorb the souls since the souls would reject them." Duanling Tian felt enlightened after listening to the old prophet's explanation. Previously, he was astonished when he first learned about the heaven-defying art of cursing that was cultivated by heaven-defying Tao cultivators. It truly lived up to its name for being so heaven-defying. The killing method was so terrifying that it could send chills running up one's spine. He had questioned the existence of such a heaven-defying technique, but he did not expect that one would have to go through such an arduous process just to become a heaven-defying Tao cultivator. After a while, Duanling Tian looked at Mu Yi with eyes that burned with rage as he asked, "Do you still remember what the culprit looks like?" Duanling Tian did not even finish speaking when Mu Yi had already taken out a portrait. "This is the portrait of the person I saw in her memories. I've been searching for this person as well over the years, but I don't have any leads. The 9 souls that were infected with ruthless qi were violently killed. Mu Yi had already found 8 of those people who had murdered the souls she had absorbed. The only one she had yet to find was Chiu Muqing's murderer." Duanling Tian studied the portrait in Mu Yi's hand. It was a portrait of a young man with average body size. His features were strangely twisted, giving him a sinister air. Someone gasped before crying out, "It's him." Everyone, including Duanling Tian, turned to the source of the voice. The person who had spoken was none other than Chen Yiru, the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, who was standing behind Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian's eyes brightened as he asked, "Sandao, do you know him?" Initially, when he heard Mu Yi said she could not find the man even after all these years, he felt disheartened since he knew looking for the man now would be like fishing for a needle in the ocean. However, who knew Chen Yiru would recognize the man in the portrait? "Yes, master." Chen Yiru nodded immediately when he heard Duanling Tian's question. "Who's he?" Duanling Tian asked as his eyes flashed coldly. "His name is Ding Yijian. He's a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial just like me." Chen Yiru said this person's biggest vice is women. He's always trying to take possession of every beautiful woman he meets. 30 years ago, I couldn't tolerate his behavior anymore, so I fought him. However, our fight ended in a draw. As it turns out, he's a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Realization dawned on Mu Yi at this moment. No wonder I couldn't find any clues related to him. It made sense now why she could not find the culprit even with the wide information network from the successor of the Red Dust progeny. After all, as wide as the Red Dust progeny's information network was, it did not reach as deep as the circles of the bodiless celestials in the Tao Martial Saint Land. For tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned even colder at this moment. He asked, "Do you know where he usually stays? Allow me to calculate the time. His next bodiless celestial tribulation is less than 100 years from now. Currently, he should be cultivating in his cultivation place as he waits for his bodiless celestial tribulation. Coincidentally, his cultivation place is located in the northern region as well. Take me there," Duan Ling Tian said. Killing intent could be seen flashing in his eyes. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised to hear that Ding Yi Jian's cultivation place was in the northern region. After all, Chen Yiru had previously told him that many bodiless celestials lived in seclusion in the northern region. Even the powerhouse Nie Wutian, who was ranked first in the Supreme Saint ranking, lived in seclusion in the northern region while waiting for his ascension to the Devata realm. "Yes, master," Chen Yiru answered respectfully. Duan Ling Tian turned to the old prophet and said, "Uncle Old Prophet, I'd like to seek revenge for my friend before I enter the Sword Saint's secret zone." Earlier, he and the old prophet agreed that he would enter the Sword Saint's secret zone as soon as his direct disciple, the current successor of the prophet progeny, returned to the Seven Absolutes sect. However, it seemed like he would have to postpone his entrance to the Sword Saint zone for the time being. "Go ahead," the old prophet nodded. He understood Duan Ling Tian's feelings, so he did not try to stop him. After that, Duan Ling Tian bade farewell to Kur, Duan Siling, Feng Tianwu, and the others before he left the snow-capped mountains with Chen Yiru and made their way to the north of the northern region. The northern region snowed all year long, but the land north of the northern region was so cold that it had turned into glaciers. The land seemed like crystals from afar, and the falling snow made it look like an ice land. "There are quite a few people here," Duan Ling Tian said when he saw human figures along the way to the north of the northern region. However, most of these people were only Saint Celestial stage cultivators. He continued to mutter under his breath, "Up until now, I've already detected more than a dozen cultivators at and above the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If these people come out of seclusion, there would probably be a huge change on the Supreme Saint ranking." Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew that ever since the existence of bodiless celestials had been revealed, the Supreme Saint ranking had lost much of its credibility. Nowadays, not many people would speak about the Supreme Saint ranking. Even when they talked about it, their words were only filled with criticism or requests to include the bodiless celestials in the Tao Martial Saint land. After a while, Chen Yiru's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears, causing him to snap back to his senses. "Master, the land ahead is one of the spots where many bodiless celestials gather in the northern region." Duan Ling Tian saw many spacious mansions among the glaciers. A light shield shrouded the mansions and seemed to repel the snowflakes. "This is Ding Yi Jian's cultivation place," Chen Yiru finally said. Duan Ling Tian's eyes flashed viciously as he asked, "Which one is it?" "It's here." Chen Yiru flew to the sky above the mansions and pointed at one of the mansions. "Have a look and tell me if he's in there," Duan Ling Tian said. A hint of anticipation could be heard in his voice, as though he could not wait to deal with Ding Yi Jian. Since Duan Ling Tian was an eminent celestial, it was not wise for him to use his divine consciousness to detect a tribulation bodiless celestial. If the other person used his divine consciousness to attack him, he would be severely injured. For this reason, he asked Chen Yiru to check if Ding Yi Jian was in the mansion. "Yes, master," Chen Yiru replied respectfully before he extended his divine consciousness into one of the spacious mansions. Elementary devouring technique. Duan Ling Tian did not stay idle while Chen Yiru tried to determine if Ding Yi Jian was in the mansion. He cast his assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, he completely absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. All the reclusive cultivators who were cultivating were shocked, their cultivation interrupted. Since the area of effect of the elementary devouring tactic was very wide, Even the heaven and earth spirit energy further away had been absorbed by Duanling Tian. All of them were baffled. The lack of heaven and spirit energy, naturally, hindered their cultivation. What happened? Why did heaven and earth spirit energy suddenly disappear? What happened? Why is the heaven and earth spirit energy so thin all of a sudden? Shit! What's happening? Meanwhile, Chen Yiru withdrew his divine consciousness from one of the mansions and said, "Master, Ding Yi Jian is in the mansion." As soon as Chen Yiru finished speaking, a thunderous voice boomed in the air. "Chen Yiru." A figure shot out of the mansion and flew into the sky before stopping near Duanling Tian and Chen Yiru. Duanling Tian's killing intent intensified when he saw the person who had arrived before him. This person was none other than the young man from Mu Yi's portrait. This was the man who had mercilessly killed Qiu Muqing. The young man's expression changed drastically when he saw Chen Yiru standing behind a purple-clad young man. It seemed as though he knew who the purple-clad young man was. After all, the fact that Chen Yiru, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, had a powerful master was no longer a secret among the bodiless celestials in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Therefore, he knew that Chen Yiru's master was Duanling Tian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. Duanling Tian's name had become even more renowned in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land when word spread about how he forced Yi Chen, a five-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan, to kneel and kowtow to him. Rumor had it that Duanling Tian displayed the strength of a six-tribulation bodiless celestial at that time. "Are you sect leader Duan?" Ding Yi Jian's expression that was filled with fury toward Chen Yiru disappeared immediately when he saw the purple-clad young man. A sense of uneasiness and anxiety began to rise in his heart. Although Duanling Tian did not reply to his question, he was certain in his heart that the purple-clad young man was Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, was said to have strength that could rival a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. There were even people who speculated that he might be, in fact, stronger than a six-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even Di Chen, a five-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan, was forced to submit, let alone a four-tribulation bodiless celestial like him. How could Ding Yi Jian not feel uneasy? At this moment, many thoughts flitted through Ding Yi Jian's mind as he tried to figure out why Duanling Tian had come. Duanling Tian can't possibly be here because of the conflict between Chen Yiru and I had 30 years ago, right? Sect leader Duan, Ding Yi Jian said tentatively. His heart constricted in fear when he saw the coldness in Duanling Tian's eyes. He quickly said, I know I had a conflict with Chen Yiru previously, but I've already apologized to him. I even swore that I would avoid him whenever I see him. At this moment, he had discarded all his pride as a four-tribulation bodiless celestial. His pride was nothing when faced with Duanling Tian's terrifying power after all. Meanwhile, many bodiless celestials came out from their cultivation place when they felt the disappearance of the heaven and earth spirit energy. As soon as they came out, they recognized one of the figures standing in the sky. That's Chen Yiru. Chen Yiru used to cultivate in this place as well. Therefore, many of the bodiless celestials here recognized him. Chen Yiru has returned? The purple-clad man standing in front of Chen Yiru. Is he Duanling Tian, the sect leader of Seven Absolute sect? Many of the bodiless celestials were shocked when they figured out the identity of the purple-clad young man standing in front of Chen Yiru. Duanling Tian, the sect leader of Seven Absolute sect, had been famous for a long time in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Whether it was the common folks or the bodiless celestials, all of them had been talking about him. For this reason, the bodiless celestials who had come out could easily recognize him after they saw Chen Yiru. Why is Duanling Tian here? Based on his attitude, it seems like he came with Chen Yiru to see Ding Yi Jian. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings almost disappeared as soon as he arrived. Does it have something to do with him? I don't know. The bodiless celestials who stood in the distance began a lively discussion about Duanling Tian. However, they did not have the courage to approach him. After all, the strongest among them was only a few five-tribulation bodiless celestials. He was someone who managed to make a five-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan kowtow and kneel. How would they dare to act recklessly in front of him? When the small group of bodiless celestials examined themselves, they, naturally, found that they lacked the capability to defeat Duanling Tian. They were weaker than Dichan. Where would they find the courage to misbehave before Duanling Tian? Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duanling Tian scoffed loudly. A surge of killing intent rolled off his body. It felt as though he had transformed into the Grim Reaper at this moment. The energy that rolled off his body pressured the bodiless celestials present on the scene. Bang! Duanling Tian lifted his leg and stomped on the ground. The void cracked immediately. Numerous cracks began to appear and spread like a spiderweb. Fear tightened its clutch on Ding Yijian's heart when he saw this. A hint of shock mixed with admiration could be seen on his face. At this moment, there was only one thought left in his mind. He fervently hoped that Duanling Tian would forgive him for his past conflict with Chani Ru. After all, nobody was really hurt in the conflict. In his opinion, this was just a small conflict. There was no reason for Duanling Tian to kill him. Unfortunately, Ding Yijian was unaware that Duanling Tian did not come looking for him to seek revenge for Chani Ru. Duanling Tian was here to seek revenge for the hundreds of women whom he had ruthlessly killed in the past. Perhaps he had forgotten the woman called Qiu Muqing whom he had mutilated and killed, but the reason Duanling Tian had come was precisely for this particular woman. "You beast!" Duanling Tian hissed. His celestial origin energy that was laced with saint origin surged out of his body as he stared at Ding Yijian coldly. Ding Yijian felt chills running up his spine when he saw this. It felt as though he had fallen into a lake of ice. Although it was snowing here, the cold did not affect Ding Yijian. However, he felt chills running up his spine when he saw Duanling Tian looking at him with killing intent. It felt as though he had fallen into a lake of ice and was frozen. Whoosh! Duanling Tian lifted his hand and sword chi shot out of his hand. The sound of a sword cry rang in the air briefly. The sword chi shot toward Ding Yijian at such a high speed that he did not even have any time to react. He cried out in horror, no. After he cried out, it did not take long before a soft sound sounded in the air. The sword chi had pierced his glabella and his soul was instantly destroyed. Bodiless celestials' bodies were different from humans. Their glabellas were connected to their souls. If their glabellas were pierced, their souls would instantly be destroyed. Despite being a bodiless celestial whose body was different from ordinary human beings, the middle of his brows was connected to his soul. The destructive force from Duanling Tian's sword chi destroyed Ding Yijian's soul in just a blink of an eye, leaving nothing behind. Ding Yijian had no chance of surviving at all. After Ding Yijian's soul was destroyed, his corpse turned to dust immediately. There was no trace left of his existence in both heaven and earth. The entire place fell silent. The few 5 tribulation bodiless celestials had managed to catch a glimpse of Duanling Tian's sword chi earlier. The sword chi felt divine, as though it could destroy everything in this world. Chill ran up their spines when they thought about what had happened. Even if they did not die, they would be grievously injured if they had to face Duanling Tian's sword chi. They were not even certain if they would be able to defend against it. That's the sword-wielding art, the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, that sword Saint Feng Qingyang created, right? Rumor has it that Duanling Tian used the body sword fusion, the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, to make Di Chun kneel and kowtow to him. The strength he displayed at that time was comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial. That's more than enough to defeat even the strongest 5 tribulation bodiless celestial, let alone the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The 5 tribulation bodiless celestials knew they were no match for Duanling Tian even when he was using the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. After killing Ding Yijian, Duanling Tian's killing intent dissipated immediately, and he reigned in the energy that surged out of his body. Rest in peace, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he looked in the southwest direction. That place was where Qiu Muqing had passed away. Meanwhile, the bodiless celestials on the scene regained their senses. They realized there was more than meets the eyes. Initially, they had thought Duanling Tian had come to avenge Chani Ru. However, when they recalled Duanling Tian had called Ding Yijian a beast before killing him, they realized something was amiss. It seems like this matter is not as simple as it seems. Could it be that? At that same time, Duanling Tian said to Chen Yiru, "Let's go." He did not look back as he disappeared from everyone's sight. They came and left like a gust of wind, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian did not return to the Seven Absolutes sect's temporary estate immediately. Instead, they made their way east. Only after he was certain nobody was tailing them did he return to the Seven Absolutes sect's temporary estate. He had, naturally, taken a detour to ensure the location of their temporary estate was not exposed. It was even more necessary now to keep the location of the sect secret since he and the Seven Absolutes sect had become the Dragon Clan's targets. Apart from that, he was about to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. He did not want any unforeseen circumstances to pop up before he entered the Sword Saint secret zone. As they made their way back to the Seven Absolutes sect, Duanling Tian's mind was filled with thoughts about the Sword Saint secret zone. According to Junior Uncle, the other people who possessed the key to the Sword Saint secret zone had already used their keys. Currently, Junior Uncle's keys are the only one that can open the Sword Saint secret zone. It's too bad that Junior Uncle has no idea who the people who possess the keys are. I don't know if they're from the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, or the Devil Clan. Duanling Tian did not know that the Sword Saint secret zone was not created by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. In fact, it was actually a Beyond Heaven secret zone that Feng Qingyang had encountered years back. After he entered the zone, he had a fortuitous encounter. It was what enabled him to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and possess strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. A long time had passed since then. Although the old prophet and his companions knew about the Sword Saint's secret zone that had been passed down for generations, they were unaware that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang did not create the Sword Saint secret zone. They were clueless that Feng Qingyang had managed to figure out the way to open the secret zone. He only left his successor with the way to open the secret zone. Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware of all this. He did not know the key represented the entrance and exit point, and that a key existed in every mundane realm. In other words, there was only one key in every mundane realm, including this one. Most importantly, he was unaware that a key also existed on his home planet, Earth, which was also a mundane realm. When the Beyond Heaven secret zone was opened, a point of entrance and exit would appear in the mundane realms with keys as well. The name Sword Saint Secret Zone was not given by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. In fact, the disciples of the Seven Absolute sect had come up with the name later on. The Sword Saint Secret Zone, or the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, had nothing to do with Sword Saint Feng Qingyang apart from the fact that he had discovered and entered it. He had no ability to control what happened inside, nor could he help Duanling Tian once he entered the secret zone. He had only provided the later generation with the key to enter the secret zone. Duanling Tian and generations of members of the Seven Absolute sect were under the impression that Feng Qingyang had created the Sword Saint secret zone. For this reason, all of them thought Feng Qingyang had left his legacies and many precious items in there. Back at the north of the northern region where Duanling Tian and Chen Yiru had left. Whoosh! The bodiless celestials who had gathered earlier had yet to return to their homes when wind began to howl in the air. Shortly after, a middle-aged man who was emitting an oppressive air appeared out of thin air. A 5 tribulation bodiless celestial instantly stepped out when the middle-aged man appeared. He bowed deferentially toward the middle-aged man. Lord Di Huan. Lord Di Huan. The remaining bodiless celestials quickly shifted their attention to the middle-aged man when they heard the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials' words. The 5 tribulation bodiless celestial who had greeted Di Huan turned around and explained to the others. This is Lord Di Huan, the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan. The other bodiless celestials, naturally, broke into a commotion when they heard the 5 tribulation bodiless celestials' words. They might not have seen Di Huan before, nevertheless, his name struck them like a thunderbolt. They had heard many things about Di Huan, so they knew he was the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan and also a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. They also knew that Di Chen, the 5 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Dragon Clan, whom Duanling Tian forced to kneel and kowtow, was Di Huan's son. Greetings, Lord Di Huan. It's an honor to meet you. All the bodiless celestials greeted Di Huan respectfully as they bowed to him after they learned of his identity. They were not wary about the fact that he was a supreme elder of the Dragon Clan, but because he was a 7 Tribulation bodiless celestial. Di Huan did not deign to reply to the bodiless celestials who had greeted him. He turned to the 5 Tribulation bodiless celestial who had greeted him first and asked in an urgent tone, "I thought you said Duanling Tian is here? Where's he?" It was not difficult to guess why Di Huan had come as soon as he spoke. It was obvious that the 5 Tribulation bodiless celestial had informed him of Duanling Tian's presence earlier. Di Huan did not wait for the 5 Tribulation bodiless celestial to reply as he extended his divine consciousness to check the area to see if Duanling Tian was around. However, he could not sense Duanling Tian at all. He felt as though he had been cheated. The 5 Tribulation bodiless celestial replied respectfully, "Lord Di Huan, Duanling Tian went in the east direction. However, since I'm not strong, I didn't tell him because I was afraid he would notice me." After a while, as though he was afraid Di Huan would misunderstand him, he quickly added, "Duanling Tian really came here and headed east after he left. Everyone present can testify to that. I won't dare to lie to you, Lord Di Huan." "Very well. You'll be handsomely rewarded if I manage to catch him." Di Huan's eyes brightened when he thought about capturing Duanling Tian. He no longer bothered with the 5 Tribulation bodiless celestial and vanished into thin air under everyone's watchful gaze. "That's insanely fast. Is this the speed of a 7 Tribulation bodiless celestial?" A shocked expression appeared on the bodiless celestials' faces when they saw Di Huan vanishing before their eyes. They might be bodiless celestials, but they had never met a 7 Tribulation bodiless celestial or anyone stronger. After all, those who were 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials or stronger were few and far between. For this reason, most bodiless celestials treated 7 Tribulation bodiless celestials and those who were stronger reverentially as though those people were God himself. It was clear that Duanling Tian had made a wise choice when he decided to head north to mislead others before returning to the 7 Absolutes sect's temporary estate. Otherwise, Di Huan, the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan, would have caught up to him. Currently, Duanling Tian's strength was only comparable to a 6 Tribulation bodiless celestial when he unleashed all his strength. He was no match for a 7 Tribulation bodiless celestial like Di Huan. There was no doubt that he would turn into a slab of meat on the chopping board if he chose to face Di Huan now. In the 7 Absolutes sect's temporary estate that was located on a snow-capped mountain. Upon Duanling Tian's return, he quickly went to look for the old prophet. A sense of urgency filled him. He wanted to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone as quickly as he could. "Junior Uncle Prophet, I've already dealt with my personal matter. If the others are ready, we can enter the Sword Saint's secret zone now." Naturally, the other people that Duanling Tian mentioned were this generation's successors of the 7 Absolutes in the 7 Absolutes sect. Unfortunately, the successor of the Kratos progeny and the Dark Shadow progeny, the 3rd and 4th Absolutes respectively, had died. It was very likely that the Dragon Clan was behind their deaths. Currently, there were only 6 successors left in the 7 Absolute sect. These people were Duanling Tian, Mu Yi, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, Nangong Chun, and Nangong Yi. "Okay." The old prophet agreed immediately since he could sense Duanling Tian's eagerness to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. After that, he went to round up the other successors of the Absolutes. After roughly an hour, Duanling Tian received a message from the old prophet. "Depart immediately so we can look for a hidden location to open the Sword Saint's secret zone." Soon after, a group of people left the snow-capped mountain and headed toward the northeast direction. Apart from the current successors of the Absolutes and the old prophet Kuer Qinghua, and Gan Ruyen tagged along as well. However, only the successors of the Absolutes were allowed to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. During their journey, Gan Ruyen asked the old prophet eagerly, "Senior prophet, can I enter the Sword Saint's secret zone?" "Our sect leader holds the authority to decide something like that," the old prophet said as he glanced at Duanling Tian. Gan Ruyen instantly shifted her eyes to Duanling Tian. "No!" Before Gan Ruyen could speak, she was rejected immediately. According to the record that has been passed down for generations, we're warned against letting cultivators below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage enter the secret zone. Anyone whose cultivation base is below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage will definitely die once he or she enters the Sword Saint secret zone that Senior Feng Qingyang left behind. 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was clearly impossible for Gan Ruyen to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Although her innate spiritual root had been improved and her cultivation speed had increased, she had only broken through to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It would take a long time before she could even break through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The two stages might be just one stage apart, but the gap in strength was extremely wide. Gan Ruyen fell silent when she heard Duanling Tian's words. There was nothing she could say to refute his words after all. Although she looked disappointed, she no longer tried to speak. After listening to the warning that had been passed down for generations, she did not dare to enter the Sword Saint secret zone, even if Duanling Tian gave her permission to enter. She instantly dismissed the thought about entering the Sword Saint secret zone when she found out those below the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be able to survive the Sword Saint secret zone. How could a fortuitous encounter be more important than her life? Staying alive was the most important thing. At this time, it was Chun Yiru's turn to ask eagerly, "Master, can I enter the secret zone? Junior Uncle Prophet told me earlier that there's an age restriction on the Sword Saint secret zone. Only those who are below 100 years old are allowed to enter," Duanling Tian said. "However, you can try and see if you can enter. If you're really able to enter, who knows if you might have a fortuitous encounter." Duanling Tian was not a selfish or stingy person. Although Chan Yiru had not been with him for long, Chan Yiru had sworn on the lightning penalty oath to be loyal to him after all. He had no reason to stop Chan Yiru if he was able to enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Chan Yiru's eyes were bright as he thanked Duanling Tian. "Thank you, Master." He was delighted that he had gotten his master's permission to enter the secret zone. Now, he only hoped he would be able to enter the secret zone. However, he knew there was nothing he could if he was denied entry. After all, it was not like he could change his age as he pleased. This is the place. After traveling northeast for a while, Duanling Tian finally chose the valley between ice mountains in a place that seemed extremely desolated. Based on the condition of ice in the valley, it seemed like the ice was formed a long time ago, possibly even 1,000 or 10,000 years ago. A thick and white fog shrouded the valley that made it impossible for people to detect its presence unless they used their divine consciousness. "This is a pretty good spot," the old prophet said after he took a look at the surroundings. The others, naturally, did not have much of an opinion. Duanling Tian and his companions were hidden by the dense fog as they made their way to the valley. When they finally stopped moving, the old prophet lifted his hand and brought out a black box before passing it to Duanling Tian. He said, "This box holds the key that has been passed down for generations in the 7 Absolutes sect. This key will open the Sword Saint secret zone. This box has been sealed with a formation that was said to be created by ancestor Feng Qingyang. Rumor has it that only the successors of the Fog Rain progeny, the first Absolutes of the 7 Absolutes, are able to open the box. As for how to open it, I'm not too sure either." After a moment, the old prophet said to Duanling Tian, "Why don't you try opening it?" This box, Duanling Tian discovered the box was quite heavy after the old prophet had passed it over to him. He did not know what the box was made from. Even Chan Yiru, who was a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, could not open it. "Master, there's nothing I can do," he said helplessly before passing the box back to Duanling Tian. Void cracks could be seen slowly closing up around Chan Yiru when he passed the box back to Duanling Tian. This was from his attacks when he attempted to open the box earlier. Elementary Devouring Technique. Duanling Tian cast his assist-type divine ability, the Elementary Devouring Technique, as soon as the box was passed back to him. He absorbed all the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings to raise his strength, so he could cast the sword-wielding art, the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, to open the box. Whoosh! The wind howled briefly before a destructive and oppressive sword chi shot out of Duanling Tian's palm toward the sealed box. Void cracks instantly appeared in the sword chi's wake. The void cracks were long and wide. It seemed like it would take an hour or so just to close up. Duanling Tian did not think his attack that was comparable to the strength of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to open the box, since Chen Yiru failed to open the box even after he had unleashed all his strength. However, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the white sword chi turned into liquid when it landed on the box. It did not take long before the box snapped open. Click! When Duanling Tian saw this, he thought to himself, "It seems like the formation on the box responded to the sovereign heart sword that Senior Feng Qingyang created." Master, your sword technique earlier is only comparable to that of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial's attack, right? Why did the box open so easily? Chen Yiru asked with a baffled expression on his face. Chen Yiru was not the only one. Everyone had a puzzled expression on their faces as well. They did not know what had happened. Although the attack that Duanling Tian had used was more powerful than Chen Yiru's attack, it was not that much stronger. However, the results were poles apart. This is due to the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method sovereign heart sword that Senior Feng Qingyang left behind. I used that technique to open the box, Duanling Tian explained to everyone as his eyes were fixed on the open box. A brass ball lay quietly inside of the box. A complex pattern that looked like words was engraved on the ball. Duanling Tian could not ascertain if they were just patterns or words. So this is the key to open the Sword Saint secret zone? Duanling Tian held the brass ball in his hand as he studied it. He did not find anything special about the engravings. Everyone was looking at the brass ball as well at this moment. Soon after, the old prophet said, "Try to infuse your celestial origin energy into the ball." When Duanling Tian heard this, he did not waste any time and quickly infused his celestial origin energy into the brass ball. It did not take long before he discovered that the brass ball was like a starving infant who was greedily absorbing his celestial origin energy as though it was milk. It only stopped when it depleted more than half of his celestial origin energy. At this moment, Duanling Tian felt a surge of energy from the brass ball that pushed his hand away. After that, the ball levitated in the air and the patterns on the brass ball were illuminated. The light from the patterns grew brighter and brighter as time passed. It looked extremely dazzling. What's this? Everyone's attention was focused on the brass ball at this moment. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang in the air and everyone present saw their vision turning white. It seemed as though the light of an explosion had blinded them. At the same time, a surge of formidable but gentle energy began to push them away from each other. When everyone regained their footing and sight, they quickly turned to look at the brass ball just to discover a hole in the void. There were vortexes spinning around the hole as though the vortexes were keeping the hole open. The hole did not show any signs of closing at all. Is this the point of entrance and exit for the Sword Saint secret zone? Everyone shared the same thought at this moment when they looked at the hole that led to who knows where. Meanwhile, in a few mundane realms, mysterious energies that surrounded the holes in each of the mundane realms had disappeared, granting one entry to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. What? Is the Beyond Heaven secret zone open? Heavens! It's been 30,000 years since it last opened. It's finally open again. The people that discovered the holes had opened were shocked when they saw this. Earth, where Duanling Tian was from, was also one of the mundane realms that held the key to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Earth was in a huge mundane realm that encompassed a vast universe with many planets and galaxies. Earth was as tiny as a speck of dust in this mundane realm. Despite its size, Earth, when it was known as planet Yen Huang, was one of the few rare planets that allowed its inhabitants to cultivate. In other words, this meant that the inhabitants could absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy to strengthen themselves. At that time, planet Yen Huang produced many legendary cultivators whom Duanling Tian thought were from myths and ancient legends. Sun Wukong, Zhu Bajie, and Neja were a few of those said cultivators. However, after more and more cultivators appeared, it did not take long before the heaven and earth spirit energy on the planet was depleted. For this reason, many cultivators from planet Yen Huang also began to move away. Afterward, planet Yen Huang that had been depleted of heaven and earth spirit energy became known as Earth. The number of cultivators grew lesser and people became weaker that one did not need much strength to rule Earth. On the other hand, The cultivators that moved away from planet Yanhuang moved to some planets that were rich with heaven and earth spirit energy and laid down their roots there. The Celestial Master sect was an ancient sect that moved away from planet Yanhuang previously. The ancestor of the Celestial Master sect was Celestial Master Zhang from the ancient myths and legends. Currently, the Celestial Master sect had gained control over a galaxy. The headquarters of the Celestial Master sect was located on a planet that was a few times bigger than Earth. The Beyond Heaven's secret zone is open. The entire Celestial Master sect had broken out in an uproar when they heard news of this. The Beyond Heaven's secret zone's key from another mundane realm has finally been opened. It's been close to 20,000 years since the key has been used. Only when the key is used will the Beyond Heaven's secret zone in the mundane realms open again. I hope the powerhouses in the Celestial Master sect will have fortuitous encounters when they enter the secret zone and grow significantly stronger. What a pity the Celestial Masters sect isn't the only who's privy to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. We'll have to face a lot of competitors once we enter the secret zone. The competitors are from our mundane realm and other mundane realms as well. Regardless, the people from the Celestial Masters sect were boiling with excitement when they learned that the Beyond Heaven secret zone had opened again. Currently, in the mundane realm where Earth was located, there were many sects apart from the Celestial Masters sect. Some were stronger and some were weaker. However, they had one thing in common at this moment. All of them were rushing to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone. All of them knew where the point of entrance and exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone was located, but it was sealed before this. How could they not rush there now that it was open? There were a total of 5 keys to the Beyond Heaven secret zone that were placed in 5 mundane realms. If one had the key, one would be able to open the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Otherwise, the entrance would be barred by a mysterious energy. However, once the final key was used, the point of entrance and exit in all the mundane realms would open as well. Now that the Beyond Heaven secret zone had opened in all the mundane realms, this meant that Duanling Tian's key was the final key. Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware of all this. In the northern region, in a valley surrounded by ice mountains and white fog, the Beyond Heaven secret zone is finally open. Our 7 absolute sect will regain our former glory. The old prophet looked emotional as he stared at the hole in front of him. As someone from the previous generation of successors of the 7 absolute sect and also the person with the highest seniority in the sect, he was, naturally, moved when he thought about the 7 absolutes sect regaining its former glory, similar to when Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was around. When he looked at the entrance to the Sword Saint secret zone and the successors of the absolutes who were about to enter the secret zone, it was as though he could already see the sect regaining its former reputation. Similar to everyone present, the old prophet was unaware that the Sword Saint secret zone was the Beyond Heaven secret zone. How could they know that everything in the zone was not left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? Most importantly, they did not know that the people from the 7 absolute sect were not the only ones who would be entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Many powerhouses from the other 4 mundane realms would be going into the secret zone as well. In fact, there were thousands upon thousands of people who were rushing to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone in one of the mundane realms at this moment. There was no lack of powerful bodiless celestials among these people. Sandao, we should arrive at the Sword Saint secret zone after entering the hole. Junior Uncle Prophet has said that those over the age of 100 won't be able to enter the secret zone. Why don't you give it a try and see if it's true? Duanling Tian said to Chan Yi-Ru. Yes, master. Chen Yi-Ru replied with a nod. He did not waste any time and attempted to leap into the hole immediately. As soon as he approached the hole, he could clearly sense an oppressive energy that came from the vortexes that prevented the hole from closing. That energy made him feel as though he would be turned into ash and disappear from the world immediately if he had come in contact with it. However, he discovered that the energy did not seem to repel him. For this reason, his courage grew and he hastened his speed as he charged headlong into the hole. In just a blink of an eye, his hand had already touched the hole. As Chen Yi-Ru's body was further drawn into the hole, leaving only his upper body visible at the moment, he quickly said to Duanling Tian, Master, I think that I should be able to enter the secret zone. The force is winding around my arm and pulling me in at an increasing speed. You should go in then. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He felt sincerely happy for Chun Yi-Ru. After all, a four-tribulation bodiless celestial like Chun Yi-Ru should be able to benefit greatly after entering the secret zone that was left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Master, I'll wait for you on the other side. Chun Yi-Ru only managed to say these words before he was completely pulled in. Everyone present on the scene only managed to recover from their shock after Chun Yi-Ru had entered the hole. I thought those over the age of 100 can't enter the Sword Saint's secret zone? Duan Ling Tian's follower is a four-tribulation bodiless celestial, right? He's an old monster who has lived for 4,000 years. Does this mean anyone can just enter the Sword Saint's secret zone? Nangong Yi exclaimed in shock. What's going on? The old prophet was baffled. Based on the records that were passed down in the Seven Absolute sect, it was said that those who were older than 100 years old would not be able to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. Moreover, these words came directly from Sword Saint Qing Fengyang. Is it possible that bodiless celestials are exempted from this rule? Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian speculated out loud. The most direct manner to examine a person's age is by examining the body first. Since bodiless celestials' bodies are different from normal humans, it could be the reason why they're exempted from the rules. The truth was Duan Ling Tian had guessed correctly. The Sword Saint's secret zone, or the Beyond Heaven secret zone, had an age restriction for those above 100 years old. However, this did not apply to bodiless celestials. Based on this, one could see that those who were able to enter the secret zone were either geniuses or powerful bodiless celestials. Those who had a cultivation base lower than the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage would definitely die if they entered the secret zone. Duan Ling Tian, my brother and I are going to enter the secret zone now. You should hurry as well, Nangong Yi said before he entered the Sword Saint's secret zone with his twin brother, Nangong Chan. It did not take long before both of them vanished into thin air. Duan Ling Tian turned to the old prophet and asked, Junior Uncle Prophet, how long will the point of entrance and exit for the Sword Saint's secret zone stay open? It's said that it'll stay open for 10 years, the old prophet said. This information also came from Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. 10 years? Duan Ling Tian glanced at Gan Ruyen as soon as he heard the old prophet's words. Sure enough, her eyes had brightened immediately. He said to her solemnly, with your current innate talent, I think you'll be able to break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage in 1 or 2 years. At that time, you can enter the secret zone if you want to. Although it's said that even those at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage can also enter, there's a high chance you might not survive in there. Aren't the Nangong twins at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage? If they can enter, there's no reason for me not to enter as well. I'm definitely going to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone when I break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Gan Ruyen said indignantly. Miss Ruyen, the old prophet said gently. The sect leader is only reminding you out of kindness. The Nangong twins are the successors of the Didymus progeny. They bear the important responsibility of reviving Seven Absolute sect. Even if the path ahead of them is treacherous and filled with danger, they would still have to charge ahead. This is their responsibility and mission. His expression turned solemn when he reached the end of his sentence. After a while, he continued to say, You're different. You have nothing to do with the Seven Absolute sect. It's perilous inside the Sword Saint's secret zone. It's best if you don't enter even after you've broken through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Who says I have nothing to do with the Seven Absolute sect? Gan Ruyen glanced at Kur and said, The sect leader of Seven Absolute sect is my brother-in-law. As his sister-in-law, I'm duty-bound to help with the revival of the sect. I'll definitely enter the Sword Saint's secret zone after I break through to the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Ever since Gan Ruyen met the female members of the Seven Absolute sect like Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and Mu Yi, she had lost the superior air she had when she was in the fire worship sect. She was a naturally competitive person. Since the opportunity to raise her strength had presented itself to her, how could she let it go? This was the Sword Saint's secret zone that was left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. The man was capable of killing 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial and possessed strength comparable to 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial even though he was just an eminent Celestial at that time. So far, he was the only one capable of such a feat in the history of the Dao Martial Saint Land. How could Gan Ruyen bear to let go of entering the secret zone that was left behind by such an impressive person? Duanling Tian had known Gan Ruyen for quite a while now. Although they did not spend much time together, he knew her quite well. For this reason, he knew it would be difficult to change her mind once she had made up her mind. He did not try to dissuade her and only said, "Do as you please. Just be careful." At this moment, Qinghua, Gan Ruyen's master, spoke up. "I'll join Ruyen at that time." Although his cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he had no thoughts of entering the Sword Saint secret zone. At his age, he understood how precious life was. However, the disciple he cherished like a daughter wanted to enter the secret zone, so he could only risk his life to accompany her. If he did not accompany her, he would be filled with regrets for not following her for the rest of his life if something happened to her in there. "Master, didn't you hear what he said earlier? If you're not a bodiless celestial and you're over 100 years old, you won't be able to enter the Sword Saint secret zone." Although Gan Ruyen was touched by her master's words, she still had to remind him that he could not enter the Sword Saint secret zone. Naturally, she did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words or speculations. That's only Guardian Ling Tian's speculation. Since the Sword Saint didn't restrict bodiless celestials who are definitely older than 100 years old, why would he restrict cultivators who are older than 100 years old? Xinghua was used to addressing Duan Ling Tian as Guardian Ling Tian, and he did not drop this habit even until now. Based on his words, it's obvious that he did not think much of Duan Ling Tian's speculations. When Duan Ling Tian saw Xinghua was clearly doubting his words, he could not help but say, "Guardian Xinghua, why don't you consider this?" Although Senior Feng Qingyang was strong enough to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, he was still an eminent celestial. This means he had cast the formation on the box when he was an eminent celestial as well. How could a formation that was cast by an eminent celestial restrict a bodiless celestial from entering the secret zone? Qinghua was rendered speechless by Duan Ling Tian's words. After a moment, his eyes gleamed resolutely as he said, "Although your words make sense, I'll still give it a try. Even if the Sword Saint secret zone really has an age restriction, I'm sure I'll be able to sense the repelling force before I even touch the hole." Before Qinghua finished speaking and before Duan Ling Tian could reply to him, he had already flown toward the hole in the void. As he flew close to the hole, he suddenly tried to stop his movements. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang in the air as the mysterious force that stabilized the black hole suddenly became agitated, looking as though it was boiling. In just a blink of an eye, a shockwave from the energy shot out and landed on Qinghua's body, sending him flying. Qinghua, who had been sent flying, threw up a mouthful of blood, looking extremely miserable. It took him a while before he finally managed to steady his footing. Then he lifted his head and looked at the black hole with a bitter smile on his face. As soon as Gan Ruyen saw this, she quickly rushed over to her master. She asked worriedly, "Master, are you okay?" "I'm okay." Qing shook his head before he said with a forced smile on his face, "If only I listened to Guardian Ling Tian, I wouldn't have ended up like this." His actions had proven that Duan Ling Tian's speculation was correct. In truth, Duan Ling Tian had only made these speculations based on what he knew. It was just a coincidence that his conjecture aligned with Qinghua's actions. There was another reason for the restriction on the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In the future, after being in the Beyond secret zone for a while, he would learn the truth about the restrictions. At that time, he would feel embarrassed for blindly making conjectures in front of Qinghua. He felt as though he had spouted nonsense to Qinghua. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was still under the impression that his speculation was correct. "It's just as I've expected. Brother Ling Tian, you're really impressive," Han Xuanai praised. "Sect leader is truly impressive." The old prophet chimed in as well. As for Kuer, Duan Xiling, and Feng Tianwu, they remained silent. However, their eyes were unusually bright when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. This was especially true for Duan Xiling. A hint of admiration could be seen on her face as well when she looked at her father. Although Duan Ling Tian was used to getting looks of admiration in the past, he still felt flattered when he saw everyone admiring gazes. Even the old prophet's direct disciple, the current successor of the prophet progeny, the second absolute of the seven absolutes sect, Mu-Yi, had a startled look in her eyes even though no admiration could be seen at the moment. Previously, she had thought the sect leader of the seven absolute sect was only stronger than her due to sheer luck. She did not expect he would be able to accurately tell why bodiless celestials could enter the Sword Saint's secret zone and why normal cultivators who were older than 100 years old could not. As the saying went, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. Currently, Duanling Tian was feeling pleased with himself, but he was unaware that he was going to fall very, very hard in the future. After basking in everyone's admiration, Duanling Tian finally said to the old prophet, "Junior Uncle Prophet, I should leave now." Out of everyone present, he was definitely the most eager to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone. Currently, 3 people had already entered the Sword Saint's secret zone ahead of him. This caused Duanling Tian to feel even more impatient to enter the secret zone. "Go ahead." The old prophet nodded when he heard Duanling Tian's words. At the same time, a hint of anticipation could be heard in his voice as he said, "I hope everything goes smoothly when you obtain Ancestor Feng Qingyang's legacy. If you're successful, your strength will rise tremendously. Let alone possessing strength comparable to Ancestor Feng Qingyang. It's possible for you to surpass him as well." The old prophet was confident that Duanling Tian's strength would surpass Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. After all, when Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was an eminent celestial, his strength had only risen to the level of a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial when he cast the Heart Sword amalgamation, the 5th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. On the other hand, Duanling Tian, who was also an eminent celestial, possessed strength comparable to a 6th tribulation bodiless celestial when he had only cast the 4th stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Based on this alone, it seemed like Duanling Tian was even more impressive than Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. For this reason, the old prophet was extremely certain Duanling Tian would be able to kill 9 tribulation bodiless celestials after he obtained the second legacy that was left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Unfortunately, the old prophet was unaware that the Sword Saint's secret zone was actually the Beyond Heaven's secret zone that had nothing to do with Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Moreover, he was also unaware that the Beyond Heaven's secret zone was extremely perilous. Duanling Tian would also need to face the group of powerhouses from the other mundane realms. In the past, it was considered a miracle that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was able to walk out from the Beyond Heaven's secret zone alive. In truth, at that time, he was not the only one who had entered the secret zone. Various powerhouses from the Dragon and Phoenix clans and bodiless celestials had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well. Unfortunately, apart from Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, none of them survived the secret zone. At this moment, Duanling Tian turned to look at Kur and said, "Kur, please take care of Si Ling in my absence." "I will, Brother Tian. Please be careful." Kur nodded. Duanling Tian replied, "Okay." However, in his rush to enter the secret zone, he seemed to miss the strange look in Kur's eyes that disappeared as soon as it appeared. It was as though she was struggling with a decision in her mind. After Duanling Tian spoke to Kur, he turned to look at Duan Siling and said affectionately, "Siling, Daddy is going away for some time. You must listen to your mommy when Daddy is not around. Okay? Daddy, I've grown up. There's no need for you to treat me like a kid." "I don't like it," Duan Siling said with a frown after she pouted. A hint of embarrassment could be seen on her face. The old prophet and Qinghua could not help but laugh when they heard Duan Siling's words. In fact, everyone, including Mu-Yi, had a smile on their faces when they heard this. "In Daddy's eyes, you'll always be a child even after you've grown up. It'll be the same even after a few decades have passed," Duanling Tian said with a chuckle after he regained his senses. Then he turned away and said, "Xuanai, Tianwu, junior sister E, we should make a move now. We've no idea what awaits us inside. There's a possibility that we would be transported to different places once we enter. There's only one thing we must remember. Regardless of what happens, we must always be cautious." As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, he entered the black hole at lightning speed. The old prophet, Qinghua, and Gan Ruyen knew the 3 women from the 7 Absolute sect would follow suit soon enough. However, before any of the 3 women entered the black hole, a sweet and soft voice rang in the air. Sister, please take good care of Ling. Everyone's eyes instantly shifted to the woman who looked identical to Gan Ruyen as she stood next to Duan Ling. Whoosh! Before anyone regained their senses, the woman left like a gust of wind and disappeared before everyone's eyes. Everyone quickly turned to look at the black hole. There were some ripples in the mysterious force. It was evident that someone had just entered the black hole. Gan Yuan Ru was stunned speechless. She was not stunned that Kuer had decided to enter the Sword Saint's secret zone after Duan Lingtian. She was stunned because Kuer's speed was so fast that she could not catch Kuer's movements at all. One should know that she would still be able to catch glimpses of movements of cultivators at the 8th and 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. What was happening? After Han Xuanai recovered from the shock, she exclaimed, "How did Sister Kuer move at such a swift speed? I couldn't catch her movements at all." The old prophet who had just regained his senses as well cried out. "What? Xuanai, even you couldn't catch her movements?" He was concerned about the safety of the sect leader's wife when he saw her entering the Sword Saint's secret zone. After all, the secret zone was fraught with danger. Although Kuer's cultivation base was not too bad, he thought it would be no higher than the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, it seemed like he was wrong. Han Xuanai, the current successor of the Red Dust progeny, had already broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but she still could not catch Kuer's movements. What did this mean? One should know that even a cultivator at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage would still be able to catch glimpses of movements of a cultivator at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The old prophet gasped before he thought to himself, Don't tell me she has successfully become an eminent celestial? This would explain why Han Shui and I couldn't even catch a glimpse of Kuer's movements. Feng Tianwu spoke up at this moment. I couldn't see Sister Kuer's movements as well. The old prophet was shocked again when he heard this. Duan Ling Tian was the strongest person in the 7 Absolutes sect, followed by his direct disciple Mu Yi and Feng Tianwu. Both women had already broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, Feng Tianwu, the successor of the Blazing Phoenix progeny, had just said she could not see Kuer's movements at all. This is madness. The old prophet was extremely shocked. But this was not the end of it. When he heard the words from his direct disciple, Mu Yi, he was even more shocked. It took a long while before he regained his senses. She moved so quickly that I didn't catch her movements as well. In my opinion, her speed is comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial at the very least. Mu Yi was going to face the celestial ascension tribulation soon, and there was no doubt that she was one of the stronger cultivators at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, not even she could catch Kuer's movements. The old prophet said with a bitter expression on his face, the sect leader's wife. Who's she? It seems like what sect leader Tang Xian said in the past is true. The saint girl is truly the reincarnation of a goddess. Otherwise, how could she have possessed speed that's comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial in such a short time? Qing was said after he heard the old prophet's words. Kuer, although Gan Ruyen was shocked by her sister's current strength, she could not help but smile widely. She was sincerely happy about her sister's achievement. After all, she was aware that her sister felt inferior standing next to Duan Ling Tian. She had hated herself and blamed herself for being a burden to Duan Ling Tian. Although she did not know the details, her sister's strength was comparable to a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial now. 3 tribulation bodiless celestial? Wow, Mommy's amazing. Duan Xiling's eyes lit up when she heard Mu Yi's words. She exclaimed excitedly, from today onward, apart from Daddy, Mommy is my idol as well. Sister Kuer's the reincarnation of a goddess. How amazing! Feng Tianwu, who had long heard the rumors about the saint girl, felt sincerely happy for Kuer's newfound strength. Mu Yi was the only one who had a complicated emotion swimming in the depths of her eyes. She had assumed that Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, was the only one stronger than her. Who knew even Duan Ling Tian's wife was stronger than her? She took a deep breath before she said, Master, I'll be entering now. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure vanished before everyone's eyes. Junior Uncle Prophet, I'll enter as well, Feng Tianwu said soon after. Before Han Xuan'ai entered the secret zone, she turned to the old prophet and said, "Junior Uncle Prophet, if I don't come out alive, please offer joss sticks on my behalf to my master on her death anniversary." "Silly girl, don't talk nonsense." The old prophet chided Han Xuan'ai with a frown on his face. "Just remember to be careful at all times. You should come back and personally offer the joss sticks to your master." "I'm just saying if I don't return." Han Xuan'ai's smile looked slightly forced at this moment. After all, she was only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. She was only stronger than the Nangong twins. She was not entirely confident she would be able to return alive. "There's no ifs," the old prophet said vehemently. Han Xuan'ai only sighed in response before she entered the black hole as well. At this moment, only 4 people were left on the scene. After a moment, the old prophet said, "Let's head back. This is a hidden location, so I don't think people will come across this place." Soon after, the 4 people left the ice mountain and returned to the nameless snow-capped mountain where the 7 Absolute Sect's temporary estate was located. Meanwhile, Di Huan, the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan, was still doing everything in his power to find Duanling Tian and seek revenge for his son. However, it seemed like his efforts were destined to be in vain. 3 months passed in just a blink of an eye. This was the day where Di Chun would face his 6th bodiless celestial tribulation, since he did not get his revenge after he was humiliated by Duanling Tian. His obsession and the demon in his heart could not be removed. For this reason, he could not withstand the bodiless celestial tribulation. After all, the tribulation targets one's inner demons. If one had any unsolved knots in one's heart, it would become a big problem during the heart demon tribulation. Generally, those with inner demons in their hearts would not be able to pass the heart demon tribulation. It was no surprise that Di Chun was killed after the tribulation lightning struck him. "Chaner!" Di Huan roared when he witnessed Di Chen's death. His voice was filled with agony and despair as it resounded in the entire Dragon Clan. "Is that the Supreme Elder? It sounds like him. Wait, isn't his son facing his bodiless celestial tribulation today? What happened? It seems like things didn't go well for Di Chun. I'm not surprised if he fails his tribulation. Duanling Tian is still alive and well even after he had humiliated him. Di Chen's humiliation and anger have turned into an obsession. How could he pass the heart demon tribulation this way?" "Hush! Lower your voice. Are you seeking death? If the Supreme Elder hears you, you'll definitely turn into a cripple even if you manage to walk away alive." It did not take long before everyone in the Dragon Clan discovered the reason behind Di Huan's plaintive cry. They knew their clan had lost a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. If Di Chun didn't choose his life and instead fought to the death with Duanling Tian, he would have died with a good reputation in the Dragon Clan. He only managed to prolong his life for 6 months by acting like a coward. And now, even though he has died, his reputation is tarnished. Perhaps he didn't think things would end up this way. His father is the supreme leader after all. It's not a surprise if he thinks his father would be able to successfully seek revenge for him. Well, it's clear to see that there's no use even if his father is the supreme elder. He still failed to find Duanling Tian and seek revenge. "Duanling Tian, I swear on my life that I'm not a dragon if I don't kill you." Di Huan's furious voice rang in the Dragon Clan again after a few hours. It shook the Dragon Clan similar to a violent earthquake. Meanwhile, cracks on the void could be seen in multiple locations in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Many tall and muscular figures could be seen swarming out from these cracks. These figures all possessed the heads of animals and had a human body. Some of them had the head of an ox, a pig, and even a horse. Those who were in the know would be able to tell with just a glance the Devil Clans had invaded the upper province at last. When the Devil Clans discovered that the inter-province transportation formation was destroyed and the formation masters from the Devil Clans who were in charge of repairing the inter-province transportation formation had all been killed, many of the bodiless celestials from the various Devil Clans were alerted to this. At the same time, the bodiless celestials from the Human Devil Clan and various Devil Clans left the land of exile and came to the Dao Martial Saint Land. With their joint effort, they forcefully opened a few spatial tiers that allowed the vanguards from the Devil Clans to enter the upper province. Similar to Duanling Tian, these bodiless celestials were able to tear a hole in the void to facilitate their travels to the upper province. For this reason, the vanguards from the devil clans could easily travel to the upper province. The devils who were currently swarming out of the spatial tiers were the vanguards from the devil clans. The people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were distracted by the matter between the Seven Absolute sect and the Dragon clan, so they did not realize the devil clans had already invaded the upper province, let alone make preparations to fend off the devil clans. It did not take long before the vanguards from the devil clans engaged in a one-sided slaughter with the people from the upper province. Humans were fleeing for their lives in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the upper province fell into chaos. The people discovered that the devils were much stronger than them. It's the devil clans. They're from the devil clans. The devil clans have invaded the upper province. Help! Although there were strong powerhouses in the upper province, they were easily drowned by the sheer number of devils. Moreover, compared to the united devils, humans were similar to scattered leaves. It took only a month before 1/10 of the upper province was conquered by the devil clans. It was at this moment that the entire upper province was alerted to the invasion by the devil clans. Everyone was shocked by the tragedy. In Seven Absolute sect's temporary estate that was located in a snow-capped mountain in the northern region, the old prophet was shocked when he received news about the devil clan's invasion. I thought the sect leader said that he had destroyed the almost completed inter-province transportation formation in the lower province before he returned to the upper province? How did this happen? When the old prophet received subsequent news about the devil clans, he finally discovered how the devil clans managed to make their way to the upper province. As it turned out, the bodiless celestials from the devil clans made a move and helped open spatial tiers that lead to the upper province. Since the bodiless celestials from the devil clans have made a move, I'm afraid the human bodiless celestials could no longer afford to sit back and watch it. Soon after, the old prophet's expression darkened when he recalled something. No. Most bodiless celestials are gathered in the northern region. If a battle were to take place between the bodiless celestials from the devil clans and human bodiless celestials, the battlefield would most likely be in the northern region. I'm afraid our temporary estate will be affected as well. It seems like I better bring the few people in the sect with me to the hidden ice mountain. The old prophet did not waste any time and quickly brought Duan Si Ling, Gan Ruyen, and Qinghua with him, leaving the Seven Absolute sect's temporary estate for the hidden ice mountain where they had opened the Sword Saint's secret zone. When they arrived at the ice mountain, they quickly constructed a few wooden sheds. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this 1 month, the devil clans completed the repairs of the inter-province transportation formation in the lower province so that the rest of the devil clans could come to the upper province. During this time, a few bodiless celestials from the devil clans had also battled with the human bodiless celestials in the upper province. In comparison to the bodiless celestials from the devil clans, the human bodiless celestials were much weaker even though their cultivation base was the same. After all, the devil clans were bloodthirsty and combative. It gave them an edge over the human powerhouses. During the battles, many human bodiless celestials and bodiless celestials from the devil clans had fallen, but in comparison, humans lost many more bodiless celestials. It did not take long before the Dragon and Phoenix clans made announcements of their own. The Phoenix clan had said if the devil clans did not return to the land of exile in a month, they would annihilate the devil clans. On the other hand, the Dragon clan also declared war on the devil clans if they failed to leave the Dao Martial Saint Land after a month. The people in the upper province were, naturally, skeptical when they heard about the Phoenix clan. They knew the Dragon clan was strong after it was revealed that they had many bodiless celestials in their clan, including 5 and 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. However, apart from the bodiless celestials, most people were unaware that the Phoenix clan was just as strong as the Dragon clan. For this reason, they were filled with doubts when they heard the Phoenix clan's announcement. They were only enlightened when some bodiless celestials stepped forward to correct their misgivings. They learned that the Phoenix clan was not inferior to the Dragon clan in terms of resources and bodiless celestials. I didn't expect the Phoenix clan would be so powerful as well. You're right. Who knew that the 3 great sects, the Fire Worship sect, the Black Kshetra sect, and the Heaven Divination sect, that we thought are the strongest forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land are inferior to the Dragon and Phoenix clans that we always thought were weaker. The Dragon and Phoenix clans, the two strongest forces in the Dao Martial Saint land, have announced that they'll declare war on the Devil clans if the Devil clans don't withdraw their forces and return to the land of exile. However, the Devil clans are so fierce and bloodthirsty. Will they retreat just because the Dragon and Phoenix clans asked them to? Although the Dragon and Phoenix clans had made their stance clear, not many people believed that the Devil clans would retreat after a month. If the Devil clans were afraid of the Dragon and Phoenix clans, would they have invaded and slaughtered so many people in the upper province? How could they be so foolish if they were truly afraid? Indeed, just as expected, the Devil clans completely disregarded the warning from the Dragon and Phoenix clans. After a month had passed, many bodiless celestials were sent out of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. The Fire Worship sect, the Black Kshetra sect, and the Heaven Divination sect were stunned when they saw the bodiless celestials who were sent out by the Dragon and Phoenix clans. The first group of bodiless celestials who were sent out by the Dragon and Phoenix clans was mostly ancestors from the three great sects. How could they not feel shocked? They had always thought there were no bodiless celestials in their sections. As it turned out, all of their bodiless celestials had joined either the Dragon or Phoenix clan. Naturally, the people from the three great sects were in an uproar. What happened? Why did the bodiless celestials from our Fire Worship sect deserted our sect and join Dragon and Phoenix clans? Why didn't they stay in our Black Kshetra sect and lead our sect to glory? How could they choose to become dogs in the Dragon and Phoenix clans? Most people from the three great sects could not figure out why their ancestors would desert their respective sects and join the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Moreover, they seemed willing to obey the commands from the Dragon and Phoenix clans to the point that they even decided to risk their lives and serve as vanguards for the Dragon and Phoenix clans in their bid for war against the Devil clans. Naturally, these people were unaware that their ancestors did not willingly decide to serve as vanguards for the Dragon and Phoenix clans. How could their ancestors not be aware that their chances of survival were extremely slim? However, they had no choice but to step forward and serve as vanguards since they knew they would definitely die if they defied the orders from the Dragon and Phoenix clan. Those powerhouses from the Dragon and Phoenix clans were not to be trifled with. At the very least, if they agreed to serve as vanguards, they still have a chance of survival. In a hidden ice mountain in the northern region. Although I've heard from the sect leader that the Dragon and Phoenix clans had abducted many bodiless celestials from the three great sects, I didn't think the number of bodiless celestials they've abducted would be so great. Although the old prophet was currently staying in the isolated ice mountain in the northern region, he still knew what was going on. After all, he had the Red Dust Progeny's wide information network. After the death of Han Xuanai's master, he had temporarily taken charge of the Red Dust Progeny's information network. He would return the reins to Han Xuanai once she returned from the Sword Saint secret zone. After a while, his trains of thoughts changed as he mused inwardly. It's been half a year since sect leader and the others entered the Sword Saint secret zone. I wonder what happened to them during these 6 months. In the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Beyond Heaven secret zone? So, this place is not the Sword Saint secret zone, but it's known as the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Moreover, apart from the few of us, there are also people from another 4 mundane realms. In the past 6 months, Duanling Tian had encountered 2 groups of people from 2 different mundane realms. These people decided to gang up on him to steal from him when they saw he was alone. Unfortunately, all of them were killed by Duanling Tian. I wonder what's the origin of the Beyond Heaven secret zone? There are even celestial supreme treasures in here. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he raised his hand. A sword appeared in his hand immediately. The sword was translucent like a crystal. From afar, it looked as though it was made from water. It was extremely pleasing to the eyes. The sword that Duanling Tian held in his hand did not look particularly outstanding, but it was a celestial supreme treasure. Although this sword is far from being comparable to the Jasper Celestial Sword, it's still a celestial supreme treasure. I didn't expect the first item I obtained in the Beyond Heaven secret zone would be a celestial sword. With this sword, my strength has surpassed that of a 6 tribulation bodiless celestials. I would say it's comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duanling Tian thought to himself as he studied the translucent sword in his hand. Fortunately, among the 2 groups of people that I encountered, The strongest among them were 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. If there was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, I'm not sure if I'll be able to obtain this celestial sword. Duanling Tian had snatched this celestial sword from the 2 groups of people from the other mundane realms. Earlier, Duanling Tian had come across a group of people and overheard their discussion about a treasure. For this reason, he decided to follow them from afar and eventually discovered the treasure that they had mentioned was a celestial supreme treasure. Moreover, it was a celestial sword. If it was some other celestial weapon, it would not be much use to Duanling Tian. However, a celestial sword was extremely useful to Duanling Tian. After all, Duanling Tian, who had inherited the legacy of Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, was a sword cultivator. A sword was akin to the life of a sword cultivator. The saying, "A man lives when the sword is alive, and a man dies when the sword is dead," aptly described a sword cultivator. With Duanling Tian's current strength, swords, even super saint weapons, from the mundane realms were not helpful to him at all. Only celestial supreme treasures or weapons of a higher grade would be able to help him raise his strength. For this reason, when he discovered the treasure was a celestial sword, he began to think of ways to get his hands on the celestial sword. Shortly after, another group of people arrived. They had also wanted the celestial sword, therefore they began to fight with the first group of people. Their verbal spat quickly escalated into a battle. It was at that moment that Duanling Tian quickly made his move and sneakily obtained the celestial sword. Contrary to expectations, he did not leave as soon as he obtained the sword. Instead, he remained on the scene and studied the celestial sword. Meanwhile, the 2 groups of people who had discovered the absence of the celestial sword finally stopped fighting and switched their target to Duanling Tian. How could they let Duanling Tian go? After all, they were fighting for the ownership of the sword. Now that the groups of people discovered that the sword they were fighting over had been taken by a third party, it was only natural that they would stop fighting. This is a good sword. Duanling Tian had felt excited when he discovered the sword he held in his hand was a celestial supreme treasure. At the same time, the groups of people joined forces and began to attack Duanling Tian. Based on their attacks, it was clear that they intended to kill him. Among the 2 groups of peoples, the 2 strongest people were 5 tribulation bodiless celestials. Duanling Tian had cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring technique, and the sovereign heart sword with the celestial sword to kill the 2 5 tribulation bodiless celestials without expending too much effort. Before the others regained their senses, everyone except for one person was killed by him. Duanling Tian had spared that person's life and interrogated him. Through that person, Duanling Tian learned that he was not in the so-called Sword Saint's secret zone, but he was in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone that was linked to 5 mundane realms. This means Senior Feng Qingyang didn't create this place. He had only worked to obtain a key for the future generation. At that moment, realization finally dawned on Duanling Tian. After that, Duanling Tian had tried to obtain more information about the Beyond Heaven's secret zone from that person. However, the person did not know much. All he knew was the Beyond Heaven's secret zone had existed since a very long time ago, and it would open every 100,000 to 200,000 years. In other words, I can only depend on myself in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. I can't expect help from Senior Feng Qingyang since he didn't create this place. I'll have to depend on myself to deal with threats and see if I have any fortuitous encounter. Duanling Tian became heavy-hearted when he thought about this. Prior to this, he had thought that the Sword Saint's secret zone was created by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. Therefore, the threats in here would not be too vicious and were only meant to strengthen and train him. He had thought he only needed to work hard to obtain the legacy left behind by Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. However, currently, he realized there was no legacy from Sword Saint Feng Qingyang in here. Based on what Duanling Tian had learned, he knew the Beyond Heaven secret zone was not simple. Even a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial would not miss the chance to enter this secret zone. Based on what I know, before ascending, Senior Feng Qingyang's strongest technique was the Sovereign Heart Sword. However, after he came out from the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, he was capable of killing 8 tribulation bodiless celestials even though he was only an eminent celestial. It's obvious that it had something to do with the secret zone. Duanling Tian speculated inwardly. It's likely that Senior Feng Qingyang had a fortuitous encounter in here that granted him strength comparable to 9 tribulation bodiless celestials and kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials despite only being an eminent celestial. Duanling Tian was extremely curious. In the past, after Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had completely mastered all 5 stages of the Sovereign Heart Sword, his strength was only comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, how did he possess strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial and the ability to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials? Did he have some other heaven-defying techniques, or was it due to a fortuitous encounter in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Was he even human? Even after thinking about it for a long time, he was not any closer to figuring it out. However, he thought it was more likely that Sword Saint Feng Qingyang had a fortuitous encounter in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he was. After a while, Duanling Tian's thought veered in another direction again. I didn't expect that apart from me and my companions, there are other people from the other 4 mundane realms who have entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well. Moreover, quite a number of them are bodiless celestials. Based on what that person said, there are at least 100 bodiless celestials from his mundane realm who have entered this secret zone. He could not help but shudder when he thought about this. Although he was not entirely defenseless against a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, what if he met an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? Even worse, what if he met bodiless celestials who cultivated the soul congregation embodiment? It was no secret that bodiless celestials' true forms were their souls. In order to maintain the stability of their souls, it was impossible for them to unleash soul attacks unlike when they had a physical body. If they forcefully cast a soul attack, it might result in their deaths and their souls being destroyed. However, this could be avoided if they cultivated the soul congregation embodiment. If a person cultivated the soul congregation embodiment before becoming a bodiless celestial, once he or she had become a bodiless celestials, he or she would be able to cast soul attacks unreservedly. There was no need for them to fear death when they cast soul attacks. There are so many bodiless celestials in here. It's not impossible to have 1 or 2 of them who had successfully cultivated the soul congregation embodiment. When Duanling Tian thought of this, he felt his body turn cold. If Duanling Tian met a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial who cultivated the soul congregation embodiment, there was a chance that the bodiless celestial could injure Duanling Tian's soul before Duanling Tian could even kill the bodiless celestial. If Duanling Tian was unlucky enough to meet a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment, it would be difficult for his soul to survive the soul attack. As impressive and strong as Duanling Tian was, when it came down to it, he was just an eminent celestial. How could his soul compare to those who were 3, 4, 5, or even higher tribulation bodiless celestials? Duanling Tian might be a match for a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial with his current strength if he used the celestial sword, providing the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial did not cultivate the soul congregation embodiment. In fact, even if his opponent was just a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment, it would still be dangerous for him even if he could kill his opponent. Previously, Duanling Tian had asked Chen Yiru, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, about the number of bodiless celestials who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Chen Yiru had said there were no bodiless celestials who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment in the upper province based on what he knew. At that time, Duanling Tian had realized how rare bodiless celestials who cultivated soul congregation embodiment were. Naturally, although they were rare, it did not mean there was none. Just because Chen Yiru said he did not think they were any did not mean there was none as well. According to that person, there are over 100 bodiless celestials from his mundane realm who have entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Moreover, he said that the number of people that came to the Beyond Heaven secret zone from his mundane realm is not the highest. This means there are probably more bodiless celestials from the other mundane realms who came to the secret zone as well. Since there are so many bodiless celestials, it stands to reason that there must be a few of them who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment. It seems like I'll have to be more cautious in here. Let alone an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, any bodiless celestials who have cultivated the soul congregation embodiment are a threat to me. Duanling Tian was laden with anxiety when he thought about this. Initially, he had assumed he and his companions were the only ones in the secret zone. It was completely out of his expectation that there were people from another 4 mundane realms who had entered the secret zone as well. More importantly, there was no lack of powerful people like Chani Ru among these people. In fact, there were also many people who were much stronger than Chani Ru. Since the beginning, Duanling Tian had not seen his companions in the secret zone. When he had just entered, he had waited for them for a long time, but he did not see any of them. At that time, he realized that as soon as they entered the black hole, they would be transported to random locations in the secret zone. Ever since then, he had traveled by his lonesome in the secret zone. He thought to himself, I wonder what Tianwu, Xuanai, Sandao, and the others are doing right now? Duanling Tian had been in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for half a year now. In the beginning, he did not encounter anyone nor did he find anything worthy of his attention. Later on, he managed to obtain the Celestial Sword. The Celestial Sword was the only valuable thing he had obtained so far. However, he was still very pleased with this result. After all, only half a year had passed. He had 9.5 years ahead of him to search for more precious items in the secret zone. I wonder what kind of fortuitous encounter did Senior Feng Qingyang have that granted him the ability to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and strength comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial despite only being an eminent celestial? If I have that kind of fortuitous encounter as well, I'll be invincible in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Duanling Tian thought to himself as his eyes lit up like an array of stars in the night sky. Whoosh! 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 All of a sudden, the sound of wind howling rang from the distance, interrupting Duanling Tian's thoughts. He looked up and saw 4 figures flying toward him from afar. As the 4 figures came closer, he could make out the figures belonged to 3 males and 1 female. The woman was young. Although she was not as beautiful as Duanling Tian's 2 wives and Tianwu, her features were exquisite. Her complexion was fair and ruddy, and her skin seemed as soft as baby's skin. He thought this woman would definitely be able to become an actress or an anchorwoman if she was on his home planet. The other 3 were young men. One of them was tall and muscular. Although he looked like a brute, his eyes gleamed with an intelligent light. The second young man was average in height and his appearance was average as well. His eyes were dull, as though he had no interest in everything that happened around him. The third young man had an athletic body. He was rather handsome as well. Naturally, he was not as handsome as Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian found the young woman, burly youth, and the apathetic youth rather pleasing to the eye. However, his impression of the handsome young man was not very good. He thought to himself, I can tell from this person's gaze that he's not a kind person. Duanling Tian had seen the handsome young man looking at the young woman lecherously. Based on the handsome young man's gaze, it seemed as though he could not wait to pounce on the woman and ravish her. On the other hand, when he looked at the burly youth and the apathetic youth, hints of disdain and arrogance could be seen in his eyes. Before those 4 people arrived in front of Duanling Tian, he heard the burly young man saying, There's someone up ahead. It seems like our small group is going to gain another member. The more the merrier, I say. It'll make traveling in the secret zone much safer. The young woman snuck a glance at Duanling Tian. Her eyes brightened and she said excitedly, If he joins us, there'll be 5 people in our group. 5 people should be enough, right? Zhang Yi Rongbo, what do you think? The burly youth asked the apathetic youth and the handsome youth. I agree. The apathetic youth nodded. It seemed like he guarded his words as though they were gold. I don't care as long as he doesn't hold us back, the handsome young man said. The entire time, his gaze was fixed on the young woman. He only looked at Duanling Tian indifferently before turning away. I'm not going to save him if he holds us back or if he encounters danger. Rongbo. The burly young man frowned when he heard the handsome young man's words. If he joins us, he'll be our companion. If he's in danger, we'll have to try and save him. Your remarks are unnecessary. Unnecessary? Rongbo, the handsome young man, chuckled as he said disdainfully, Wang Shi, let alone him, I wouldn't even save you and Zhang Yi if both of you are in danger when we enter that place. At most, I'll only help Wuxia. His eyes darted to the young woman next to him as soon as he finished speaking. The young woman, Wuxia, frowned. However, she did not speak up as though something was holding her back. Wang Shi frowned as well when he heard Rongbo's words. Even the apathetic Zhang Yi furrowed his brows for a moment. However, similar to Wuxia, both of them did not speak up as though they were held back by something. Finally, Wang Shi took a deep breath to calm himself. Then, he looked at the purple figure up ahead before he said, "Let's go. Let's go over there." Zhang Yi and Wuxia flew ahead, following Wang Shi. However, Rongbo, who was the back of the group, suddenly piped up, "I changed my mind. I don't think he should join us unless his cultivation base is at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage." "You're aware that I haven't broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, right?" Wuxia asked with a frown. "It's different. You're a woman, he's not," Rongbo said as he looked at the purple figure coldly. Not only did Duanling Tian hear the conversation between the four people, but he had also caught the cold and vicious glint in Rongbo's eyes when he looked at him. "I don't think I've ever offended this Rongbo, right?" He was quite curious. He had never met Rongbo prior to this. Why was Rongbo so hostile toward him? It did not take long before the four people arrived before Duanling Tian. Wuxia, the young woman, took the initiative to speak first. She said with a smile, "Hello, my name is Wuxia." Wuxia had a good impression of Duanling Tian. However, it was obvious that her good impression stemmed from Duanling Tian's good looks. He was tall and strong with an extraordinary air about him. The three young men at the side paled in comparison to him. On the other hand, Duanling Tian discovered a hint of jealousy that flashed in Rongbo's eyes when Wuxia took the initiative to greet him. He could roughly guess the source of Rongbo's animosity toward him even though this was their first meeting. "I'm Duanling Tian." There was no need to guess. Duanling Tian knew these four people must have come from the other four mundane realms. For this reason, there was no need to hide his identity. However, it had to be said that even if these four people came from the same mundane realm as him, there was still no need to conceal his identity. Wuxia did not beat around the bush and said, "Duanling Tian, Wang Shi and I found a place with precious items about a month ago. However, we're not strong enough to explore that place. For this reason, we decided to look for a few companions to enter that place. We met Zhang Yi first before we met Rongbo. Rongbo is the strongest among us. He's an eminent celestial." Rongbo looked at Duanling Tian arrogantly and disdainfully when Wuxia spoke about him. He said condescendingly, "Brat, know your place. If your cultivation base is not at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, you should scram now." Wuxia frowned immediately. She looked at Rongbo and said, "Rongbo, that's enough. We've put up with your overbearing attitude and arrogance because you're an eminent celestial. You knew right from the start that we planned to add new members to our group. Now that we've met someone, you're chasing him away. If you find this beneath you and you want to leave, please feel free to leave." She became angrier and angrier as she spoke. Rongbo looked at Wuxia incredulously as though he could not believe the outburst. He said furiously, "Wuxia, you." He did not expect Wuxia would get rid of him just to keep an unknown man with unknown abilities. He took a deep breath to suppress the flames of fury in his heart before he looked at Wang Shi and Zhang Yi. "Do both of you agree with her? Are you going to make me, an eminent celestial, leave just because of an unknown man who might not even have broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage?" Wang Shi grunted in agreement and said, "I respect Wuxia's decision." "How dare you?" Rongbo's rage that he had suppressed with great difficulty rose again when he heard Wang Shi's words. He turned to Zhang Yi and asked, "What about you, Zhang Yi?" Although Zhang Yi was usually indifferent and taciturn, he was generous this time and imparted 4 words to Rongbo, "I respect their decisions." The truth was, none of them could stand Rongbo's overbearing behavior and arrogance. However, they had tolerated him in the beginning because he was an eminent celestial. An eminent celestial would help them quite a lot if they were to explore that place. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they did not want to lose him. Unfortunately, Rongbo had provoked them over and over again. All of them were annoyed and disappointed. At this moment, all their pent-up anger and frustrations broke loose. You? Rongbo began to tremble in anger when he heard Zhang Yi's reply. He really did not expect these 3 people would rather keep this unknown man and kick him out. Duanling Tian did not bother with Rongbo. He looked at Wuxia and asked, "That place you discovered, what kind of place is it? Do you know what treasures are in there?" Wuxia shook her head. "We don't know specifically what treasures are in there. However, many formations were set up in that place as though someone is trying to guard something. Based on the information that has been passed down for generations in my sect, those places that have many formations usually contain rare treasures." Her gaze brightened when she approached the end of her sentence. It was clear that she could not contain her excitement at all. Duanling Tian nodded. "All right, I'll join you." He recalled the place where he found the celestial sword had many formations as well. For this reason, he was certain the place that Wuxia discovered contained rare treasures as well. Duanling Tian was, naturally, tempted by the precious treasures. He decided to join Wuxia's group since he knew he would not be able to find that place if he did not join them. Moreover, apart from Rongbo, he had a good impression of the other three people. Although it was still too early to tell, at the very least, he should not have a problem getting along with these three people. Wang Shi looked at Duanling Tian excitedly as he said, "Thank you for joining us, Brother Ling Tian. By the way, you look quite young. It doesn't seem like you're a bodiless celestial. If you don't mind me asking, what's your cultivation base?" He paused for a moment. Then, as though he had thought of something, he quickly added, "Please don't take it the wrong way. I'm just curious. Even if you're at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, you're still welcome to join our group." Wang Shi had used the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as an example because even though there was no cultivation-based restriction to enter the Beyond Heaven secret zone, most people under the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage would not enter the secret zone since it would only mean death. As soon Wang Shi finished speaking, Wuxia and Xianxia shifted their attention to Duanling Tian immediately. Rongbo, who had yet to leave, turned to look at Duanling Tian with a mocking expression as though he was waiting for Duanling Tian to make a fool of himself. Boom! Suddenly, a wave of majestic and terrifying aura surged out of Duanling Tian's body. It was his celestial origin energy that was mixed with saint origin. His energy pressured the people present on the scene. Eminent celestial. Wang Shi's mouth was agape. His eyes were filled with excitement and the slight regret he felt from siding with Wuxia's decision to kick Rongbo out of the group vanished immediately. After all, although Rongbo's personality was horrible, it was undoubtedly a huge loss for their group to lose an eminent celestial. However, what was there to regret now that another eminent celestial had joined their group? Moreover, this new eminent celestial who joined their group seemed to have a good temperament. "Why, you're an eminent celestial?" Wuxia was naturally pleasantly surprised. She did not expect to meet another eminent celestial so casually. Xianxia, who was usually apathetic, could not stop himself from smiling as well. On the other hand, Rongbo turned red from anger. He felt extremely embarrassed. He felt as though Duanling Tian had just slapped him. At this moment, Wang Shi turned to look at Rongbo and said coldly, "Rongbo, since Brother Ling Tian has already proven his capability, are you going to leave, or are you still going to join us to explore that place?" Since a new eminent celestial had joined their group, he was no longer hesitant. He would not feel regret if Rongbo left. However, if Rongbo decided to stay, it was still a win-win situation. After all, it would mean they had two eminent celestials in their group. Rongbo scoffed, but he did not leave. It was clear that he did not plan to leave. Wuxia furrowed her brows. Although she would much prefer it if Rongbo left, she did not say anything since Wang Shi had already spoken. Wang Shi looked at everyone as his eyes gleamed excitedly. "There are 5 of us now. We have 2 eminent celestials, 2 people at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, and 1 person at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. I think with our combined strength, we can explore that place now." Wang Shi flew in front, leading the others to the place that they had discovered. During their journey, Wuxia suddenly asked, "Duanling Tian, if I'm not mistaken, you came from the Muro realm, right?" Wang Shi, Xianxia, and Rongbo felt their ears perked up when they heard Wuxia's question. They were naturally curious about this. "Muro realm." Duanling Tian was baffled. He asked, "Why? Why are you asking about this?" "Between the 4 of us, we came from 3 different mundane realms. The Beyond Heaven secret zone is linked to 5 mundane realms. Out of the 5 mundane realms, there are 4 big mundane realms. 3 of the mundane realms that we came from are among the 4 big mundane realms. It's impossible that we haven't heard about you since you're an eminent celestial who's younger than 100 years old. For this reason, I assume you're from the final large mundane realm, the Muro realm. After listening to Lu Xia's explanation, Duan Lingtian was enlightened. He shook his head. I'm not from the Muro realm, I'm from the Saint Province realm. When Duan Lingtian was in the lower province, he had learned from the devil clans that the Dao Martial Saint Land was known as the Saint Province realm. Saint Province realm? Is that the small mundane realm? Lu Xia's eyes widened in surprise. An incredulous expression appeared on her face as she said, how's this possible? How did you become an eminent celestial before turning 100 in a small mundane realm with depleting resources? Wangshi looked at Duan Lingtian with shock and fear as he said, Brother Lingtian, that's a little too amazing, right? From what I know, there was only one person from the Saint Province realm who became an eminent celestial stage before he turned 100 who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. If I'm not mistaken, that person's name was Feng Qingyang. He had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone the last time it opened.